Faster, try harder. 3 runners are approaching the finish line, and one of them is already too tired. The coach said that the next one to compete would be the main character, Lin Shen. He stood in front of the high horizontal bar and looked at it with excitement. He crouched down to jump higher, and then grabbed the bar while jumping. He began to hold on to the horizontal bar with both hands and hang there under the blinding sun. The coach, with disappointment and shock, bright looks on his face, wrote down the result. Ling Shen could barely hold onto the bar as his body trembled with tension. Other male students stood around him and laughed loudly at him. They were holding their stomachs because they were laughing too hard. Someone told Ling Shen that he should try harder. The student is sure that Lin Shen will hang on the horizontal bar for 10 seconds, so he must hold on. Another student said they don't have to hope for it. He will be the winner because Ling Shen won't even last 10 seconds. Ling Shen was barely holding on to the horizontal bar at this time. He tensed even more and clenched his teeth, and sweat appeared on his face. After 8 seconds, Ling Shen already realized that he couldn't stand it any longer and pursed his lips. All the students started laughing and saying that he only hung for 8 seconds. The coach turned away, hit himself in the face with his hand and sighed. The students said that he broke his record. If they remember, last time it hung for 7 seconds. They laughed loudly again. They named him 8 Seconds Boy. The students pointed at him and couldn't stop laughing. The muscular guy said that 8 seconds is too short and ridiculous. Ling Shen thought this was true. He is the same boy for 8 seconds. His name is Lin Shen. He is a 3rd-year student. One of the students stands next to him and counts his push-ups. But Ling Shen had difficulty staying above the ground in the plank. Then he tried to give up, but he couldn't even once, falling. When he was a child, he became seriously ill. And after he was cured, he became sick and weak. Then he pumped up his abs, and the other guys also laughed at him. The student who was holding his legs said that he should just give up. Ling Shen is weak trash. The PE teacher with his hand on his face said he had to study harder. The entrance exams are coming very soon. If Ling Shen studies like this, he won't even get 1 point. Ling Shen thought that even if he studied hard in other school subjects, it would not change his fate. He is weak trash, a weakling who is destined to receive ridicule and bullying from people. Classes ended when it was already sunset outside. All the students were in a hurry to go home. Lin Shen asked Uncle Wang if there was any package for him. The old man said that there was one package. It was sent from southern Guangdong. Ling Shen smiled and said that it was his father. He took the box and thanked the postman. He went home and opened the parcel. Lin Shen knew that a lot of money had been spent on his illness. Because of this, his family owed a large sum. To earn money and pay off debts, their father left them. He left to earn more money in the southern part of Guangdong. Lin Shen opened the package and was very surprised. Inside was a dinosaur figurine and a letter. Lin Shen laughed and exclaimed, "Is this a Godzilla figurine? It is handmade and all the details are worked out." Ling Shen then opened Dad's letter and began to read. His father writes that Ling Shen's birthday is coming soon. Dad won't be able to be with him on this holiday, so he sent him his favorite Godzilla action figure as a gift. Dad believes that although Ling Shen has difficulties, he can cope. He might be like Godzilla. Ling Shen must move forward boldly, not be afraid to become stronger and smarter. He's a brave little monster who can do anything. Ling Shen smiled, but he still had 2 tears. He loves his dad very much and misses him. He thought that he also wanted to become an invincible little monster. But it's too difficult. Someone's hand grabbed Godzilla tightly. A muscular student with a malicious smile raised the toy high up. He said that Lin Shen is already so old, but he still loves to play with children's toys. No wonder he's such a weak sissy. Ling Shen did not expect this and turned towards the student. He ran to the student and shouted for him to give him the figurine. His 2 friends stood next to the muscular guy. The student held Godzilla up. The guy asked, "Wow, such a weakling can also resist?" He began to throw the toy from one hand to the other and laugh. Lin Shen told him to return the toy. The student threw the toy and said that it had already flown away. Ding Shen shouted not to throw the figure. He screamed for it to be returned to him. But the student threw Godzilla very far and it fell on the road. He called the student a beast. Lin Shen gritted his teeth and was afraid that the toy would break. The three students laughed loudly. The strongest pointed his finger at the toy and told Ling Shen to take it away like a dog. However, Ling Shen actually ran out onto the road to pick up his father's gift. At this time, a huge truck was driving along the road, honking loudly. Someone shouted for people to call 911 faster. Now the three students were not amused. They were afraid that Ling Shen would be hit by a car. They started shouting, "Hey, hey!" They shouted at him to be more careful, to get out of the way. He must turn around. The driver was also scared and tried to swerve. He screamed, "Damn it! Where is this child on the road from?" The driver shouted with horror on his face for Ling Shen to run away. Lin Shen also noticed the truck and began to panic. The driver tried to brake and squeaked, but drove forward very quickly. The truck hit Ling Shen and he flew to the side. A Godzilla figurine flew up, along with a torn bag and a dented box. Lin Shen fell on the other side of the road with the toy. His limbs were in an unnatural position, and blood was flying around. Someone shouted for people to call 120 faster. Ling Shen's body lay in a huge pool of blood. Next to his face lay a Godzilla figurine. His arms and fingers are broken, with bone visible from his elbow. Also, his leg is broken. The man shouted again for people to hurry up and get help. Lin Shen lay with a lifeless look, lying in a puddle and splashes of blood. He gradually dies, his mouth open in pain. Next to him lies a gray Godzilla toy. Then he saw nothing but complete darkness. But he felt small bubbles of water around. The main character asked, "Is he going to die now?" The bubbles became larger and the sensation of water became stronger. He asked where he was. In front of him he saw a huge ocean with clear, blue water. He looked around and saw fish of different sizes, shapes and colors. There were also strange moray eels there. He extended his hands forward and asked, "Are these his hands?" Instead, there were two gray, thick dragon paws with blue claws. He asked, "What is this?" "Tail?" He saw the same plump, gray tail moving behind him. This one had blue spikes in the form of blue, sharp plates. Lin Shen asked, "What's going on? Didn't he die after being hit by a truck?" Now Ling Shen was in the body of a dragon and was in the blue waters of the ocean. He looked at his small paws in surprise. The dragon was still small, plump and cute. His body is similar to Godzilla. He screamed in panic that this must be life after death. But this place looks like the sea. Why does he have paws and a tail? He began to look around in panic and shake his head. Suddenly, a white-green glow began to appear near his stomach. A blue system window appeared with the inscription, "Ding Dong, Kun is now online." A small, pixelated fish similar to a dolphin appeared from the green system window. He waved his fin and greeted Ling Shen. Kun said in the system window that the detected carrier had regained consciousness. The automatic evolution system into a monster has been activated. Lin Shen shouted in surprise, "Wow, what are you?" Then he calmed down a little and began asking many questions with excitement. He asked if he heard him. Kun said that the monster is registered in the evolution system. Kun folded his fins and proudly said that he was not making false statements. Every sentence is true. Kun asked Ling Shen to look at the big screen. A system window with an image of an adult dragon appeared in front of him. Below the image was information about him. The dragon's name is Ling Shen. The dragon race is called Kui. Also, this race is called the Storm Dragon. State, period of growth, therefore can evolve. Pedigree, Overlord, but with the possibility of improvement. Height, 8 meters, weight 25 tons. The attack method is bites, claw strikes, and crashes. Kun, in the guise of a professor, said that this is the attached manual for the system. New information appeared in another system window. It says that at the moment he is in the classic place of mountains and sea. The blood of the ancient lord, the divine beast Kui, flows in him, but he is little Kui who has not yet grown up. Lin Shen said in surprise that this QE is like Godzilla. He read more information. Then he asked if he could collect rewards online every day. He saw that for every animal he ate he would grow. Lin Shen asked if he could use evolution points to improve. Lin Shen stammered and asked Kong who he was. Was he reborn and became a sacred beast of the mountains and seas, or a monster with a system? He looked at his paws and Kun again. Then he panicked and screamed loudly that this couldn't be happening. It's impossible to believe. He asked if this was a dream. Ling Shen doesn't know why, but the feeling of the tail flapping and paws seemed so real. He looked at Kun doubtfully and began waving his long tail in different directions. Then he told the system, oh yes, he wants to log in. Happy Kun said okay. When the system windows appeared, confetti rained down. A ding sound sounded and an alert appeared in the system window. It was the owner's congratulations on his first successful login. In the larger window, there was a pixelated image of the sea and the bottom topography. It marks its location in the Mariana Trench. A smaller window announced that the registration location was the Mariana Trench. In the blue system window, there was a notification about a reward for entering. He has an S+ level skill, Absorption. Thanks to devouring, food is digested into evolution points. They provide growth. There is a certain chance of gaining an ability. Therefore, he should just eat and then he will not die. Lin Shen asked, Absorption? What is S+ rank? Kun happily said that this is one of the best monster abilities. Suddenly, Ling Shen's stomach growled loudly. He asked why he becomes so hungry as soon as he thinks about food, as if he didn't eat something, he would die of hunger. Lin Shen quickly began to swim deeper. He said he saw light there. Many creatures in the deep sea can study light. Does he want to check if they are edible? There was a trail of bubbles behind him. Suddenly, he swam too close to the scary fish. He got scared and shouted, "What is this?" The system window immediately appeared with information. It says it is a deep sea fish, commonly known as lanternfish. This one has a plump, voluminous body and a mouth full of sharp fangs. Ling Shen swam back with disgust. He said, "Oh my god, it looks as bad as the pictures on the internet." The fish saw such a strange reaction and was also surprised. Ling Shen and the lanternfish then turned away from each other. They quickly swam in different directions, scared of each other. Kun appeared in front of Ling Shen and told him to calm down. He said that this fish was smaller than his paw, and he didn't need to be afraid. Ling Shen suddenly realized this. He stopped and slammed his fist into his palm. He confidently and loudly said that this was true. He shouldn't be afraid. Kun remained silent awkwardly. Ling Shen turned to look at the lanternfish. His eyes flashed an angry red. Suddenly, a tail appeared in front of the fish, quickly striking. The lanternfish screamed in surprise. There was a loud impact sound. The stunned fish, foaming at the mouth, turned over with its belly up and began to fall. Lin Shen asked, "Was this fish killed by him?" He looked at it carefully in surprise. Kun asked, "Lin Shen doesn't think about his weight and strength." Lin Shen asked if he could eat this. After he eats it, will he gain evolution points or skills? He doubtfully held the fish with his fingers like a rag. Kun cheerfully said that he could eat it. Also, if he doesn't eat for a certain amount of time, he will probably die. Lin Shen said, "Okay." Although it looks disgusting, he ate it in his previous life. He remembered how he and his father ate this fish with vegetables and laughed. Lin Shen said that the fish was not poisonous, and the taste was also good. He popped it into his mouth and immediately swallowed it. With a satisfied face, he said that the taste was good. It's not as bad as he imagined. The system window immediately appeared with an alert and a ding sound. It says that he successfully devoured a deep sea anglerfish. He received 5 points. Also, the system congratulated him on his first catch of an anglerfish. He gained a special ability, Illumination. In another window there was information about the skill. This is a sea-level skill, Glow. Many creatures in the depths of the sea can emit light. His mother will no longer worry about his homework and lighting when the power goes out in the dorm. Ling Shen flexed his biceps happily. He said the system doesn't lie to him. He actually gained a special skill and evolution points. He tensed and thought about activating the lighting skill. Its plate-shaped dorsal fin began to glow blue. Now, along the entire length of his spine, his fins glowed with a bright, blue light, as if it were neon. He admired it and said, "Wow." Ling Shen said that this ability is good. It can attract other marine life closer. There really was a school of fish next to him. Lin Shen said that due to evolution, he becomes an uglier monster who is not picky about food. He happily grabbed several fish from the school with his mouth at once. System windows constantly appeared and notified of new points. The first one said that he received 5 evolution points for the deep-sea anglerfish. The second window notified about 15 evolution points for the deep-sea arowana. Then a system message appeared with congratulations. Since he absorbed deep-sea nirvana for the first time, 50 evolution points were added to him. Another system window notified that 8 points had been received for smallmouth macropina. A subsequent message congratulated him on his first meal of a smallmouth macropina. Ling Shen now has the ability of night vision. This is a level E skill, night vision. The appearance of night vision, like that of an owl. Now he will not be afraid of the dark when swimming. After that, there were many more such information messages. Lin Shen said that he couldn't eat seafood often in his previous life. He never thought that after being reborn he would eat so much of it. Ling Shen lay on his back with a belly full of food. He was so full that he could barely breathe. Lin Shen said that he already had 1,000 evolution points. He told Kun that he wanted to evolve. A system window appeared in front of him with pictures of different parts of the body. Kun asked what needs to be developed. Lin Shen said that he wanted to develop scales, giant claws, and body shape. Kun said the request was accepted. Ling Shen Dragon's entire body glowed with a bright, white light. The system window reported the consumption of 300 evolution points. His scales are now enhanced. After consuming another 200 evolution points, he gained giant claws. Ling Shen's legs became more muscular. The system notified the consumption of 500 evolution points and body increase. His blue spikes on his back also became much larger. Lin Shen said that using 500 points gives almost a meter of height. It looks like it will take him very little time to grow into a 100-meter monster. Dragon Ling Shen now looked like an adult. His tail became much longer, and his claws became real weapons. Now he weighs 30 tons, and his height is 10 meters. He asked Kun, is he not in his world now? Kun guiltily asked for forgiveness and said that he had no information. The owner must explore and discover everything himself. Ling Shen frowned and said that this was very interesting. He must explore and discover everything himself. Is he in an open-world game? Kun mysteriously turned away and did not answer. Lin Shen said, if he is in the Mariana Trench, then he must be on the ground. But if he were now in a human city, he would definitely be bombarded with rockets. He remembered the Godzilla films. Lin Shen imagined himself walking around the city in the same way, with planes shooting at him. He said he thinks he is still poorly developed. But when it grows to 100 meters, it will emerge from the sea. By then he won't even notice the missile attack. He will take a bath with magma. And the destruction of the country of cherry blossoms, a beautiful country, will be indifferent. Lin Shen said that he will continue to eat. He will eat until he dies. He began to hunt schools of fish again in his new, large body. He kept catching several fishes in his mouth at a time and eating them. However, someone's eye opened right below him. Ling Shen was a little larger than this, but he did not immediately notice the eyes. A red-purple squid tentacle rose up behind him. Ling Shen screamed, "Devil, what's happening?" He was quickly grabbed by many huge tentacles. The squid wrapped itself around his body and held him tightly. Ling Shen saw this in front of him and shouted. He said it was the only deep-sea lord, the giant squid. This is terrible. It must have floated into the light from his back. This squid was disgusting and scary. Lin Shen could not get out of his tentacles and waved his paws in different directions in a panic. A system window immediately appeared with information about this. It says it's a giant squid. It is also known as Architeuthis. The average body length is from 6 to 12 meters. However, it can grow up to 20 meters. Weight is 1 ton. It has 10 tentacles, and on each tentacle there are many, many suckers. The squid began to squeeze Ling Shen tighter and strangle her. He said it wasn't even big enough to see his eyes. It's terrible, Ling Shen can't even move. The power of this is so great that he will soon suffocate. Tears began to appear in his eyes. Lin Shen asked, "He's not going to die from the tentacles immediately after his first rebirth, right?" He shouted that he didn't want to die. Suddenly, a giant shadow appeared above them. Lin Shen asked, "What is this?" The squid was also surprised and hesitated. Then they saw a huge whale. The system window reported that it was a sperm whale. The body of this can reach 18 meters in length. Weight is 50 tons. This is the largest toothed whale. It is also the mammal with the deepest and longest dive. Sperm whales have a huge and long upper body that completely covers the squid. The squid immediately looked up in fear. Lin Shen asked in surprise, "Is he saved?" Suddenly, the tentacles stopped holding him. The squid decided to hunt the sperm whale and began to approach it. Lin Shen shouted, "No." He saw that the squid had wrapped its whole body and tentacles around the sperm whale. It strained its tentacles and tried to crush and strangle the whale. He also wrapped his tail around it, preventing the whale from moving. Lin Shen could not move from shock. He looked at them with the awareness of something important. Lin Shen thought that after being reborn as a monster, he had forgotten something. In front of 2 huge creatures, and he is still thin, weak, and a small chicken. Then he thought, no, now he has been reborn as a monster. He can't be a coward. At this time, the sperm whale bit the squid on the head, trying to throw it off its back. Ling Shen recalled his past weakness and athletic weakness. Now he convinced himself that he was bloodthirsty, ferocious, and cruel. A monster standing at the top of the food pyramid should have such feelings. Ling Shen recalled all the ridicule that the students said to him. He was now full of confidence and anger. He said that his name was Ling Shen, and from now on he would never run away again. He shouted that no one would mock him. The huge, angry dragon opened its mouth and roared loudly, spreading sound waves. He turned around and began to quickly approach the sperm whale and squid. He shouted that he would eat the squid. Lin Shen shouted, "If anyone dares to anger him, he will tear it into pieces." He then sank his teeth and claws into the squid's tentacle. Ling Shen tore off a huge piece of flesh and held it up. He chewed a piece and thought it was good. It tasted like raw squid. The system window notified that you had received 21 evolution points for absorbing the giant squid. Lin Shen was surprised and thought, wow, 21 points in one bite? Great, he will eat until he dies. He again squeezed the tentacle tightly in his jaw and began to wave it in different directions, biting off. System alerts began to appear in huge numbers. All system windows had information about adding 21 points. The squid noticed and felt severe pain in the tentacles. It let go of the sperm whale and looked angrily at Ling Shen, who had already bitten off one tentacle and continued to eat. The squid grabbed him with another tentacle. Lin Shen chewed a piece of the monster and was surprised. He thought, what's going on? Why, instead of fighting the sperm whale, does it attack the little monster? But then Ling Shen thought that this dare not underestimate him. He grabbed the tentacle with his claws. He's a monster now. Let the squid not think that it will scare Ling Shen. He took another huge bite. The squid was furious at this and frowned angrily. It tried to move Ling Shen away from its wounded tentacle. While it was busy, a sperm whale swam behind it with its mouth open. It came closer and bit the squid on the head. At this time, Ling Shen continued to bite off the tentacles. The squid felt great pain and could not resist them. After some time, pieces of squid flesh and tentacles floated in the water. The sperm whale and Ling Shen ate so much that their bellies grew. They didn't move and were very happy. A system window appeared in front of Ling Shen with information. It says that he successfully devoured a giant squid. Also, the total evolution points received remain 3,000. He looked at the system message happily. Lin Shen said that he only ate half of the giant squid, but he received 3,000 evolution points. Lin Shen noticed that the sperm whale was looking at him carefully and strangely. He clenched his fists and boldly asked, "What is the sperm whale looking at? Does it want to fight him?" The sperm whale thought that if he swallowed Lin Shen, it would hurt him. The spikes on the dragon's back will pierce the sperm whale's mouth. It looked at Lin Shen doubtfully. He asked how dare it look down on him so arrogantly. The sperm whale winced with dislike and turned away. It began to float away, but Lin Shen remained in place. He put his hands on his hips and grinned. He said that this time he would let the whale go because it helped him. He called Kun and said that he wanted to become bigger. Kun said happily, "It will happen right now." The system window notified the consumption of 500 evolution points. The mass was increased. Another 500 points are spent on increasing the claws. 500 points were then spent to make the teeth sharper. Finally consuming 1500 evolution points to improve your body shape. Lin Shen's dragon body glowed brightly. Then he transformed into an even larger and more dangerous dragon. A system window appeared with an image of a dragon and new information. It says his name is Lin Shen, his race is QE. His condition is juvenile, so it will develop. His bloodline is an overlord, can also be improved. He is 10 meters tall and weighs 35 tons. List of attack methods: crash, bite, wagging dragon tail. Special skills: S+ rank absorption, C rank glow, E rank night vision. The huge, adult-like dragon Lin Shen roared loudly. He examined his body. He brushed his teeth with some kind of thin and long stick, looking at his paws. He said, "It's a pity that there is no Huabei monster there. It would be good because he could have a tasty snack." Lin Shen began to look around. He said development is happening very quickly. As long as there are 50 more pieces from the giant squid, it will become a 50-meter monster. Now it doesn't matter whether it's a giant squid or a sperm whale. He can kill them with one paw. Suddenly, the system window and Kun appeared. It happily pointed its fin at the system window with a compass image. Kun said that the system congratulates Lin Shen for eating the giant squid for the first time. He receives a special reward. This is the monster's compass. Lin Shen jerked in surprise. He said he is surprised by it every time. He asked, "What is this?" Kun said that if there are monsters nearby, the compass will show their location. A system window with information appears. This is a B-class skill. The monster's compass can even detect the monster's breath. With this compass, Lin Shen can find many monster friends, but he must be careful with those who are stronger. Lin Shen said that the benefit is small. If the monster is bigger, it will simply die, but he will be able to detect it and quietly approach. Lin Shen began to swim further and deeper. He said that with this thing he wouldn't even be afraid of a giant squid attack. But for safety, it is better to turn off the dorsal fin light. Constantly working on yourself, becoming stronger, this is more important now. Clear, blue skies would be ideal for a ski trip. A week has passed. Lin Shen, in the form of a huge monster, floated on the surface of the water. He said with annoyance that he had miscalculated. There are no large fish in shallow waters, and he lacks great white sharks. He can't get enough. With its size of 30 meters, even the giant squid gives few evolution points. But after his victories, the squids began to hide. He remembered how he menacingly approached the beaten squid, which surrendered. Lin Shen said that if he continued to swim in shallow water, he would die of starvation. He already looked very tired. Lin Shen said that he would have to dive into the depths again. He told Kun that he wanted to log in. The system window reported that the entry point to the system was the coast of Abyss Island. The system window showed 3 islands, and near one of them the location of Lin Shen was marked. Then the login information appeared in a small system window. The system gave us plus skill, Explosive Breath of the North. He must concentrate the energy in his body. Then unleash a destructive beam of light. This ability must be used carefully and skillfully. This is one of the most powerful abilities in history. The system window shows an icy land and a dragon that emits an ice ray. Kun also tensed his muscles, imitating him. Lin Shen happily said that in the new location, he had obtained an amazing S-class skill. It looks like he's in an incredible place. A compass appeared in front of Ling Shen, with many pink dots burning on it. He asked what? The monster compass shows that there are a lot of them on this island. But then there shouldn't be people there. He decided to go upstairs and take a look. Kun also said that they would check it out. He swam to the shore and said that there were a lot of strong undercurrents there. If not for its length of 30 meters and weight of 90 tons, it would simply be swept away. Ling Shen swam through many strong currents with different directions. Also, a rock was already visible in front of him. He was able to swim out of the currents and was approaching land. He grabbed the rock with his claws. Lin Shen began to climb up the rock from the depths of the sea. It was difficult, but he was full of confidence. He then climbed up a cliff high above sea level. After a long and difficult climb up the mountain, he climbed to the top. In front of him were huge trees, their trunks entwined with vines. The island consists of rocks and mountains on which an endless forest grows. Lin Shen looked around carefully. He saw many new insects flying among the trees. The system window provided information about each new creature. A green dragonfly flew in front of him, and the system window showed information. This is a giant dragonfly, and its body length is 75 centimeters. This is the largest insect that has ever existed on Earth. Then Lin Shen saw a huge, red centipede crawling along the tree trunk. The system window reported that this was an ancient centipede, about 2.5 meters long. This is the first invertebrate to appear on Earth. Lin Shen said that of course there are no people on this island. This island is full of prehistoric creatures. Perhaps this is due to the space-time anomaly of the island. It led to the appearance of these creatures. Ling Shen chuckled. He said that there are a huge number of giant insects on the island. Then you can make your own supermarket. Now he won't have to worry about the small number of evolution points. Lin Shen said that survival on a desert island starts now. He walked forward to explore the island. Many trees bent under his body. He said that someone should remove these trees. Should he cut down some trees? Lin Shen thought that he could breathe underwater. But he still really loves fresh air and the smell of vegetation. Ling Shen inhaled forcefully and steam came out from the exhalation. Lin Shen noticed green dinosaurs flying above his head. These are pterodactyls, dinosaurs with very long heads and sharp jaws. They also have a head that continues with a leather seal that looks like a large horn. Their body resembles birds. The pterodactyls didn't think twice and began to quickly attack Ling Shen. He asked if they considered him prey. The dinosaur opened its mouth wide to attack. Lin Shen said that he is very big, and this pterosaur treats him like food. He turned around and the pterosaur crashed into Ling Shen's dorsal fin. He said it hurts when claws scratch him. The pterosaur quickly scratched and slashed at Ling Shen's head with its claws. The next moment, Ling Shen bit the pterosaur's wing and blood gushed out. It felt severe pain. Ling Shen grabbed it with both paws and began to wave it in different directions. He bit off part of the wing and began to crunch it. He thought it tasted like chicken and had a nice crunch. The system window with a ding sound announced the receipt of points. He was given 375 evolution points for being a pterosaur. The second system window congratulated Ling Shen for first absorbing a pterosaur. For this achievement he was given an additional 1,000 points. Ling Shen took a bite of meat from the pterosaur's body, pressing it to the ground. He looked up into the sky at the other pterodactyls, who were afraid and flying high to the side. Lin Shen said that he could finally try something new. He eats seafood every day. He's tired of it. He said that if the pterosaurs didn't come down, he would try his new power. Ling Shen began to concentrate his energy. His dorsal fin began to glow, and bright, blue rays also appeared from his mouth. Along the entire length of his spine, a bright glow illuminated his entire body. Energy appeared from his mouth, directed at the pterosaurs. They were frightened by such a bright flash and became nervous. The light in Ling Shen's mouth became even brighter. The pterosaurs hugged each other and shook in fear. Then, a small blue-colored fire appeared from Ling Shen's mouth. He did this with a menacing face, and the pterosaurs got scared and screamed. Ling Shen made a sound of disappointment. It didn't sound like a strong growl or flow of energy at all. The pterodactyls were confused. They did not understand why they were completely safe and healthy. They got angry and realized that there were many of them, so they could fight. They looked at him angrily and began to prepare for an attack. Ling Shen was scared and said that they can calm down because they are almost brothers. They didn't listen to him and were already rapidly flying towards him, growling with their mouths open. There was obvious dissatisfaction on their faces. Ling Shen shouted that this was bad. Why are there so many of them there? A whole flock of rather large pterosaurs flew in. They bit and scratched him. The beaten Ling Shen shouted that this system is terrible. Why does fire breath work like a small lighter? Kun replied offendedly that this was explosive breathing. Lin Shen asked, does he call this explosive breath? Does Kun's brain really work? A system window with a dragon appeared in front of him. There were points written there to use the ability. He needs to close his eyes and relax. Ling Shen must then gather all the energy into one pulse. The dorsal fin will begin to glow and Ling Shen will release an explosive pulse. He said that this ability cannot be used so easily. The system manual is useless. Kun replied that he had to concentrate. Then he will feel the energy circulating through his body. Lin Shen said, for some reason, this is similar to the cultivation novels he read. He asked Kun if he was sure this was the correct instruction. Ling Shen shouted for Kun to hurry up and tell him how to use explosive breath. If this is not done, then these pterosaurs will eat him. They flew around him and constantly bit, hit and scratched. Kun said with a smile that he had already explained everything. He must concentrate, collect energy in one place. Kun patted his stomach to show. Ling Shen bent over and began to strain diligently. He said he's trying to do it. He tries. While Ling Shen was trying to force his breathing, pterosaurs flew at him from above, claws drawn out. It hit him in the face and some blood sprayed out. Lin Shen winced and screamed in pain. Other pterosaurs also attacked him. Their claws left him with bloody wounds, and from their blows he fell to the ground. Lin Shen shouted. Many pterodactyls did not spare him and continued to attack. Blood flew from Ling Shen. They also bit his dorsal fin, causing a blue liquid to squirt out. Ling Shen said that this is terrible. The pterosaurs pinned him to the ground and he cannot resist. He lay there and tried to cover himself with his small paws. He tried to protect his head better. Lin Shen asked, is he still that dangerous monster? Kun sighed in disappointment and hit his head with his palm. Lin Shen realized that he had already felt something similar. He remembered being hit by other teenagers while he simply covered his head. It was a time when he was bullied. Ling Shen endured all the blows while he was surrounded. He concentrated on the person who stood closer to him. He just cried and sobbed. Now Ling Shen was very angry and frowned. He thought it was definitely that old feeling. Kun saw his memories and laughed. He asked if he was really that insignificant in his previous life. Ling Shen said that he was still able to overcome it. He tensed and began to concentrate energy in his mouth. He remembered that he had previously used all his strength to break free from the grip. Then he knocked the offenders down. Lin Shen thought about concentrating on the mouth and forgetting about the pain. There was a loud growl and sound waves appeared. Ling Shen stood up from the ground. He was able to release North's explosive breath from his mouth. A brightly glowing, electrically charged beam flew through a flock of pterosaurs. He cut through their bodies, causing enormous damage and killing all the pterosaurs at once. Ling Shen stopped using explosive breath. After that, crispy pterosaurs began to fall down. Lin Shen happily said that it was surprising, but he succeeded. This is an amazing ability. But now he feels that his strength has completely dried up. He needs to eat and regain his energy. His paws were shaking, and he was breathing heavily. Ling Shen looked at the many dead pterosaurs on the ground. He said upsetly that they were all burned out. He sat down on the ground and began to chew it. Lin Shen said that there is meat that he cooked himself. Even if he has tears in his eyes from the taste, he must finish it. A system window appeared with a message. It says he gets 425 points for eating a pterosaur. Then another such message appeared. The third message said that he had already received 444 evolution points. Some time passed as he sat among the trees. Ling Shen's face was covered in soot. He said that he finally ate everything, although he was all dirty. Then he said that he needed water. He urgently needs something to drink to moisten his mouth and throat. Lin Shen saw a rock with a round hole in it. This came from his explosive breathing. He approached the shore of a fairly wide lake. He said the lake was difficult to find. But something about this looks suspicious. Ling Shen looked at the small hill in the middle of the lake, which was covered with moss. He said there must be a lot of animals drinking the water. But this place is very quiet. Perhaps no one drinks because the lake is salty. Or is there something dangerous living there? Ling Shen watched the small hill from the shore. He did not dare to drink water right away. Suddenly a hill rose out of the water. It turned out to be the back of a huge buffalo. The body of this one is very massive, and the horns are incredibly long. Ling Shen screamed loudly in fear and surprise. He said it was a huge monster mountain. As expected, there are a lot of creatures of all kinds on this island. The system window reported that the mountain giant ox. The length of this body is 90 meters, and its weight is 180 tons. It lives in lakes and rivers. The back and stomach were overgrown with hardened bones. That's why it looks like a mountain. An ox can stay underwater for up to 4 days. The protruding mountain on the back is an ideal camouflage. Suddenly, the ox dodged to the side in surprise. A crocodile bit him on the leg. The system window appeared again. It says it's a royal crocodile. It lives in ancient Africa. This is one of the largest crocodiles that lived on Earth. The length of this body is 13 meters, and its weight is 5 tons. The ox was surrounded by many crocodiles who were already holding his leg. It could not go forward or backward. The crocodiles suddenly began to swallow the buffalo's legs. The whole flock attacked it, raising waves. The sounds of teething and mooing were heard from the water. A few moments later, the wave disappeared along with the crocodiles. Only the skeleton of an ox remained in that place. The crocodiles then spotted Ling Shen on the shore. He asked why there are so many crocodiles in this lake. No wonder no one drinks the water in this lake. But these crocodiles are not his opponents. He flexed his biceps and anticipated his victory. He laughed a little and said it was time to show them who was top of the food chain. One of the crocodiles immediately ran towards him, opening his mouth wide and splashing water. But it did not reach Ling Shen and even began to move away. Someone stuck his hand out of the rock and grabbed the crocodile by the tail. It tried to get out and constantly moved its paws. Lin Shen asked, "What's going on?" A huge hand squeezed the crocodile's tail tighter. Then it began to drag him inside the tail through the hole. The crocodile couldn't fit, and it took a lot of effort to get him in. Cracks began to appear from the hole. When the crocodile was dragged inside, only dripping, bloody footprints remained on the rock. Lin Shen tensed and asked, "What is this?" Suddenly, a dark silhouette jumped out of the rock. This is a huge gorilla that fell into the lake. She crushed the crocodiles and lifted some up. Ling Shen saw it and shouted that it was an ancient ape. She looked at him angrily and growled. Lin Shen was shocked and looked at her from the shore. The crocodiles were also scared and did not approach. The ape continued to bite off the meat of the half-dead crocodile. She ate and sat on the other crocodile to prevent it from swimming away. The remaining crocodiles began to quickly swim away. The monkey heard this and turned around. She threw the crocodile she was sitting on at them. It knocked them down and turned over on their backs, raising waves. The monkey ran up and waved its arms, trying to hit the crocodiles. She then continued to eat, but noticed Ling Shen. Time has long approached sunset. She looked at the shore and Ling Shen. He folded his arms over his chest in irritation and pounded his foot on the ground. She screamed menacingly, holding a piece of crocodile in her hands. Lin Shen thought that this ape was a guy. He hoped the monkey didn't think he was trying to steal her dinner. Also, he should not think of him as an opponent. Ling Shen simply won't provoke him. The monkey continued to growl and cover the crocodiles with his hand. Ling Shen thought that wise people don't fight when they have little chance. He should be friendly. Ling Shen smiled and waved his hand. He said hi and asked how is the monkey doing. He called her a little monkey and told her to keep eating. He's just passing by and will soon leave. Lin Shen looked at her doubtfully. He thought that he was still speaking human language. Will the ancient monkey be able to understand him? But she doesn't look like someone who wants to fight. The gorilla didn't think so. She knew that gorillas smile on 2 occasions. They are afraid of something at that moment or are nervous. When a gorilla raises its hand, it means that it is asking to give it something. It could also be a request to come or leave. The gorilla became angry and irritated, breathing heavily. She thought that he was pretending to be scared to lure her into a trap. She decided that she would now take revenge on him for bullying him. The monkey began to scream and growl loudly. She beat her chest. Then the monkey came out of the water and quickly approached Ling Shen. He began to run away. He asked what was going on. Was she calm earlier? Why was she so angry? The monkey struck with his huge hand, but Ling Shen managed to dodge. He thought that her strength was great, but her body had too many weak points. The monkey tried to hit him, but hit the ground with both hands when he dodged. Ling Shen thought that of course her limbs are well developed, but her mind is too simple. The monkey's movements are monotonous. It's as if he's blind, only his muscles are fighting. The monkey ran towards him again to hit him. Lin Shen thought that he was not going to strike now. He also ran towards her with his mouth open. Ling Shen decided to dodge her fist first and bite her wholesale. He did just that. He walked around the monkey's hand and bit him on the forearm. He thought he would take the chance and make her lose her concentration. He then uses his dragon tail attack. The monkey did not have time to react, but Ling Shen had already turned around and his tail was approaching her. The monkey fell to his knees from the blow of his tail, but at least not to his back. Ling Shen confidently began to strike with his fist. He thought that this uppercut would be the end of the battle. However, his small paws did not reach her at all. The monkey sat on his knees, perplexed. Lin Shen began to panic. He had completely forgotten about those little paws. The monkey began to furiously prepare for the strike, waving his arm. She hit him hard with her shoulder, causing Ling Shen to raise his head up. He flew very far, skidding along the ground. He thought that this gorilla was stronger than him. She began to scream loudly, spreading sound waves. Lin Shen stood up, wincing in pain. He realized that her movements were more dexterous. The gorilla stood behind and beat its chest. She jumped high into the sky to attack Ling Shen. She landed right next to him and grabbed his dorsal fin. Ling Shen also began to growl loudly. He thought that he could only defeat her with his explosive breath. But this takes time to accumulate energy. The gorilla raised his hand to hit him. Lin Shen realized that if he didn't hit it, he would be in terrible trouble. He needs to use the ability very carefully. He quickly turned around and bit the monkey's other hand, causing blood to gush out. The gorilla screamed as it approached his jaws, which were biting his hand tightly. The gorilla tried to open his mouth with his other hand to free his bloody hand. She tensed and opened his mouth completely. Lin Shen was already starting to get nervous. The gorilla screamed angrily and began to open his mouth with both hands to break it. Lin Shen began to groan in pain. The gorilla looked into his mouth in surprise. A bright light came from there. Ling Shen's entire body became charged with electricity and glowed blue. His dorsal fin began to emit more and more light. The gorilla did not understand what was happening and began to panic. She still kept his mouth open, and Ling Shen was accumulating energy. Ling Shen asked in his mind, was it fun to sit on him and hit him? At this time, a ball of energy had already formed in his mouth. It's a pity, but she won't feel this again. You fool! The gorilla got scared and began to move back, stumbling. Ling Shen's fireball was already quite large. His tail wrapped around the gorilla's leg to prevent it from escaping. He thought she couldn't escape. She'll just have to take this blow. He stood on his hind legs, stretching his neck. A huge, blue beam of energy burst out of his mouth, destroying everything in front of him. It hit the gorilla straight, knocking it down. She skidded across the ground, kicking up a path of dust into the air. She slammed her back into a rock and stopped. There was a bloody wound from the beam on her chest. Lin Shen said that the explosive breath could destroy dozens of pterosaurs and even break rocks. But it only left a large abrasion and blood on the gorilla. How strong is this body? Ling Shen stood with his mouth open and smoking. The gorilla growled. But then she sat down with displeasure and jumped high, running away. Ling Shen looked contentedly at his paws and laughed. He said that he defeated the main beast on Abyss Island. Now he will be the boss here. He then realized that it wouldn't be long before he could use his explosive breath. But soon it will be night. He saw angry, growling crocodiles in front of him. He realized that they saw him as weak. This should not happen, otherwise he will be like a mountain ox. He began to eat the bodies of crocodiles that the gorilla killed. He thought that eating other people's leftovers would make them think he was strong. The system window notified that you had received 560 points for eating the royal crocodile. Then another system window appeared with special information. The system congratulates Ling Shen for eating the royal crocodile for the first time. For this, he is given a special reward. His armor gets enhanced and becomes stronger. His body began to glow, transforming. He looked joyfully at his body. Lin Shen said that this is a great armor upgrade. He entered the lake and began waving his tail. Ling Shen said that he felt that he could kill with one blow. The crocodiles were afraid of him and thought that he should not come near them. However, after this, many system windows appeared. They reported that he received another 550 points for the royal crocodile. Ling Shen learned to use a weaker version of explosive breath. He let out a small blue flame. He learned this a week later. Lin Shen licked his lips contentedly. He said he could fry his own food thanks to his explosive breathing. This is very smart. He held a piece of meat on a stick and poked it over the fire like a barbecue. Lin Shen said that he wanted to log in. He took a bite and began chewing the meat. The system window reported that the entry point was Abyss Island. The entry reward, which is a level skill, is a radioactive heat beam. A hologram of the island also appeared in front of him. The system reported that the radioactive breath was unstable. This is due to the unstable gas produced by the radioactive reaction in the thunderstorm T-Rex's body. This reacts with the air, causing an incredibly hot, misty flame to erupt. This is the most powerful eruption of flame from the mouth. Ling Shen's eyes sparkled. He asked joyfully, did he inhabit the body of a European emperor? He received an improved version of the monster compass 2 days ago. The system has added a new function there. He can now view monster attributes. He also received an upgrade skill. This is spiked armor. Its dorsal fin became larger and sharper. And today, he also obtained an A-level skill, the radioactive breathing skill. No other game can give so much. Lin Shen happily took another bite of the meat. An orange mouse ran past him. The cute mouse sat down in front of him and squeaked, squeaked. The system window reported that this was a prehistoric mouse. Its body length is from 3 to 4 meters, and its weight is 1 ton. They have a very strong sense of smell and huge front teeth. They are not very picky eaters, usually hiding in the grass and hunting rabbits. Lin Shen smiled, calling it a little mandarin. He said it was punctual. He said there was roast beef for lunch today. He sat and ate a delicious piece. Lin Shen said that the little mandarin reminds him of his past life. When he was still an ordinary guy, he placed a huge piece of meat on the ground so that the mouse would also eat. They were resting in a huge clearing. Lin Shen said that in his previous life, he was thin and small. That's why he was bullied every day. With cheeks full of food, he said that the little mandarin was lucky. It is lucky because it met him. He brushed his teeth with a thin stick. He said that he would now be the boss of the little mandarin. He will protect it, so no one will dare to scare it. He finished eating and went upstairs to warm up. He became even more gigantic. The system window showed its new state. The name of the system owner is Ling Shen. His race is Kui, the Storm Dragon. Now its form is in the process of development. The bloodline of an overlord, but with the possibility of improvement. His height is 51 meters and his weight is 153 tons. Methods of attack include claw strikes, bites, and tail swings. Special skills, Dragon Tail, Level S+. Also 2 Level E skills, Night Vision and Lighting. He also has a Level B+ Monster Compass, Level S Explosive Breath, Level A Atomic Breath, and Level B Spiked Armor. A system window appears with a system overview. It says that he has the bloodline of the Beast, the Lord of Destruction, QE. This is described in the game, a classic of mountains and seas. Lin Shen thought that his current size was large. Now he can defeat the monkey, right? Lin Shen was pleased and tensed his biceps. The image of a monkey appeared before him. He thought it was boring to be alone on the island. He would like to find a monster for company. He opened his mouth and loudly called Kun and said that he needed evolution points. Kun immediately appeared. Jolly Kun said that the host has 48131 evolution points. Consuming these points improves your body shape. Lin Shen began to glow brightly and transform. He grew bigger again and all the trees were like bushes to him. But then he disappointedly showed with his fingers the length he had grown to. He said he only grew half a meter. It's horrible. More than 40,000 evolution points only increased it by half a meter. He asked the system if this was a bug. Lin Shen remembers that several hundred points used to increase it by at least 1 meter. Kun asked if he played RPG games. Doesn't he know that the higher his level, the more points he needs to increase his level? He grabbed his head in frustration. Lin Shen asked, does Kun really think that they are playing a computer game? It makes sense though. And yet it's terrible. If he wants to become a 100-meter monster, then how many years or months will he have to eat? Is there a monster that has evolved more than him? Then he said it didn't matter anymore. He began to dig up a mountain of stones and look for something. Lin Shen said that he would rather go to the gorilla and beat it. This is how he will start their relationship. He took out some kind of ball of wool and his eyes sparkled. He threw the lump onto the ground. Lin Shen said that it was time for the Mandarin to work and not just eat and drink. The mouse began to sniff the huge ball of wool. Lin Shen said that last time he fought with a gorilla. During the fight, he tore out a clump of hair from her. He asked if the smell remained. He asked if it could find a gorilla by smell. The mouse squeaked, squeak. He pointed at it and said it was great. If it helps him find the gorilla, he will feed it kebab for a whole year. The mouse nodded its head happily. This one's eyes sparkled and drool began to flow from his mouth. The mouse ran forward and squeaked. Lin Shen ran behind her, dust rising under his feet. Pterosaurs flew above him. They stretched out a red canvas in the sky. It says that they say goodbye to the god of plague and hope that he does not return. Fireworks and confetti appeared in the sky. Giant oxen beat drums. One of them said that the plague god had finally left. The crocodiles were happy too. One of them said that heaven has eyes. If he had stayed, he would have eaten their family. But Lin Shen turned around and looked at them insidiously. He thought that for now he was leaving to look for the monster's friend. But the time will come and he, the gourmet, will return. Then they will cry a lot. After some time they came to a strange place. There were only cliffs of white stones, dry trees, and nothing growing on the ground. There were also a lot of bones lying there. The sky was very cloudy and fog covered everything. Lin Shen asked, what kind of place is this? Is there such an area on Abyss Island? It's deserted, gloomy, and creepy here. Lin Shen looked around from his height, and the mouse trembled in fear. He asked, did the Mandarin make a mistake and take a wrong turn? It doesn't look like a gorilla's house at all. They stood in front of the entrance to a cave, inside of which nothing was visible. He folded his arms and asked who would live in such a place. Birds don't fly, and it smells terrible there. Also, his compass does not sense the monkey's energy. The mouse began to call him and squeak constantly. It pointed towards the cave, noticing something. He picked it up and asked if there really was a gorilla living there. Okay, they've already arrived, so we need to go in. The mouse in his hand squeaked loudly. Lin Shen said that the mouse was trembling very much. Is there really some kind of monster there? It can relax. Lin Shen will protect it. They entered the cave. It was completely empty there. Only nasty, green slime flowed along the walls, ceiling, and floor. Lin Shen said that it was strange, but the compass showed nothing. He doesn't sense the gorilla or other monsters. But then he asked, "Is this the roar of a monster?" Terrible sounds were heard from the depths of the cave. He stopped and thought that he didn't sound like a very strong monster. Is it possible that this is a gorilla? The walls of the cave began to grow larger and split into pillars. Also, cobwebs appeared on the walls. He approached one of the passages and said that he would quietly look. Entering a wide space, he saw a lot of mucus. It covered the eggs lying on the ground, and there were also cocoons made of spider webs hanging from the ceiling. Lin Shen thought, "Is this a spider den?" He quickly shook his head in different directions and looked around. The mouse was sitting on his shoulder. Then Lin Shen noticed someone and said, "What?" A system window appeared with information about the gorilla. It says that this ape has the ancestry of the ancient evil monster, Ruan. This is described in the classics of mountains and seas. The length of this body is 45 meters, and its weight is 135 tons. The system does not know what the monkey ate, that it turned into a person. In front of Ling Shen was a beautiful girl. She has short, brown hair and an attractive figure. She was glued to the wall by a strange, green slime and could not move. Ling Shen was shocked. He opened his mouth and shouted, Is she a gorilla? How did she become human? Also, is she a woman?" The gorilla heard him turn around. He brought his face closer to hers. Then he said gloatingly that she was so big. How could she get so small? Also, the chest wound has not healed. She asked displeasedly, "Is it him? What is he doing here?" Her words were still not very clear. He said, "Wow, she has become human and can talk." Maybe the gorilla tried to cultivate and improve, but turned into a little goblin. She screamed at him to be careful and turn around. Lin Shen saw that there were many eyes glowing on the ceiling and in the depths of the cave. In addition, strange monsters were approaching them. They look like alien lizards. They only have strong front legs, elongated ears, and a head. The strangest thing is that they have 2 rows of small, green eyes. Lin Shen began to worry. The gorilla said that he had turned into a man. Why didn't he come earlier? One of the monsters screamed and began to attack Ling Shen. He grabbed it with one hand and squeezed. The monster didn't expect the enemy to be so big. Ling Shen looked at it in surprise. A system window appeared with information about them. This is a dead, rotten reptile. It has the bloodline of the ancient monster Xiang Liu. This is described in the classics of mountains and seas. The body of this is from 10 to 60 meters long, and its weight is from 30 to 180 tons. They live in groups, have sharp fangs and a powerful tail. They can spray a rare poison. Lin Shen remembered that other children scared him of lizards when he was a child. He said that these huge geckos are the enemies of gorillas. They are the lords of the underworld of Abyss Island. He frowned and said it was disgusting. The monster opened its mouth to bite his hand. Lin Shen said displeasedly that the lizard dare not bite him. He squeezed the body of this one and the lizard's head exploded. There was mucus in his paw. He said, "Ugh." Lin Shen said that there were too many disgusting reptiles crawling around in the cave. He waved his hand to remove the mucus and looked around angrily. A flock of monsters was approaching him. One of them quickly ran to attack him. Lin Shen said to keep the monster away. He kicked it in the head, sending it flying backwards. Another monster was already crawling on his back. It wanted to bite his dorsal fin. However, when the monster closed its jaws tightly, its teeth broke. Lin Shen shook it off, but there were already a lot of other lizards crawling on him. They also approached from the far corners of the cave. Lin Shen asked if they were finished. Then he will show them his strength. He began to tense up and concentrate energy in the spikes. The fin began to glow blue and get warm, and a lot of lightning appeared on it. Monsters were fried and impaled on its spikes. Ling Shen's eyes also sparkled brightly. The gorilla looked in surprise at his strength. All the monsters fell off his back, leaving disgusting trails of slime. Lin Shen exhaled. He started screaming that his whole body was covered in mucus and it was terribly disgusting. He raised his hands up without touching his body. The gorilla saw that one of the monsters saw her. He screamed and began to approach her. Ling Shen stepped on this and crushed it. He stood in front of her, blocking her with himself. Ling Shen asked who would dare to approach her. The monsters looked at the crushed body and were afraid to approach. They didn't want to leave, but they were also afraid to attack. Ling Shen frowned and said that he would not let them go. He began to concentrate his energy. Ling Shen shouted that they were disgusting and that they would all die. He then released a huge beam of explosive breath from their mouths. It flew through the entire cave and burned the lizards. They were roasted by fire and lightning. When Ling Shen stopped doing this, they looked like fried, smoking statues. The gorilla looked at his ability in surprise. Ling Shen said that she didn't need to worry. With it, no monster attacks her. He turned and smiled, showing a heart with his fingers. He began to remove the mucus that stuck to it with his claw. Then she also began to remove it with her hands. Ling Shen's eyes reflected her chest and wound. He looked away and hummed. He asked that he was interested in how she became human. He also thought that the wound on her chest looked severe. She suddenly jumped to the ground and Ling Shen looked at her again. She stood near a huge stone and was looking for something. The gorilla examined the bones throughout the cave. She picked up a huge animal bone and swung it to smash it against the stone. Ling Shen thought, "Is she looking for a weapon?" He raised his hands, indicating that he did not want to fight. Then he awkwardly said that she shouldn't be afraid. He, Ling Shen, never bullies the weak. A mouse was running nearby. He saw something unexpected. The gorilla was holding some kind of brown fruit in his hand. She was trying to say that if you eat this, you will change. She hasn't done well so far. She showed this by bringing the fruit to her mouth. Ling Shen asked, "Did she become a human after eating this?" He looked at it in surprise and stretched out his hands to the fruit. He asked if this could be the legendary devil fruit, or something similar to the transformation pill from fantasy novels. They left the cave. Ling Shen said that now the gorilla will witness a miracle. He smiled and pointed at himself with his thumb. The gorilla was still in human form. She stood next to him and was very small. Ling Shen began to form a fireball in his mouth. He shot a small beam of fire at the mountain of logs. The blue flame immediately ignited. The gorilla was scared, but then looked at the fire and Ling Shen. He winced, sticking out his tongue. He decided that he would not eat such disgusting food. Ling Shen tried to fry the lizard monster, but he thought that he should eat it. Although the taste will be disgusting, it needs evolution points. The gorilla tilted its head and looked without understanding. Ling Shen picked up the roasted carcass. He thought that it still smelled delicious. The gorilla looked at the lizard and also said that it smelled delicious. Her stomach growled with hunger. Ling Shen said that the meat is ready. "It smells delicious, right? Here comes the barbecue." He brought the juicy meat to the gorilla and the mouse. The mouse squealed happily, and the gorilla said it was delicious, delicious. The two of them happily ate the same carcass. Ling Shen said that this is really not bad. He stuffed almost the entire lizard's body into his mouth. With his mouth full of food, he said that he liked Sister Monkey better. He also likes the way she looks now. But can she still turn back into a gorilla? If she became a gorilla in a cave, then the reptiles would not be able to harm her. She happily took a bite of meat. The happy and well-fed monkey said that he could no longer transform. He asked what? What nasty fruit did she eat? Ling Shen also continued to eat. He said she couldn't live like this in this jungle. The area is filled with monsters. Ling Shen took a bite and asked, "How could it be so delicious? Is this the taste of the veins?" Ling Shen thought, does the monkey have parents, brothers, sisters? Or is she completely alone? He recalled often eating seafood with his father as a child. If the monkey had not met him today, he would have been eaten by rotten reptiles. He frowned and took another bite. Now, in this body form, she will not live until tomorrow. Ling Shen asked little Kun Kun, "Can Ling turn her into a gorilla?" Kun appeared and said that of course he could. The system is complex and can do incredible things. He got glasses. It approached the gorilla and looked at her thoughtfully. It said it had to analyze the composition of the fruit. Lin Shen asked happily, "Oh, can it find the fruit and analyze the composition? Then it can turn her into a gorilla." Kun said that he would find out the composition, and then he could change it. She will eat a new fruit and turn into a gorilla. This will then give her the ability to transform from a gorilla to a human. Lin Shen shouted that this is great. They need to find this fruit faster. If he also transforms into a human and a monster, he can return to the human world. He thought that he would run to his parents and they would hug. Ling Shen was joyful and became enthusiastic. He said the first login was in the Mariana Trench. This means he is on the ground. If so, then he will be able to see his parents again. Lin Shen asked if the monkey remembered where he found the fruit. She said that this is a cliff. There is a mountain of bones. Lin Shen said that's good. Now they will eat and she will take them there. They will be able to pick a few more fruits. Ling Shen will help her transform back. He quickly began to eat the remaining reptile. The system window notified receiving 645 points for a dead rotten reptile. Then a second system window appeared. The system congratulated him on eating a dead, rotten reptile for the first time. He is given a reward, 20,000 evolution points. Ling Shen happily looked at the message and said that this is cool, a lot of points. Ling Shen thought that he might not be on Earth. This means that he travels in parallel worlds. Ling Shen covered his mouth with his hand and laughed wickedly. He imagined that he and the monkey, in human form, were hugging. He thought that when he became a man, he would start dating a monkey. They will live happily ever after on the island. 2 hours later, they came to high rocks to find fruit. There were indeed a lot of bones and skulls at the base of the cliffs. He said there were too many human bones. There were mountains of skulls around him. He asked what happened there. The monkey sat on his shoulder. She pointed her finger forward and said the fruit was there. Ling Shen also craned his neck to look. At the very top of the garden there grew a tree with large fruits. It grew straight out of the rock, almost horizontally. Ling Shen saw that it was incredibly high. The monkey said this is it. He said the fruit had a strange shape. It doesn't look like a magic fruit. The fruits were similar in color and shape to mushrooms, but they had some kind of patterns on them. Lin Shen confidently said that he would take me to the mountain and the council a few pieces. He began to roll up the sleeves he didn't have. He caught the rock with his sharp claws. Ling Shen continued to climb up the cliff. He saw a pterosaur flying above the tree. Ling Shen hoped that it would not attack. He was already very close to the tree. Lin Shen thought that he was at a great height. It will be very difficult to fight there. But the pterosaur opened its mouth, screamed, and began to fly towards him. He looked at it annoyed and thought, of course it's attacking him. The pterosaur flew up to the tree and picked a fruit with its mouth. Lin Shen asked, did it come to pick the fruit? Ling Shen said gloatingly that they would look at his transformation. The pterosaur's body began to glow yellow. It diminished and a bright, white silhouette of a man appeared. A naked man with a strange hairstyle appeared instead of a pterosaur. He tried to flap his limbs, but they weren't wings. He fell to the ground from a great height, and this caused dust to rise. Lin Shen thought that now it's clear where such a mountain of bones came from. The monsters ate the fruit and turned into people. Then they fell off the cliff and were killed. Ling Shen followed this process closely. He thought it was a very sinister place. They will pick the fruit and leave. He turned away and began to climb further. Lin Shen saw something and was horrified. A bird sat on a rock in front of a tree. It was gigantic and creepy. Against the backdrop of blue and purple feathers, its red eyes looked scary. The bird tilted its bald neck and looked closely at Ling Shen. A system window with information about the bird appears. This is the deadly lark, a mysterious and large bird. She has the bloodline of the ancient beast Yukan. This is described in the classics of mountains and seas. Its height is 65 meters, and its weight is 130 tons. Usually its appearance is always accompanied by death. Lin Shen thought, death bird? Why did she come? Is she the keeper of this place? Lin Shen didn't understand why she was looking like that. The expression on her face looks like she is mocking them. The bird leaned towards them even more. Ling Shen said in a panic that she was getting closer. He thought, how should he feel when a bird laughs at him? The bird watched him carefully. There was only silence in the air. Ling Shen thought that it seemed like she didn't want to attack. He stopped holding onto the rock with his front paws and stretched his neck. He said hello. Then he explained, his friend said that this fruit was very tasty, so he came. Ling Shen reached out his hand towards the fruit. He said he'd try it. Lin Shen picked the fruit and thanked her. He said he wouldn't distract her. Ling Shen smiled and politely said goodbye. The bird imagined in his head that he would eat this fruit and turn into a man. Then he will not be able to stay on the rock, will fall and die. She looked at him displeased. Then she opened her huge wings and prepared to take off. Ling Shen was scared. A huge vulture rose into the air. She quickly flew down, clinging to the rock. A vulture flew next to Ling Shen, causing him to shout in fear. Lin Shen said that this bird is crazy. She was calm, but why did she become hostile? A vulture flew below them near the rock. Lin Shen said displeasedly that he only took 2 of her fruits. He handed the kun fruits and asked if he could enter them into the system. It is inconvenient for him to carry them with him. Kun took 2 fruits and said that he could add them to the system. To analyze fruits you will need 100,000 evolution points. Ling Shen now only has 93310. Now Kun will not be able to carry out the analysis. Lin Shen said that this is bad. If he knew, he wouldn't waste evolution points just like that. It doesn't matter now. If Kun cannot analyze, then let him not do it. A vulture quickly flew towards them, eyes sparkling. Ling Shen was worried. He asked if Kun could not see what was happening now. He is very busy. The bird rose high and descended again, its claws outstretched. She stabbed Ling Shen, leaving deep marks. He screamed in pain. Ling Shen tried to hit the bird with his tail, but it dodged. The vulture again rose high into the air, but she noticed something. Ling Shen said that she attacked in vain. Now he doesn't strike. He'll cook a roast bird. A bright blue glow began to appear from his stalemate. Ling Shen fired a radioactive beam from his mouth. But then he thought that this ability had a kickback. The bird wanted to dodge, but the beam hit its wing. The feathers began to burn, and the bird flapped its wings and could not put it out. She began to fall to the ground. Lin Shen thought that the explosive breath and radioactive beam did not scare the bird. He won't be able to defeat her with this. He must find an opportunity. Then use explosive breathing with high precision. Then he doesn't strike. While the bird was falling, it was able to extinguish the wing. She managed to stop and fly upward. Ling Shen saw the bird's eerie face and red eyes. He shouted that she was coming. Ling Shen jumped off the cliff and landed on the back of the bird. She was surprised and moved down a little. But then she flew high into the sky again. Ling Shen sat on her like a horse. He said that now he is like a knight on this vulture. Ling Shen grabbed her and bit her on the neck. The bird felt pain. It became unbearable and she got angry. She quickly began to fly up and down, trying to throw Ling Shen off. Her eyes glowed brightly and viciously red. Due to the strong flow of wind, Ling Shen's mouth opened and her cheeks filled with air. The monkey also had difficulty holding on to his shoulder. The bird once again rose high into the sky above the rock. She did not stop and rose above the clouds. She was enveloped in a barrier of air as she flew through the clouds. Ling Shen looked down. He said, "Wow, this is very beautiful." He never flew an airplane in his previous life. He didn't expect to be in a monster's body and fly another monster. He also didn't expect that this was how he would recognize the feeling of soaring into the sky. The bird made a sharp turn and began to fly down. She was approaching the rock again. Monkey and Ling Shen tried to hold on tightly. He said the bird was going to hit the rock. The wind made snot fly from his eyes and nose, and drool came out of his mouth. Why is the bird so crazy? The bird fearlessly flew straight towards the rock. Lin Shen looked to the side. He only now noticed that there was a lake very close. They were flying almost over it. Ling Shen thought that he would choose the moment and use explosive breath. Then he will jump into the lake. Since he now has rough skin and a strong body, he will not break. He began to concentrate his energy. His spikes again became charged with electricity. He said irritably that the bird should not think that it was the only one in despair. Didn't her mother say that you shouldn't quarrel with honest people? He formed a fireball and began to aim. Ling Shen used explosive breath. He jumped up and directed a beam at the bird's back, which set its feathers on fire. The blast beam also pushed the bird and Ling Shen in different directions. He stopped using the ability and fell towards the lake. The monkey held onto him and screamed. They fell into the water at great speed, raising a large column of water. The bird hit a rock and a tree. Now there was a large bald spot and abrasions on her back. A lot of fruits and trees began to fall from the tree. The vulture flew down, trying to catch them. But she herself did not have enough strength and began to fall straight into a mountain of skulls. Ling Shen and the monkey floated to the surface, loudly exhaling air. Lin Shen saw that the bird was lying in bones, and trees were floating on the lake. He clenched his fists in victory and laughed. He said they won. Lin Shen told Sister Monkey that they would eat chicken today. While he was screaming, a fruit fell into his mouth as it fell from a cliff. He accidentally swallowed it. Lin Shen touched his throat doubtfully. He asked what just fell into his mouth. He realized with horror that this was a transformation fruit. Ling Shen's body began to glow. He shook his head in different directions in fear. His body continued to shrink. He screamed that he didn't want to get smaller. But now his paws have turned into hands and a human body has appeared. Then the tail gradually disappeared. Ling Shen was surprised by his appearance. He asked, "Is this his body after transformation?" He looked contentedly at his pumped-up body. Lin Shen said that a strong man should have these muscles. It should also be quite handsome. His white hair and gray eyes remained, but his ears became sharp, like an elf's. He stood completely naked, and the monkey looked at him. Ling Shen turned and looked at his back. He asked what it was. Why did he still have a small tail after his transformation? Also, why does it look like a pig's tail? He was submerged in water up to his head. Lin Shen said that the bird might be alive. It's too dangerous to be human now. The system requires almost 7,000 more evolution points. This is the only way it will analyze the fruit. If the bird is dead, he can take a small bite and get points. He thoughtfully made bubbles in the water with his nose. Lin Shen said that the system will analyze and make a new fruit. Then he will turn into a dragon. Ling Shen noticed that the bird was moving a little. He spat out the water and said this couldn't be happening. She's not dead. The bird rose above Mount Cherepovets with the body of a man in its beak. One of her eyes was closed. Ling Shen asked what was that green crystal in front of her. The bird spat out the man's body and grabbed the crystal. The vulture's body began to glow green. Lin Shen thought, did she eat this and the wounds began to heal? He was very surprised by this ability. The completely healthy bird moved and began to flap its wings. She rose into the air and began to fly away. Lin Shen thought that he was lucky. Otherwise, she would have killed him. He said in disappointment that it was still a big loss. He wanted to fry her. He thought that he should quickly find a place to hide. He can find small monsters to devour. She and her monkey sister swam forward underwater. Even if Ling Shen fails, he will find several corpses and eat them. He decided to gain evolution points as quickly as possible. Sister Monkey was already on the shore. Lin Shen was still swimming. He thought that he should have taken a little bite from the bird. Sister Monkey turned to him. She shouted that he needed to swim faster. There was danger behind him. Ling Shen turned around. He shouted that it was the royal crocodile. It quickly swam and opened its mouth to bite him. Lin Shen dodged and the crocodile's mouth closed. He shouted, "This is mean. Crocodile doesn't know the rules of combat. It is very large, but uses sneaky attacks." Lin Shen saw a whole flock of crocodiles swimming towards him. He asked if they liked playing with him so much. Ling Shen then said that he couldn't do anything with this small body. But we must remember that they are in the jungle, infested with monsters. It is possible that he will die very, very soon. Ling Shen shouted that he didn't want to die. He wants to turn into a monster. He began to row his arms and swim as quickly as possible. Lin Shen was leaving behind a path of splashes and crocodiles. His hands moved like a boat engine. He shouted that he needed to hurry. Faster. Lin Shen said that he swam away from the royal crocodiles. Once he was told that at a critical moment a person's abilities increase. This turned out to be true. A crocodile suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked his way. He stopped and said, "These scoundrels are attacking directly in the front and rear." Ling Shen shouted that he had no choice. He will fight the crocodile. After that, he jumped high out of the water and began to fly towards the crocodile. Ling Shen first closed the crocodile's mouth with his hands, and its teeth clicked loudly. Crocodiles have powerful adductor muscles of the lower jaw. With their help, they are easily able to bite through bones. But the outgoing muscles of the lower jaw are much thinner and weaker. Because of this, the crocodile's mouth opens weakly. Therefore, an adult is able to hold their mouths closed with their hands. Ling Shen held onto the crocodile's mouth and leaned his whole body onto it. Ling Shen thought that the crocodile would not scare him so easily even in this body. His brain is still there, so he uses his wits. The crocodile's eyes flashed furiously. Ling Shen frowned. The crocodile began to spin and fall to the ground, and then again to its stomach. Ling Shen struggled to hold on. He thought, what should he do? If he lets go, the king crocodile will eat him. He strained his biceps as much as possible and tried to hold the crocodile. If he doesn't let go, the crocodiles from behind will catch up with him and tear him to pieces. Sister Monkey screamed, "Hurry up!" Ling Shen looked up in surprise. The sister monkey flew on a vine and held out the end to him. The vine was very long and went straight down to the crocodile's head. Ling Shen tried to take it with one hand and hold the crocodile's mouth with the other. Behind him, crocodiles quickly ran, ready to bite. Lin Shen grabbed the vine and quickly began to climb up. From behind, the crocodiles almost bit his legs with their terrible jaws. Ling Shen flew up, and the empty mouths of the crocodiles slammed shut loudly. Sister Monkey skillfully guided the vine towards the shore while Ling Shen tried to hold on. Sister Monkey landed deftly on the ground, and Ling Shen fell to the side. The sister monkey spread her legs wide apart and began screaming and beating her chest. Ling Shen held his head because it hurt. He laughed and said that he was saved by a girl who was a Tarzan cosplayer. Suddenly, a crocodile appeared from the lake, opened its mouth wide and growled. They managed to run back. There was a tree trunk between the crocodile's jaws. Lin Shen asked why crocodiles are so smart. Can they even make sneak attacks like this? The sister monkey began to scream loudly at the crocodile, like a gorilla. Lin Shen grabbed her in a panic and asked why she was screaming. Compared to the crocodile, they are now too small, and it was clearly angry. They need to take more air into their lungs and run. They began to run away from the angry crocodile who was hunting them. Ling Shen shouted that Sister Monkey should run faster. They ran, but the crocodile did not stop chasing them. Lin Shen asked, "Did they eat so many royal crocodiles? This may be the reason for such strong hatred towards them." He said his body and legs became very small. He can't run faster than this giant. Kun appeared in front of Ling Shen. He asked mockingly, "When did the owner become so small?" Ling Shen annoyedly told Kong to shut up. He asked Kun for help. He asked if he could take the points as credit and turn into a monster. Kun replied that little Kunto is a principled Kun. Lin Shen does not have enough points, so there will be no analysis of the fruit. Ling Shen burst into tears and plaintively began to beg Kun for help. He said that his small and respected ancestor was right. But does it have a heart? Kun must understand Ling Shen. Would he have enough empathy to not watch Ling Shen being torn apart? He clasped his hands in prayer. Ling Shen again asked to be allowed to find a monster to devour. Now Ling Shen is a walking delivery food. Kun shrugged his shoulders in a relaxed manner and said that there was nothing he could do. He asks for forgiveness, but the owner of the system is left to his own devices. Ling Shen shouted that this was cruel. He covered his chest with his hands and said that he wasn't even wearing clothes. Its appearance invites crocodiles to eat. Kun laughed hard and said that he could give him a free skin. Ling Shen now wore good clothes. They continued to run all this time. He turned around and looked at his sister monkey. She quickly began to climb a huge tree. Lin Shen said, "Wow, she is very smart. She knows how to use her strong abilities." Sister monkey shouted for him to quickly take me upstairs. Lin Shen shouted from below that he couldn't do it. In his previous life, his greatest fear was climbing trees. Then he gritted his teeth and said that it doesn't matter now. He needs to get up. He jumped onto a tree and screamed. The crocodile did not have time to grab it and snapped its mouth. Lin Shen was very scared and quickly climbed up, screaming. Ling Shen noticed that this was strange. He said that this is not stimulation of physical abilities in a critical situation. In his past life, he used all his powers. But I could never do even one pull-up on the horizontal bar. Now Ling Shen, even in human form, is several times stronger. This is very different from his previous life. He caught up with his sister monkey and said that this is great. The crocodile was watching them below. It began to hit the roots of the tree with its body, trying to break it. Ling Shen's leg stopped holding onto the tree. He fell straight onto a huge crocodile. Lin Shen didn't expect this and was shocked and could only say that this was not good. The sister monkey managed to grab his hand. She held onto the vine with her other hand. She called him a fool. Lin Shen smiled with relief and thanked sister monkey. He wondered why there was a caustic mockery on her face. Another crocodile has already come running below. They continued to climb as high as possible. Finally, they climbed onto a huge tree branch. Ling Shen was very tired at this point. He fell and spread his limbs wide. Sister monkey was also tired, so they tried to catch their breath. A flock of royal crocodiles appeared under the tree. They all started hitting the tree, shaking it. Ling Shen looked at them disparagingly. He asked, "Do they think that they, tiny reptiles, will shake a huge tree? Their efforts are already doomed to failure." Ling Shen is someone who becomes overconfident in security. Sister monkey looked at him carefully. He asked what was bothering her. She can tell right away. She laughed and asked if he wanted to train with her. He stood up and asked irritably, what did she say? Does she want to fight him? The sister monkey began to attack without warning. Lin Shen became worried and asked if she was sure. She easily bent his arm to the side and looked angrily to the side. Ling Shen shouted for her to stop. There is no time for quarrels now. But the sister monkey began to look up and beat her chest. A giant python crawled above them. A system window appeared with information about this. This is a prehistoric python. Its body length is 70 meters and its width is 5 meters. It weighs 70 tons. The python is not poisonous. It hides in trees and attacks its prey stealthily. Lin Shen shouted that there was one animal on the island that was bigger than the other. He told Kun that the monster compass works well. It constantly shows that all opponents are stronger than it. The huge python hissed and its violet eyes sparkled. Lin Shen said kindly that he had not eaten a single python. So why does brother python look so angry? The python suddenly tried to strike with its tail. Ling Shen and sister monkey jumped and dodged. She grabbed Ling Shen's hand and said that they had to run away immediately. She jumped with him onto another branch. Then she deftly jumped on different branches. But Ling Shen remained where his sister monkey had left him. Lin Shen also began to try to jump. He asked the system if it could give him the fruit of transformation. A huge python quickly climbed between the branches, breaking it. Lin Shen said that he wanted to throw the fruit into the python's mouth. Then he will turn into the head of a man, fall and be eaten by crocodiles. Kun showed him the receipt and said that to get the fruit you need 100,000 points. Ling Shen shouted that he didn't have 100,000 evolution points. He doesn't need to analyze the fruit. He needs at least an ordinary one. Kun said he needed to pay 100,000 points. Then the procedure will begin. Lin Shen shouted indignantly. He asked, even if he had that much, would he have to wait for the work to finish? Lin Shen said that there are too many bugs in the system. Kun folded his arms over his chest offendedly. Lin Shen asked. Kun is really looking forward to his death, right? He said that he would complain to the developers and write a bad review. Sister Monkey flew over them, jumping onto a branch. A python was approaching her. She landed on a branch as the python opened its mouth to bite her. Ling Shen jumped towards her and said, "Be careful." He pushed her aside, but found himself in front of the python's mouth. Sister Monkey flew to the side and shouted, "No." She saved her, but the python's mouth slammed shut with Ling Shen inside. Ling Shen fell down the long stomach. He was caught in the nasty organ. He began to look around and use his hands to make the space larger. Lin Shen asked, "Where is he?" He said it smelled terrible in there. "This is simply disgusting." Lin Shen asked, "Did it go into the python's stomach? Was he eaten by a python?" He said that. Fortunately, the gastric juice had not yet begun to act. His face became pale from such abomination. He was removing slime from his clothes. Due to his good physical shape, he is not vomiting yet. Lin Shen said that the corroding of his body would still begin, so we need to find a way to get out of there. Kun appeared next to him. Ling Shen thought that he had not tried his abilities in a human body yet. He decided to test the effect of skills in the human body. Ling Shen began to accumulate energy. Blue lightning began to spread across his body. He decided to test explosive breathing first. This way he can burn a hole and escape. Kun shouted for Ling Shen to stop. If he continues to condense energy, he will die. He in human form and thunder dragon form have different body densities and structures. When he is human, he cannot resist this destructive energy. Kun said that Ling Shen had now condensed 1/1,000,000th of the explosive breath. It won't be able to burn a hole, but the energy will improve its ability to bite and swallow. Ling Shen continued to tense up. Kun said that explosive breathing is replaced by explosive bite in the human body. Lin Shen asked, "If he eats the internal organs of this python now, will he get evolution points?" "He needs to fill up the points, then he will become a monster again." He shouted confidently and said it was disgusting, but he will eat a few pieces. This is nothing to him, the monster. He sank his teeth into the python's guts. His face distorted. He said, "Ugh, it feels like he ate socks that haven't been washed in a week." The system window reported that he received 150 evolution points for the prehistoric python. Ling Shen happily said that this is great. He will eat a few more pieces and will be able to make up the missing points. System windows appeared and reported that I had received 160 points for python. Lin Shen continued to gnaw out the insides. System windows kept popping up with score information. Ling Shen used his explosive bite to chew. The python felt terrible pain inside and began to move. Ling Shen also fell in different directions and was hit. He said no, the python is turning over, but he confidently said that no movements would prevent him from biting through the python's belly. He noticed something. The walls of his stomach began to thicken around him. He asked, "What? Is this python trying to spit it out?" Ling Shen spread his arms and legs, making space. He asked maliciously, "Is the python so bad?" Lin Shen laughed and said that it swallowed it itself. Now it won't be able to drive him out. Ash Kun appeared with him. It said that the current evolution points are 100,090 units. Kun asked if he wanted to purchase the fruit. Ling Shen's eyes sparkled, and he happily said yes. A system window appears. It says that the process of synthesis of the fruit of transformation has begun. The current process is 1%. Estimated completion time is 30 minutes. Lin Shen looked at the loading sign with displeasure. He asked Kun displeasedly, "What kind of deception is this? Why does he have to stay in such a place for another 30 minutes? He asked if the system could speed up the process. Kun shook his fins and said that he could. For every 1,000 evolution points, he can speed up the process by 20%. Ling Shen grabbed Kong's cheeks. He shouted that Kun was asking for evolution points again. "You can't be so obsessed with points." Kun screamed as Ling Shen squeezed his cheeks. It said that evolution points are like gasoline. If you don't give them to Kun, then the system won't work. Ling Shen said that Kun is just a devil. The system is simply terrible. Kun rubbed his cheeks. Ling Shen cried and said that he was making him eat such disgusting food. Still, system windows appeared. The first window reported 150 points for Python. The second reported 130 points. The third reported 140 points. The system then reported that Lin Shen had paid 1,000 evolution points. The current analysis process is 25%. Lin Shen looked at the loading window and sighed. Kun said sadly that there weren't enough points. Lin Shen immediately began to quickly run inside the stomach and bite it. System Windows notified about receiving 150 points. He then received 170. The system reported that Lin Shen had paid 1,000 points and was now progressing at 48%. Another system window reported payment of 1,000 points and progress of 71%. At this time, the python could not stand the pain and moved very actively. The crocodiles got scared of this and began to leave. Finally, the loading window showed 100% progress. The system window asked if Ling Shen wanted to extract the fruit. There were two possible answers, yes and no. Lin Shen said exhaustedly, yes. A glowing green fruit appeared in front of him. Lin Shen thought that he understood now. Red fruit transforms the body, and green fruit saves life. He began to eat a huge fruit. Lin said it was quite tasty, but a little bitter. He threw away the bone and said that was all. Now he's finished. It's time for him to transform. Ling Shen's belly was full of food and he sat panting. He stood up, his eyes shining blue. He said happily, transformation. Ling Shen, concentrate energy. A little lightning appeared around him. Lin Shen asked the system with suspicion, why is nothing happening? It didn't deceive him and sting an ordinary fruit, did it? Kun said that he had already talked about this. It said it analyzed the transformation fruit. It discovered that there is an energy in this that does not belong to this world. He showed an example on the system window. Kun said that the energy enters the monster's body. It transforms his life source into a core the size of a human fist. Due to the transformation of the source of life, the monster turns into a human. Kun said that he converted the fruit's energy. Now the concentration of Ling Shen's energy should become denser. He should now have a better feel for the crystalline core in his body. The crystal in his body spread energy. Kun told Ling Shen to use her mind to destroy the crystal core. Ling Shen needs to channel the core energy into the limbs and bones. This way he can become a monster. The crystal breaks and the man turns into a monster. Lin Shen asked the system displeasedly, is he sure that this is true? Sounds too suspicious. The crystalline core is also strange. Kun can promise that if he destroys this, he won't lose all his powers. Lin Shen said that this was reminiscent of many situations from martial arts novels. Ling Shen poked Kun's stomach while he laughed. Kun said that the truth is not trying to deceive him. Whether it is true or false, he must check for himself. Ling Shen sat in the lotus position and tried to be like a Buddha. He asked if he wanted to find the crystalline core. Should he sit like this? How long does he need to do this? 7 days and nights. Kun said not to think about anything. He just needs to close his eyes and feel. Lin Shen said that he would try. He concentrated and seemed to be looking for a stone, wandering around his body. He felt the chakras and finally the blue crystal. Lin Shen asked, did he really find it? A small version of Ling Shen stood in front of the sparkling crystal. He asked how he could break this cannonball. And then we need to direct the energy of the crystal into his limbs. He remembered that in a previous life, his physical education teacher taught everyone to throw a ball. The purpose of this was to learn how to use maximum strength in the arms and wrists. Is feeling the energy of the ball the same as feeling the strength of your muscles? At that time, Ling Shen was in the women's sports group. In his previous life, he studied theoretical issues well. But during real actions he was haunted by failures. He didn't even have time to throw the ball when he missed it due to weakness. Now he stood in front of the crystal. He said that now he is not that small and weak chicken. Everything will definitely work out. He extended his hands to the crystal and said that he felt this energy. He smiled and said that he now understood the feeling. The crystal in front of him shattered into many small pieces. He said yes, he did it. Ling Shen began to glow brightly and gradually turn into a monster. The python was already in pain, but now his body was swollen. Sister Monkey stood on a branch and beat her chest. The python felt incredible pain and opened its mouth. A huge dragon emerged from his body, tearing the python apart. Sister Monkey was happy that Ling Shen was fine. The crocodiles were immediately afraid when they saw him. Ling Shen raised his hands and laughed. He said he's finally back. He told these reptiles to come to him. Didn't they enjoy tormenting him? His eyes sparkled. He turned sharply towards the crocodiles, kicking up dust. Lin Shen said that he did not expect such a danger from obtaining the transfiguration fruit. He quickly defeated the crocodiles, and now there was a whole mountain of dead crocodiles. Lin Shen said that he was lucky and lucky. Otherwise he would have died. He decided to never become human again. He had never been so scared. Lin Shen took the crocodile carcass. At this time, the mouse and Sister Monkey were trying to put logs into a fire. Lin Shen said that he felt much more comfortable in the body of a monster. He used his explosive breath and lit the fire. Ling Shen said that he doesn't care if he has a huge mouth. He has a round belly, short arms, thick ribs, but he is a thunder dragon. He is the king of all monsters. Sister Monkey tried to tell him something, but he didn't hear her because her voice was too quiet for him. She began to jump and scream louder so that he would notice her. She asked why he returned to this form, and he was bigger than the last time she saw him in this form. Lin Shen fried a python and a crocodile on a stick. He smiled and said that he follows a healthy schedule every day. Also eats almost everything. That's why he's so strong and tall. Ling Shen didn't want to tell the secret about the system. Sister Monkey realized that he was lying, but did not say anything. Lin Shen almost fried the crocodiles. He said it smells very good. It's time to try this. The Mandarin and the monkey sister were also waiting for food. Lin Shen ate the python. He said he missed eating good food while he was in this stomach. He'll cook the python better. The system congratulated him on eating the prehistoric python for the first time. He received one fruit of life as a reward. The Mandarin and the monkey sister ate the crocodile. Another system has appeared with information about the fruit. The fruit of life is a fruit that has a powerful source of life inside it. By eating it, you can cure any wound, even a fatal one. Lin Shen looked at the small, green fruit in surprise. He asked if the system makes any mistakes. It's just Chinese bitter gourd. Kun said that this fruit is only similar to bitter gourd. Besides, what's wrong with that? Pumpkins are good too. They have a lot of protein, fiber, amino acids. Pumpkin also contains a lot of minerals and carbohydrates. Kun added that the fruit can reduce fever, detoxify and reduce fatigue. It clears the mind and improves vision. Kun said that Ling Shen simply doesn't understand food. Ling Shen looked at Kun incredulously and said that he was trying to deceive him. Kun knows that what Ling Shen dislikes most is bitter gourd. But he thought it would be a shame to throw away the pumpkin. He will give it to his sister monkey. Yet her wound has not yet healed. He brought the fruit to her and told her to try it. She asked, "This fruit?" It wasn't so small in her hands. She immediately began to eat the fruit. She only swallowed one piece. But her face turned pale and she was stuck. The sister monkey threw the fruit and began to spit it out. She said it was very sad. But then she realized that her wound no longer hurt. Her body and especially the wound glowed with a bright green light. Lin Shen said that the restoration effect of the fruit is amazing. The sister monkey quickly began to chew the entire fruit. She said that her strength overwhelmed her. She began happily beating her chest and screaming. Ling Shen said that she had just healed the wound. She doesn't need to beat her chest and scream so loud. If she hadn't constantly hit her chest, the injury would have healed long ago. She said in confusion that when she sees a monster, she immediately screams and beats her chest. If she's lucky, she can avoid a fight this way. Lin Shen asked, "Doesn't she fight right away?" Then why did she attack him when they first met? She replied that he was very annoying back then. Anyone who dares to steal her food will be severely beaten. She started hitting herself again. Ling Shen told her not to think about it. He shouldn't have tried to negotiate with the gourmet. She said that when it comes to her food or territory, she will scream. If this doesn't help, he will fight. Lin Shen thought about it. He said that if you don't shout to defend the territory, you will have to fight. The world of monsters is quite simple. You need to follow the rules and you can live normally. The sister monkey continued to eat the crocodile's leg. Ling Shen laughed proudly. He asked if he roars, will everyone realize that he is the strongest? And if you show explosive breathing, what will happen? He thought that the python would immediately get scared. From these thoughts he began to smile. Sister Monkey looked at him with incomprehension. Lin Shen continued to eat. He told the monkey sister to finish eating quickly. He needs to score a lot of points, and then he will help her become a gorilla again. He asked, by the way, that strange bird almost killed him. Lin Shen asked how she managed to eat the fruit and avoid the vulture. But after that she was able to get caught by a group of reptiles. Sister Monkey said that she wanted to eat, so she decided to collect fruits. She simply ate the fruit straight from the tree. Now she recalled it with dissatisfaction. She said she suddenly shrank and turned into a human. Lin Shen blushed and imagined her turning into a naked girl. Sister Monkey screamed and asked loudly what he presented. She threw a bone at his head. She said she started to fall but got caught on a rock. She began to hang like this on the rock. She noticed that the demonic reptile began to fall from the cliff. She climbed higher and saw that many reptiles and a bird were fighting in the cave. They climbed on her like Ling Shen. It seemed to the sister of the monkeys that they were winning. The bird's head became almost bald. The reptiles knocked her to the ground and bit her, leaving green mucus. Lin Shen asked in surprise, "What? Did the reptiles also mock this strange bird?" Lin Shen said that now he and the bird have a common enemy, so they need to make friends. He needs to talk to the bird. Sister Monkey remembered that she looked into the cave. She said the bird had gotten away from the reptiles. She flew high and they fell from her body. But the reptiles noticed their sister monkey and grabbed her. They glued it to the stone. Lin Shen said, so they were the ones who carried her to that cave. Ling Shen was surprised that they didn't eat it right away. It's quite strange. Sister Monkey said that they left her for something. She remembered that in the very depths of the cave there was a huge monster. He has many heads on long necks. She said that they probably wanted to take it to the king of those reptiles. He asked in horror that they wanted to make her their queen. Sister Monkey became very sad. She said that once upon a time the island was very beautiful. She remembered that she and her family walked through beautiful places. The monkey's sister's father carried her on his back. Her mother followed them. Although in this family it is impossible to outwardly distinguish men from women and children, they were happy. But at some point, rotten scavenger geckos appeared. They destroyed the entire island and corroded all the vegetation with mucus. They loosened all the ground. The geckos have destroyed the life force of the island. They constantly appeared deep in the ground. Then, through the passages, they quickly spread throughout the island. Lin Shen said that now it is clear why the surroundings of the reptile cave are so desolate and gloomy. Sister Monkey said that her parents and their monster friends have teamed up. They fought the reptile king. She remembered that her parents said goodbye to her and entered the cave along with the ancient tigers and wolves. But none of them returned. When the monkey sister grew up, she decided to continue the work of her parents. She wanted to protect the island. She also wanted to find the reptile's lair and her parents. She often came to the reptile caves and fought with them. Sister Monkey said they caught her. This is probably due to the fact that she and her parents have the same smell. Lin Shen said that she need not worry. Now she won't fight alone. Sister Monkey began to cry. He said that she is like a sister to him. He will help her achieve her goal. Lin Shen said that this island is now his second home. He won't let the reptiles destroy it. He imagined a huge black reptile in front of him, like a snake. This monster has many skull heads. He said that it would probably be difficult to defeat the reptile king. He also defeated other strong monsters. Lin Shen said that he needed to speed up and raise the levels. He must become a 100-meter monster. When this happens, he will go to the reptile king. Then they will fight. Lin Shen was walking through the forest and was attracted by a sound. A system window appeared with information about the animal. These are spiny jackals. Body length ranges from 5 to 15 meters. Weight from 30 to 50 tons. They are fierce, ferocious, agile, and have a powerful bite. They live in groups. The spine has hard and sharp bone spines that protrude outward. A group of jackals growled at someone. Lin Shen thought, spiked jackals. Where are they from? He saw who they were growling at, and another system window appeared. This is a ground sloth. Body length 35 meters, weight 105 tons. Able to stand on its hind legs and tail to appear larger and more dangerous. It also growled, but the jackals were already attacking. He hit the jackal with one paw and it flew quite far away. The lazy paw left a large, bloody wound. Sloth did the same with the other jackals. They flew in turns, and Ling Shen caught them in his mouth. The sloth stood up high on his hind legs and screamed as he continued to scatter the jackals. Ling Shen said, "The more intense the battle, the better. Both sides must be losers. Then he won't have to interfere, but he will still eat them all." This is a huge sloth that is vigorously suffering with a dozen jackals. Ling Shen definitely wants him to win. He finished the jackal. The system window reported that the jackal was successfully eaten and 250 points were added. Then more system windows appeared after a while. The sloth was very tired. It sank to the ground, and the jackals began to climb onto its body. They tore out many tufts of wool. The sloth gathered his last strength and began to spin in all directions. They tried to throw off the jackals. Lin Shen saw a huge sloth running towards him. He thought, what's going on? Why was it focusing on him? The sloth runs at great speed and will be difficult to stop. Ling Shen hid behind a tree and watched the sloth run by. He hit the sloth's paws with his tail and it fell. The sloth rolled along the ground, making a rut. Ling Shen walked over and began to eat the sloth. He said that this meat is very tasty. The system window notified that a giant sloth was being eaten. He received 500 evolution points. Lin Shen was happy as he ate. He said he got a lot of points from the sloth. He began to bite off a huge piece when the jackals approached him. A pack of animals growled menacingly. One of them jumped, attacking. Ling Shen turned violently in that direction. He grabbed the jackal's mouth and killed it. Ling Shen bit the jackal in half. He happily said that this gave him a lot of evolution points. Ling Shen looked like a real monster hunter with a bloody mouth. The rest of the jackals continued to growl and run towards him. They all jumped together, trying to attack. Lin Shen easily caught them and bit them through. He cut one in half with his tail. He crushed another with his paw. One jackal climbed too high on him and almost reached the sister monkey on his shoulder. She shouted that she would not allow her food to be taken away from her. The jackal bit Ling Shen's shoulder. Blood gushed out and he felt pain. Lin Shen took his sister monkey into his bows. He said she was so small, but she was trying to protect him. You don't need to do this. He began to direct energy into the spikes on his back. The spikes began to emit electricity and the jackals on his back were fried. They immediately died and fell down. Those jackals that did not climb on their backs remained alive. They began to howl. Lin Shen asked what. They couldn't cope with him and started howling to call for help. He ate 2 jackals at once. Lin Shen said that this would give him more evolution points. A huge jackal appeared from the forest. It was much larger than the others. The leader was surrounded by the whole flock. Lin Shen thought, this must be their leader. The jackals were approaching him. Lin Shen ate sloth and received 510 points. He thought, the monster compass shows that he will get a lot of points from the leader. Lin Shen thought that he would not eat it. The huge jackal probably has hard bones. They are difficult to crack. He still has a lot of tasty sloth. He continued to eat and the system windows notified him of adding 510 points for each bite. He thought that he would finish the delicious sloth meat first. The huge jackal was angry that Ling Shen continued to eat. He rose on his hind legs and began to attack. Lin Shen said dissatisfiedly that he was eating. Why was the jackal so angry? He opened his mouth wide and approached the jackal, who was frightened. He told the jackals to leave. Ling Shen did not eat their leader, but he did eat the other one, who was smaller. System Windows notified that 250 evolution points had been added. The leader of the jackals stood aside and growled. It thought, how dare Ling Shen ignore this? It decided to take Ling Shen's life and began to attack. It jumped, putting its paw and claws forward. Ling Shen was eating and sitting with his back to the jackal. He stood up abruptly and joyfully said, "Hooray!" He now has 100,000 evolution points. He hit the jackal hard with his back. The system window showed that he had 100,100 points. He said it was great. Now he can begin the process of restructuring and analysis. He can invest the remaining 2,100 points in a progress bar to make the process faster. The system window reported that the fruit synthesis process had begun. Current progress is 40%. Estimated completion time is 18 minutes. He saw that his sister monkey felt bad. Ling Shen hopes that she can hold out for 18 minutes. There are no monsters nearby that he could absorb. Sister monkey was shaking and her veins were tense. Ling Shen said displeasedly that it was because of the jackals. They took up a lot of his time. His eyes sparkled, and he said there was something else. Behind him stood the leader of the jackals. Lin Shen said that he would have to use it to replenish his points. He began to swing his tail to strike. The jackal dodged and jumped, attacking Ling Shen. But Ling Shen grabbed the jackal with his mouth. The jackal began to whine. It tried to scratch Ling Shen's face, but he shook his head violently and took a bite from the jackal. The monster flew to the ground. It remained alive, but with a hole in its body and bled to death. The jackal began to growl again. Lin Shen remembered the monkey sister's words that it was normal to fight for food and territory. Lin Shen shouted that then the jackal should not interrupt him, Gourmet, from eating. He began to approach the jackal. Ling Shen hit it with his spiked shoulder. The jackal flew far into the forest. It was still alive, but very angry. Ling Shen began to gather air in his mouth, turning it into a blue fiery ray. His eyes glowed brightly. The jackal was surprised by this power and was afraid. Ling Shen released a blast breath beam. A huge force of energy burst out. The beam incinerated the jackal. The energy threw the monster quite far away from Ling Shen. There was a lot of dust and smoke in that place. The jackal's entire neck was burned off, and its skin became scorched, but it remained alive. The jackal was near the stone and only now noticed that he was left completely naked. It began to howl pitifully for someone from the flock to come running. Next to him there were now more jackals, but fewer. Ling Shen smiled maliciously. He asked if they had united to protect their leader. This is good. Now he will have even more evolution points. He looked around and asked why someone continues to howl. He noticed that a wolf with bright, light fur was approaching them. This one has a sword strapped to his back. The wolf looked at Ling Shen and roared. This is a huge monster. Around the wolf's neck is a belt with an iron, round plate. The system window reported that this was the wolf general. He has the ancestry of the ancient monster Chilang. This is described in the classics of mountains and seas. The body length is 50 meters, and the total weight is 150 tons. Ling Shen pointed his finger at him indignantly. He said it wasn't fair. He summoned even more wolves. Besides, he has a huge sword on his back. This is already too unfair. His comrades fought him with bare claws and teeth. The huge wolf walked proudly past his offended subordinates. Lin Shen thought irritably that he should not be underestimated. He is the same size as Ling Shen. Besides, how bad would his condition be if he used a sword? Is he using this to appear cooler? Sister Monkey was still in pain. The wolf looked at her carefully. Lin Shen thought, why is he looking at her like that? Did he decide to eat her? Ling Shen saw the wolf quickly moving towards them. Yellow lightning emanated from it. It opened its mouth and jumped. Lin Shen thought, why did he immediately target Sister Monkey? Ling Shen turned around and hit him with his other shoulder. He asked why he attached such a huge sword to his back. Why does he attack so weakly? Lin Shen saw a wolf's paw with huge claws approaching him. He managed to strike and Ling Shen screamed. There was a mark on his cheek. Ling Shen thought that the wolf was only pretending to aim at Sister Monkey. He wanted to gouge out his eyes. Was this attack a diversion? The wolf began to run in the other direction from Ling Shen. He turned around and jumped high. The wolf again aimed at Ling Shen's shoulder and Sister Monkey. Ling Shen dodged and covered his Sister Monkey with his hand. But the wolf still hit him on the cheek, leaving a bloody abrasion. Lin Shen thought that the wolf was just distracting him. He is looking for Ling Shen's weak point. He will attack his Sister Monkey to distract him, but he will attack his weak point. Is this wolf some kind of master of battles? He wants to trick him. Lin Shen began to closely monitor the wolf. The wolf again jumped into the attack. Ling Shen said that he was just a stupid beast. He shouted irritably that he was the owner of the island. This territory is his. The wolf ran around angrily. Ling Shen hit the mountain of bones with his tail. It flew back at the wolf, but he dodged it. Lin Shen told the wolf to look at him. He began to control the energy for explosive breathing. The wolf remembered the consequences of the attack on the jackal. Ling Shen released an explosive breath from his mouth. The wolf jumped and was able to dodge. Ling Shen was only able to burn his paw. Ling Shen said that they are equal now. The wolf jumped onto the tree and then pushed off and jumped high into the air. Lin Shen watched him in surprise. In the air, the wolf pulled out a sword with his teeth. Lin Shen asked in surprise and shock, "What? Really draws a sword?" The wolf began waving his sword in the air. He flew down to strike Ling Shen with his next swing. The wolf could actually injure Ling Shen with a sword that left a trail of yellow lightning. He stepped back a little. Lin Shen said that his wounds were very deep and bleeding. The wolf probably likes to fight him with a sword, but he only has fists. What does the wolf suggest Ling Shen do? Ling Shen was upset that the wolf now had such an advantage. He slightly injured him. Ling Shen started shouting loudly that this was bad. What kind of world is this? How could a huge wolf with a 40-meter knife appear here? Where is the logic? He quickly began to run away. Lin Shen said that when he was reborn as a monster, he thought that he was invulnerable to any attacks. He thought that he would survive even in lava and from bullets. Lin Shen thought that this was true. He's a monster now. He cannot be afraid because the enemy has a knife. He must save his Sister Monkey. If he wants her to turn into a gorilla, he needs to hurry. If they fight together, they will win. Lin Shen took it in his hands. He said he was protecting her, and it was inconvenient. She must listen to him carefully. Sister Monkey nodded her head. Lin Shen said that she should stay in the tall tree. She must wait patiently for him. A wolf was flying at him from behind with a sword, ready to strike. Ling Shen did not see him, and the wolf was able to wound his leg with his glowing sword. The Sister Monkey climbed higher and higher into the tree. Ling Shen began to pull out the tree. He said that not only the wolf can use weapons. Ling Shen threw a tree at him. The wolf was able to dodge the huge tree. Lin Shen said that the time has come. He again began to form energy in his mouth. He fired a huge beam of energy from his mouth, but the wolf ducked and tried to dodge. Still, he failed and Ling Shen's beam flew through half of the wolf's body. The wolf began to dodge. He turned over and stood on his paws. Lin Shen said that this is bad. His skin is rough and thick. Explosive breath cannot penetrate through it. But such abilities are normal for a boss. He had already realized this. But why didn't he let go of the sword from his mouth after such a blow? His sword is too sharp. With this, the wolf's damage is greater than from claws and teeth. He needs to find a way to get rid of the sword. Ling Shen said that he would then strike a critical blow. He will make him throw this sword out of his teeth. Ling Shen began to run towards the wolf. The wolf also opened its mouth and began to attack. Unexpectedly, another jackal bit Ling Shen's leg. At this time, the wolf jumped high into the sky. He swung the electric sword again. Lin Shen dodged. He asked what? Have they decided to unite? This wolf general with a sword in his teeth has already caused a lot of problems. And now there's another one that's biting your feet. Ling Shen and the wolf stood opposite each other and glared. From the side, Ling Shen was attacked by a jackal. He shouted, "Are they two attacking one? Where is their honor as martial artists?" At this time, a vulture flew through the air and noticed their battle. She looked carefully and thought about everything. She saw her sister monkey on a branch. The bird thought that it had finally found it. The huge bird began to attack its sister monkey. The sister monkey managed to deftly jump from the branch, and the bird crashed into a tree. Ling Shen turned around and asked, "Why is this bird here? Sister monkey is in danger now." The vulture was sitting in the trees and looking for her sister monkey. She carefully examined and smelled everything. Ling Shen shouted, "Sister monkey!" Ling Shen roared loudly. At this time, a jackal jumped on his back and bit his shoulder. The wolf stabbed him in the stomach again with his sword. Ling Shen was surrounded. He thought that his sister monkey was his only friend. In his previous life he had no friends. Of course, there were no those who would risk it for him. He remembered all the moments with his sister monkey. He got angry and decided that he would not allow her to be harmed. She is like a sister to him. He promised to fulfill her wish. Lin Shen began to run furiously to attack the wolves. General Wolf also prepared his sword and growled. Suddenly, the wolf struck in the back and pierced Ling Shen right through with the blade of his sword. Ling Shen screamed in pain. He looks at the sword charged with lightning. The toad jackal was biting his leg. Ling Shen had many bleeding wounds. The wolf and jackal constantly inflicted new wounds. Ling Shen began to concentrate energy into the spikes on his back. The wolf with the sword was surprised. He didn't expect this. Lin Shen gritted his teeth and said that they were caught. He said that he deliberately showed his weak points. As long as they don't get into his heart, he will be healthy. And pulling a sword out of any point on the body is not very difficult. He said that 17 years of training were not in vain. Ling Shen began to concentrate a huge amount of energy. The electricity on his back struck the wolf. It began to impale itself on its thorns, leaving blood. Then it began to fall from his back. The wolf fell down and raised a lot of dust. Lin Shen said that he was done with the dog and sword. Now it's the jackal's turn. He should give him some evolution points. The system window notified that you had received 500 evolution points for the leader of the thorny jackals. For successfully eating the jackal leader, he receives another 490 points. Lin Shen took off his head with one blow. The system window reported that he had paid 1,000 points. The process of fruit formation is 67%. The owner paid 1,000 evolution points. Current progress is 89%. The wolf stood behind him and looked at Ling Shen in surprise. The system window asked, "Does he want to pick up the fruit immediately after the transformation? Yes or no?" Lin Shen immediately said yes. He finished eating the jackal. Then a transformation fruit appeared in his hand. He threw the fruit and told the sister monkey to eat it. There was great excitement on his face. At this time the bird was pleased that it had found her. The sister monkey tried to reach the fruit. She quickly began to eat it. The bird began to open its beak to eat it. Ling Shen loudly told her to hurry up and transform. She should use the method he taught her. She needs to transform herself quickly. Sister monkey felt something. She extended her hand to the bird. The vulture laughed at her. But then the bird was hit by a huge palm. The monkey's sister's hand was the first to change. From the slap, the bird's head turned away. A huge gorilla emerged from the dust, beating its chest. She hit the bird again and left a red palm mark on it. The bird slid quite far to the side. The gorilla said she changed back. She happily said it was great. She began to examine her body. Lin Shen asked if he and the bird had a common enemy. Maybe they should talk now. Sister Monkey said that we must wait. Mr. Dragon said he wanted to talk to the bird. He wants to make friends with her. She jumped and shouted that it was good. She will take the initiative and talk herself. The sister monkey jumped on the bird's back and pinned it to the ground. This caused the bird to feel pain and its eyes almost fell out. Sister Monkey began to ask if the bird wanted to become their friend. But at this time she hit the bird on the back. This is Miss Monkey's way of dating. We need to talk for a long time about the most intimate things. Miss Monkey told the bird to answer quickly. Otherwise, she will continue to hit. The bird imagined that a flock of llamas was running along it. She turned sharply and threw Miss Monkey off. The bird began to hurry and fly away. Miss Monkey sat and looked at her. This is a way of making friends. We must look dejectedly into the distance. Miss Monkey began to scream loudly and beat her chest. She suddenly realized something. She stood in a pile of logs. Miss Monkey picked up a log. This is another way to make friends. We need to give a gift. She began to strain to throw the log. Using enormous force, she threw the log. The bird noticed that a huge tree trunk was flying behind it, which the monkey had thrown. The bird was able to dodge. She asked, "Is Miss Monkey stupid? Who makes friends like that?" Lin Shen looked and asked, "Didn't he imagine it? Did that bird just swear at a monkey?" He said that it was still time to end the battle with the wolf. Gorilla throws trees at bird. If you think about it, it's nothing special. Now it's clear why she cursed. The gorilla continued to throw logs. Lin Shen asked, "What kind of crazy world is this?" He thought it wasn't important right now. Miss Monkey will talk to the bird. For now, he will focus on defeating this wolf. Lin Shen was surprised. He thought, why is he just standing still? Was he afraid that the little girl had turned into a gorilla? Lin Shen was overjoyed. He thought that he now had a wonderful assistant. And the wolf also lost his sword. The wolf must retreat if he wants to live. He began to smear with his hand and smile. Lin Shen asked if they finished the fight or not. Will the wolf continue to fight? The wolf began to form lightning bolts and growl. Lin Shen thought, did he say something wrong? Why did he suddenly become so aggressive? The wolf jumped and began to attack. That's why they fought for so long. The wolf should have been tired by now, but he has a lot of strength. His speed remained the same. The wolf again struck Lin Shen's stomach with its claws several times. He began to jump on his back. Lin Shen thought, his goal is to return the sword. Behind the wolf was a long trail of yellow lightning. Lin Shen thought that he tried so hard to take that sword. He definitely won't give it back. He noticed that he was no longer able to control his body well. His heart began to panic and his lungs began to feel short of breath. Lin Shen hit the wolf with his tail to push it aside a little. He thought it was bad. With such a large body, there is little blood loss. But he already feels bad. Is this fair? Miss Monkey noticed Lin Shen fighting with the wolf. But a bird was already flying behind her to attack. The bird put forward its paws with huge claws. Miss Monkey began to throw many punches forward. Lin Shen annoyedly told the bird not to bother him. She better focus on Miss Monkey. He thought that this strange bird might use cunning tricks. She has complete control over the air. He hopes Miss Monkey doesn't get hurt. Moreover, although his body is large, he cannot fight with a sword in his chest. Lin Shen looked at the bloody wound and touched the sword. He did not notice that a wolf would attack from behind. He thought that he had to do everything very quickly. We need to get rid of the wolf as quickly as possible. A wolf jumped on his back and grabbed the hilt of his sword. Lin Shen was surprised and said that the situation is absolutely terrible. Miss Monkey looked at him and said, "Mr. Dragon." She got down on all fours and screamed, trying to scare the wolf. At that time, the bird tried to attack her. The bird hit her with its huge claws. A huge wound appeared on Miss Monkey's back and blood gushed out. She and Lin Shen had to fight two strong and huge monsters at once. Lin Shen angrily asked why the wolf came so close to his back. Has he forgotten how this could end? The wolf saw that Lin Shen's spikes were glowing blue again and emitting lightning. He remembered that last time he got a strong electric shock and barked. The wolf left the sword in Lin Shen's chest and jumped off his back. He began to run away in exhaustion. Lin Shen said that he knew it. The puppy is still afraid of him. But he was deceived again. Lin Shen began to form a ball of explosive breath. He said his target was a bird. The bird's face was illuminated by a flash and she was surprised. A beam of explosive breath was aimed directly at the bird's stomach. Lin Shen tried to make the blow as powerful as possible. The bird began to be carried far away from them. She asked why only she gets hurt. Miss Gorilla shielded herself from the heat and light of the beam. Lin Shen thought this was incredible. He, the chicken who was bullied every day in his past life. But today he did a lot for his only friend. He tried to catch his breath from fatigue. He thought that now everything depended on Miss Monkey. The bird got fried and flew quite far away. Ling Shen trembled and sank to the ground. Miss Monkey ran up to him. She was worried. The wolf began to run towards Lin Shen again. Miss Monkey jumped to attack him and screamed loudly. The wolf was surprised, but did not have time to escape. She fell right on top of him and hit him with her fists. This caused a cloud of dust to rise around, and the wolf felt terrible pain. He was able to jump out of the dust and away from Miss Monkey. He landed deftly on all fours. The wolf made a furious move at the groom with his hind paw. He began to run towards Miss Monkey to attack. The wolf bit the monkey's leg. She groaned in pain, but braced herself for the blow. The wolf noticed this, and when she hit the ground. The wolf managed to jump away. He caught on a tree and pushed off. The wolf opened its mouth and attacked the monkey. He bit her hand. Miss Monkey shook her hand, but the wolf did not relax his jaw. She was surprised that he was so strong. Lin Shen thought that he was lucky. Miss Monkey arrived on time. Otherwise the wolf would have killed him. It's difficult to fight him. Even a strong and agile gorilla finds it difficult to fight with him. He watched the wolf's actions and noticed that he was still fast and had a lot of energy. Although they had fought for a long time before this, Lin Shen thought that he would now rest a little and start attacking his weak points. He will grab all of its paws with his teeth and will not let go. He will win an advantage for Miss Monkey. But then Ling Shen realized something. He thought that everything was not so simple. Lin Shen remembered that the other jackals had fled into the forest. Did the wolf decide to continue the battle to gain time to retreat? Lin Shen thought that the wolf was very smart. Miss Monkey was still trying to throw him off her hand. Suddenly the wolf noticed that a fist was flying at him. Miss Monkey hit him hard in the face and he flew far away. Ling Shen saw the wolf approaching him again. He got scared and screamed. Why was he running towards him? He said with surprise and awareness that the wolf had been acting so cunning all this time. He gave others the opportunity to retreat, but had no plans to do so himself. She attacked Miss Monkey to study her fighting style and weaknesses. Now he will attack him, weakened. But at that moment Miss Monkey grabbed the wolf's leg. She grabbed tightly and said that she was his opponent. The wolf looked back with displeasure. Miss Monkey picked it up and started spinning like a tornado. She also spun the wolf. Then she swung hard and threw the wolf into a tree. He hit his back hard and whined. The wolf fell and began to tremble, and Miss Monkey beat her chest victoriously. Miss Monkey threw it so hard that it broke the tree trunk. Ling Shen looked at the beaten wolf and wondered what the wolf expected when it attacked him. Why is the wolf so targeting Ling Shen? He is very wounded and tired. Also, he composed a sword in Ling Shen's chest. He has little chance against Miss Monkey. Ling Shen suddenly realized this. He said, "Sure, it's a sword." The wolf easily pierced him with this sword. Although Ling Shen's code is one of the strongest, this is not just a sword, but a wolf's treasure, so he wanted to take it away. Ling Shen frowned. He thought that he didn't know where the wolf came from, but it seems to him that he has a little human intelligence. Miss Monkey again hit the wolf hard with both hands, but he managed to dodge. The wolf quickly jumped away using his lightning. Lin Shen thought that Miss Monkey was having a very difficult time with him. She could be seriously injured. He decided that he could end the battle in a humane way, like a human. At this time, the wolf inflicted a wound on Miss Monkey with its claws. Ling Shen loudly shouted for them to stop fighting. He approached them. Lin Shen asked, "Does the wolf understand him?" He suggests discussing something. Wolf and Miss Monkey continued to growl at each other. Miss Monkey told him not to stop her. He almost defeated the wolf. Lin Shen stepped between them. He said there was no point in continuing this battle. He didn't take away Miss Monkey's territory and food, did he? She was surprised and said that he was right. Lin Shen knows that Miss Monkey understands him because of the transformation fruit. But the wolf understands him even without this fruit. There is only one explanation. He made contact with people. Lin Shen said that he noticed how important this sword was to the wolf. He kindly pointed to the weapon. Lin said he was ready to give it to him. Lin Shen said that they don't know each other. He will give him the sword and their paths will never cross again. He asked if the wolf liked his idea. Lin Shen sat down and said that he would return the sword to him now. He asked Miss Monkey to pull out her sword. She looked at Lin Shen in disbelief. Miss Monkey began to pull out her sword and blood began to flow with it. Lin Shen shouted and Miss Monkey stopped. He screamed that it was terribly painful and he had a whole river of blood. Lin Shen even cried from this pain. He asked, "Does Miss Monkey want him to lose a lot of blood and die?" Suddenly the wolf began to howl loudly. Lin Shen and Miss Monkey looked at him in surprise. The wolf took the earth with his tongue and caught it on his paw, where there were abrasions. Lin Shen 6. That's true. Why didn't he figure it out himself? It uses dry soil without humus to stop the bleeding. This needs to cauterize the wound. He also said this to Miss Monkey, but his words were meaningless to her. Lin Shen thought this was very clever. Now he is sure that the wolf had contact with people. Lin Shen picked up the earth. With a serious look, he told the monkey to take the soil too. She took some earth. Miss Monkey quickly pulled out her sword and immediately applied the ground. Lin Shen told her to press the soil harder and not move. He winced in pain. He also placed the earth on his chest. Lin Shen told the wolf that he was returning his sword. Miss Monkey gave him the weapon. Lin Shen hopes 6 that the wolf will fulfill his part of the agreement. Miss Monkey threw the sword next to the wolf. He grabbed the hilt of his sword and began to walk away. Lin Shen looked at him warily. The satisfied wolf walked back, but he was followed by a girl in a blue dress. A beautiful girl was sitting on a tree branch. She said there was no way to obtain a barbarian monkey's spirit core. Then she will take the general's wolf core. It's that strange human-shaped bird. It was finally calm among the trees. Lin Shen fell to the ground and spread his paws in different directions. Miss Monkey asked, "Is he feeling well?" Lin Shen said that he could not feel well. His stomach is in terrible condition. Lin Shen's stomach was indeed bleeding heavily. Miss Monkey asked, "Then you need to pick up more earth and apply it to the wound." With a sad look, she showed him the mountain of earth in her hands. There was a lot of garbage and worms there. Lin Shen felt the urge to vomit. He thought that they were talking about a clean land, but this one has a lot of worms. Lin Shen panicked and began to say that it was his stomach that hurt, not his wound. Miss Monkey told him not to leave. She'll find them food now. Lin Shen breathed out a sigh of relief. After a while they made a fire with a blue flame. Miss Monkey found and killed the sloth and the jackal. She picked up the jackal and began to impale it on a stick. She stuck the stick right into the jackal's butt. Lin Shen closed his eyes. He said it was too harsh. Even after death, this body remained normal. But she desecrated it by impaling a jackal on a stick. He asked displeasedly, "Does she know how to cook meat on a spit? She doesn't need to turn them over as often. They should brown a little on different sides." About other portions, he said that this was already enough. "If you leave them like that, they will burn." He shouted that she was a fool and would ruin all their food. Miss Monkey didn't listen to him and looked at the meat. She said contentedly that it was time to eat. Suddenly she said she was on fire. Miss Monkey slapped her hand and removed the fire on her hand. Lin Shen said that he warned not to come close to the fire. By the way, the cooked meat she was holding fell to the ground. Lin Shen said that he should not have entrusted such an important matter to Miss Monkey. "I had to cook it myself." He looked at the meat with disgust and stuck out his tongue. Lin said the meat was burnt and covered in dirt. But still he took a bite. The system reported receiving 300 points for the spiny jackal. He said that if it weren't for the evolution points, he would never have eaten it. Then another window appeared with a message about adding 300 points. At this time, Miss Monkey was eating meat and enjoying herself. Ling Shen said that she likes this terrible meat. She can't be called a gourmet. A system window appeared with strange information. It says that a serious injury was found in Ling Shen's body. Evolution points are deducted automatically to cure this. He looked at his body contentedly. Lin Shen said that his eating skills are good. The wounds on the body healed very quickly. He thought that when he was reborn as a monster, he received an explosive breath for registering. Ling Shen remembered all his victories with this skill. He has become a dragon and can use the ability many times. He can kill anyone. He took a bite of the meat and said that he should become invincible. At this moment, his snot began to flow. Lin Shen thought that when he met the bird and the wolf, he was shamefully defeated. This must not happen again. He remembered Miss Monkey's words. Her parents teamed up with other monsters. But even so, they did not defeat the king of reptiles. The difference in their strengths must be enormous. Perhaps the reptile king also has abilities. It can be a powerful green flame. System windows continue to notify about adding 300 points. Lin Shen ate and looked at Miss Monkey. He decided that he now had a purpose. He must develop and become stronger every day. After Miss Monkey ate the transformation fruit, her strength increased. If the system gives him useful things in the future, he will give them to Miss Monkey. He needs a strong companion. He remembered someone. Lin Shen asked Miss Monkey where the bird she was fighting with had gone. She doesn't know where she was thrown after his explosive breath. Miss Monkey pointed with her hand and said that I think she is there. Lin Shen ran there happily. He said that if she didn't move for so long, she was definitely dead. It's time for them to add fried poultry to the menu. They ran to that place. But there was no one there, only a footprint in the ground, and a lot of broken trees remained. He asked why there was nothing there. Even if the bird had not died, they would have seen it fly. Miss Monkey chewed and said that the bird was no longer there when she looked for food. Lin Shen was surprised and asked why Kun appeared. Miss Monkey didn't understand who he was talking to. Kun said not to disturb him. He felt the vibrations that indicated the transformation of the monster into a man. Lin Shen shouted in surprise, "What? Has this bird really turned into a man?" But then he said that it was logical. They didn't see her because she turned into a human and left. But this is only possible with the help of the transformation fruit. They are given only by Kun. Kun began to anxiously say that it was not him. He is single-minded in loving and helping his friends. He can't empathize with that bird. Lin Shen asked gloomily, "Love and friends?" He thought that Kun wanted Ling Shen to die. Kun mysteriously turned away and did not answer. He said he was more concerned about something else. Kun asked if Ling Shen remembered what she did. After the fight, she removed the core from the pterosaur's body and swallowed it. After this, she was completely healed. Lin Shen said that he remembers it, but he doesn't understand anything. Kun said that she is capable of extracting the source of life, the crystalline core. Lin Shen asked what. Kun said that the strange bird has a healing principle. This is eating crystal nuclei. This is similar to the monster eating that Ling Shen uses. Miss Monkey wondered if Mr. Dragon had gone dumb after his fight with the wolf. Why is he talking to himself? He asked if the bird heals like this, can it also become stronger? Kun said it was possible, but not proven. Ling Shen must kill her. He must then give her body to Kun so that he can analyze her. This is the only way they will know the truth. Lin Shen said dissatisfiedly that he used explosive breath and could not kill her. He doesn't know how to kill such a bird. Kun said that her whole body is not really needed. He needs to scratch it and take a piece of the bird's body. He can make an inference even with a small part of her body. Ling Shen took a bite of the meat and waved his hand. He said that if Kun wanted to know this, then let him do it himself. He has no free time. He said that he decided to constantly improve and become invincible. Ling Shen began to walk forward. He told Miss Monkey to keep up. They go to his house. All food in its territory has been eaten. If they come back, they won't be able to eat anything. He's right, isn't he? She asked in surprise. Is there a lot of food on his territory? Lin Shen said a lot. He had already imagined the faces of the monsters who drove him away. He'll be back very soon with another gourmet. 1 week later, Ling Shen walked out of the cave where they had settled. He stretched his body and enjoyed the rays of the sun. This helps him wake up better. He said he was proud of Miss Monkey. She woke up before him and already prepared all the food. Miss Monkey was excitedly laying out a variety of fried monsters. A pile of dead crocodiles lay nearby. She also carried a lot of grass in her bag. Lin Shen said that he was also proud of Mandarin. She's getting better at arranging wood. Lin Shen told Miss Monkey that he had already warned him not to catch those poisonous spiders. He began to throw them out of the pile of food. He said they wouldn't harm their bodies, but he didn't think they'd eat them. These spiders are not tasty at all. Miss Monkey wrote everything down. Lin Shen sat comfortably on a chair made of stones and said that it was time to start eating. Lin Shen thought it was time to teach Miss Monkey how to make a fire. He's already tired of doing this every time. Every day he opens his mouth only to eat. He moves his fingers to grab the food and then goes to bed. This is what he does every day. Isn't it a wonderful life? He had a happy look on his face as he thought about his daily schedule. He snapped his fingers and told the system he wanted to enter. The system window reported that the registration location was Abyss Island. Location: dark, dense forest. The reward for entering is the A-level skill, Battle Roar. Information about the skill appeared in the next system window. After the dragon's battle roar, the blood of his team members boils and they receive a blessing. Enemies feel dizzy at this time. Their movements become clumsy. The system window reported that the monsters would soon emerge from the caves. He must defeat the monsters of the abyss. Ling Shen cried with happiness. He said that finally, after 30 days of last entry, he was given a new ability. At least they were rewarded with something. Kun took out a firecracker. He said that the system allows him to register exactly a month ago. It was a month ago that he arrived on Abyss Island. Therefore, the system gives a gift set of reinforcements. Ling Shen happily asked the enhancement gift set, "What is it? Is it stronger than an A-level skill?" Kun laughed. He said he carefully prepared this set. He told Ling Shen not to compare that splendor with some skill or prop. The owner logged in every day for a month. The system opens a system trading center. Lin Shen received a system map and other auxiliary functions for the owner's comfortable journey. The owner is also given 300,000 evolution points. A large evolution window with map pictures and other items appeared above Kun. Lin Shen looked at the window happily. His eyes sparkled and drooled. He said, "Hooray!" They gave him points and opened a store. He said that he would definitely spend all the points, but only when he left the newcomer's location. He asked the system, did he gain a conscience? He must open the shopping center faster and show him the entire range. A bright glow appeared near the cave. Kun became huge and opened his mouth. There were 3 objects on his tongue. Kun was surprised and said that the store's interface was ugly. But we need to consider all the products. There's a thunder fruit there. It is a round yellow berry with patterns. There is also a yin and yang eye. In addition, there is a titanium mechanism in the shape of a dragon's head. The system window reported that the source of the thunder fruit was the world of the Pirate King. Lin Shen said that this is not bad. He will have the ability to turn his body into a thunderstorm. His body will produce stronger current and voltage. He will also move at lightning speed. Lin Shen imagined himself as a Chinese pirate. He said that the thunder fruit eliminates the disadvantages of a monster's large body. Another system window reported that the source of the yin and yang fruit is the world of yin and yang. This fruit is even better. It will help Ling Shen better sense the situation during the battle. Also, he will easily find the weak points of even the strongest opponents. Another system window reported that the source of the titanium mechanism is the titanium world. Lin Shen fell in love with the image of himself as a huge and powerful robot. He asked, "Is this titanium armor from the novel Bada Kisla?" He said there were so many good things there. If he was given as many as 300,000 points, then he would have enough to buy everything. He asked what? Are each fruit worth several hundred million? The system window reported that the price of the thunder fruit is 500 million points. The yin and yang fruit is worth 200 million points. The titanium mechanism costs 100 million points. Lin Shen opened his mouth wide in shock. He screamed, "What? The cheapest one costs 100 million points? The system is a real burglar." Kun said offendedly that he had given him a discount of several million. All goods are delivered from parallel universes. Does express shipping cost an incredible amount of money? Lin Shen chose the category of the most expensive goods. He should scroll to the right and see generic and cheaper products. Lin Shen was surprised that he could control the screen with his finger. The system is quite technological. Kun said it was a shame. It was high-tech from the very beginning. Ling Shen saw a bottle of bone meal. The cost of the item is 50 million evolution points. Lightning tail costs 20 million points. A cannon with a charged particle and costs 10 million evolution points. He asked, "What? Are shipping prices also high in this universe?" Ling Shen began to scroll further. He said dissatisfiedly that after long and hard work he had not earned his first million. Kun offers him such expensive goods. Is he just mocking because Ling Shen is poor? The surprising thing is that all dragons of his species have an unlimited lifespan. He will only be able to accumulate enough money in a few years to buy something. By then it might be 10,000 meters long. But then he will no longer need these items. Lin Shen said as he walked out of the mall. Kun said it was too early to leave the store. The owner can use the filtering function and find products less than 1 million. Lin Shen said that this was the place to start. Why didn't he think of telling me earlier? A few minutes later. In front of him was an object that looked like a tin can. He said that this plus tears welled up in his eyes from resentment. He was able to find an item worth less than 1 million. But these are just ordinary seasonings. This doesn't scare anyone. In front of him was a jar of barbecue seasoning worth 1,000 points. The system congratulated Lin Shen for purchasing the seasoning. This is a small step for a monster, but a huge step for a gourmet. Kun asked not to be afraid of the can appearing from his mouth and in his drool. This is just the next generation of 3D printing. Lin Shen asked, "What is this? Is it so difficult to get a jar? And what does it taste like?" Ling Shen shook the jar to clear the drool. Lin Shen began to fry the seasoned meat. Miss Monkey and Mouse were drooling at the delicious smell. He said that if the system could give him a few cans of soda, that would be even better. Well, for now he won't be making purchases in the system for a while. He will not soon be able to afford something useful. They started eating meat. Kun asked the system to show the map again. Kun said the system map is a panoramic view of Abyss Island. Kun got this by photographing and following the area. He used scientific methods. The island has a huge area and complex terrain. Kun can only show in detail the places where Lin Shen has registered. He said that in some places there is fog of war and map lighting. Lin Shen said that the island is really huge. He ran around for a month at a speed of 20 kilometers per hour. He asked, "Can this map be dragged and enlarged?" He would like to take a closer look at one place. Lin Shen zoomed in on the foggy place on the map. He asked, "What is this gray place in the west? It looks strange and disgusting." If you look closely, there are the same gray spots in the territory of the bird and Miss Monkey. These are the places where the gray dead earth is located. It is called that because it was corrupted by reptiles. Kun said that the owner had been there before. It's not a gloomy place in that place, damp land, barren. It's cold there, there are no plants or animals. Everything is gray, like death. In other words, these reptiles continue to expand their territory. Lin Shen said, "This is terrible. They need to be stopped quickly." He will follow the map and get rid of their lair. He said that he and Kun would eat these reptiles. Kun enthusiastically told Lin Shen to use his quick feet. This will open the entire map of Abyss Island. If he opens the entire map, he will become the real king of Abyss Island. Ling Shen asked half-heartedly, "Will there be a reward for this?" Kun said that even without a map, one must plan to become king. Ling Shen asked what he should do to defeat the reptile king. No, he needs to deal with the rest of the reptiles first, and He wants to avenge Miss Monkey's parents and restore beauty and tranquility to Abyss Island. He looked at Miss Monkey melancholy. She noticed this and turned to him. He placed his hand on her forehead. He thought that it would be better for Miss Monkey to be the king of Abyss Island. This will be after he figures everything out. He held his hand on her forehead and said there was a reason for this. He then shouted sharply and loudly that he wanted to become the king of all monsters. One island is not enough for him. Miss Monkey was surprised and scared of him. She scratched her head and asked, "Who is the king of the monsters and the king of Abyss? Do they taste better than that meat?" Ling Shen was shocked by this question. He thought that she could think for a long time at times. He smiled and said it didn't matter. Everything is fine, so they need to keep eating. He patted her on the shoulder. Suddenly something fell on Miss Monkey's piece of meat. She asked, "What is this?" "Mr. Dragon seasoning." She abruptly pulled the meat away from her face and said it was terrible. "Smells like poop." Pterosaurs flew above. One of them said it would taste like his poop. Miss Monkey got very angry. She furiously threw the piece of meat onto the ground. Then Miss Monkey pushed off hard and began to jump up. She almost grabbed the pterosaur, but they managed to fly away and dodge. Miss Monkey started waving her arms and legs. The pterosaurs waited in fear for her to fall quickly. Miss Monkey deftly landed on her feet next to Ling Shen, who was eating. He asked, "Is she running to pick up that cobblestone and throw it at something?" He said that they use this stone as a step. Ling Shen shouted that she would not be able to kill the pterosaurs with the stone. He told her to let him try his new skills. He coughed and then began emitting incredibly loud sound waves. They seemed to envelop the pterosaurs in nets, and they began to tremble and not move. Lin happily said that it really works. He then used explosive breath. With a huge, powerful beam, he burned the pterosaurs, exploding them. Lin Shen thought that he had chosen this woman, Miss Monkey, to be the king of Abyss. But she can't handle multiple pterosaurs. He was going to serve everything in his path. But now he must develop a training system for Miss Monkey. She needs to improve her strength. Ling Shen said that tomorrow they will begin her special training. He will teach her to be a warrior woman who will be a worthy queen. Miss Monkey didn't understand his words at all. She asked, "What is this? Training? Does it taste better than meat?" Lin Shen began to remember the physical education task card. He thought, what kind of tasks were there? But he always received the worst grades. He remembered that there were pull-ups, a 1,000-meter run, and something else. He put his foot on the stone and thought hard. This is a special training set for a monster. The first stage is the training plan. Ling Shen wrote the points of the plan on the stone with her claw. The first is strength training, pull-ups. The second is speed, running 1,000 meters. The third is endurance, running 100,000 meters. So they will do these 3 things, and then they will make a plan for the monsters. He told Miss Monkey that he was starting her week's training today. It's called a monster triathlon. He wants to help her improve her skills and become the king of Abyss Island. She scratched her head and asked what needs to be done for this. Is strength better than fried meat? Lin Shen said that you need to train hard. Then she can easily cope with the bird and the general wolf. She lay down on the ground and said that she was not interested. They didn't take her meat. Why would she beat them? Lin Shen sighed. But he knew that the usual methods would not help to persuade her to train. But he prepared a special method, seasoning. Ling Shen used to be a good dog trainer. After his training, a neighbor's dog was hospitalized. He showed her the jar and told her to do as he says. She just needs to complete tasks. Then Lin Shen will reward her with delicious kebab and barbecue seasoning. Her eyes flashed and she began to beat her chest. Miss Monkey said she now wants to participate in the training. This is the most delicious. Lin Shen thought that gourmets were too easy to persuade. He said the first thing is strength training. She needs to do 1,000 pull-ups on the horizontal bar. He pointed to the wooden horizontal bar he made himself. At this moment, Ling Shen felt déjà vu. But now he is very different from his former self. He said that the exercise is very simple. She needs to jump, grab the bar, and lift her body up. He said that he would now show by his example. Ling Shen straightened his legs, but still couldn't reach it. He forgot that he has short arms. He was just throwing them around without a chance to touch the crossbar. He said it won't stop him. He jumped, trying to reach the crossbar. Ling Shen was only able to grab hold with his teeth. He said not to think about the fact that he did it with his teeth. She will need to do it with her hands. Ling Shen looked like a hanged chicken. While he was hanging, he noticed that Miss Monkey was missing. She extended her hand to him. Miss Monkey asked if you just need to climb a tree. Then it's easy. She will help him. Ling Shen released the grip with his teeth. He said in disappointment that this was not an important thing. The outcome of a real battle depends on endurance. They'll move on to point 2. He said he was wrong. She was probably the queen of the horizontal bar, and he shouldn't have underestimated her. But even such strong hands do not give her an advantage. A shadow appeared over the royal crocodile. Then Miss Monkey stepped on it and crushed it. She jumped and ran as far as possible past the lake. This is endurance training. She needs to run 100,000 meters. The crocodile turned around in tears. He saw Ling Shen running and destroying all the trees in his path. Also, he crushes all animals with his paws. He stepped on the lake and the crocodiles flew up. He thought, what? He's a monster now, but he still can't beat the girl. He could never even beat a girl in sports. The monkey turned around and showed that he owed her 2 kebabs and some seasoning. They ran further, and the beaten monsters remained near the lake. They cried and held posters and signs. It says that pedestrians should not speed. They must not create accidents. Loud sounds came from Ling Shen Cave. All the trees in front of the cave entrance were torn out. He shouted irritably that endurance and strength are the most basic abilities. It is the blows and combat experience that determine the outcome of a real battle. He told her to watch what he did. The dragon is waving its tail. This is the 3rd part of special training, combat. Ling Shen swung and hit her with his tail. Miss Monkey flew very far away. She stopped moving. Lin Shen began to worry. He ran up and asked if she was okay. He said he didn't take into account the weight of his tail. He didn't knock her out, did he? But as soon as he approached, Miss Monkey punched him in the face. He shouted that she was such a bad student that she was pretending to be dead and attacking. He asked if she remembered what he told her. The dragon's blow must not hit the face. Now Ling Shen's eye has turned purple and inflamed. Miss Monkey saw the light from his mouth and got scared. He said that he would now demonstrate explosive breathing to her. He fired a beam at her, but Miss Monkey skillfully dodged, arching her back. The beam flew very far. It fell into a group of animals that lived near the lake. Kun asked, "Are they doing renovations and tearing down trees?" It was a good place. Beautiful landscapes, city of birds and animals. Now this place looks like where the rotten reptiles were. If they continue such training, then the reptiles will not be needed. They will handle steam for them. Lin Shen said that he agreed. If they scare away all the animals now, then they will have nothing to eat. But to defeat the reptile king they need strength. He thinks that the only method is special training. Kun said displeasedly that they were huge. The earth is torn apart in agony by their feet. He supports their training, but they don't want bad consequences. Ling Shen happily said that this is true. If they are smaller, the area will remain fine. He asked if he could maintain his progress if he trained in human form. Kun said it was possible. Specific training can enhance the abilities of the physical body. It will be easier for him to carry crystalline nuclear energy. Physical capabilities and skills will increase. Naturally, crystalline nuclear energy will increase. He will return to monster form. Then the source of life will increase and be released when the nuclear crystal is destroyed. Lin Shen said this is great. She and Miss Monkey will become human. Then they will undergo even more hellish special training. He asked Kun, but how can they become human? Kun asked, did he read Xiu Zhen's novels? The man turns into a monster, and the crystalline core is destroyed. This happens with the help of the power of the mind. The energy from the core is directed to the limbs and bones. It's like the explosion of a pill in a novel. During transformation, all the power of the mind is concentrated in the chakra. It is condensed into a crystalline core. It's like breaking a pill. Ling Shen sat down and said that he was changing from a human to a monster. Then he needs to turn from a monster into a man. Kun definitely didn't copy the entire plot and basis of the system from this novel. Ling Shen told Miss Monkey that they should turn into humans. Then they will not destroy their territory. In human form they will continue their training. She sat down and listened carefully. He said he would teach her everything. She needs to sit in the lotus position. Then she should look at the tip of the nose, and then to where the heart is. He told her to imagine the power in her body appearing in the Dan chakra. Lin Shen began to glow. He thought he could feel it. He feels that there is a lot of urine in him. He thought, what's going on? Why does he really want to write after this? He began to run away. He came out satisfied from behind the stone and said that it was better this way. He asked, where is Miss Monkey? Maybe she also wanted to go to the toilet. Then he leaned down and saw her jumping. Miss Monkey screamed that she was here. He was surprised and asked what? How did she take on human form so quickly? Lin Shen thought, when he became human, would she underestimate him? He sat in the lotus position and began to set himself up for success. He repeated that he would succeed. Through the mind, force appears in the Dan and a crystalline core is formed. He remembered that in a previous life he was sitting at a table. He thought that he lost in strength and endurance. He lost to Miss Monkey. He thought that his failures should give him motivation. He said that you need to feel it. We must continue to feel this. The time is already approaching sunset. Miss Monkey turned into a gorilla and brought meat after the hunt. She asked to light a fire. It's already time for dinner. The Mandarin was also waiting for food. Ling Shen kept thinking about what to feel. There's still a little bit left. He thought that for some reason he couldn't feel calm. He yelled at Miss Monkey, how cool was it for her to turn into a human so easily? She should stop talking in front of him. She's disturbing him. A glowing ball of energy began to appear in Ling Shen's mouth. He asked what was going on. Miss Monkey covered herself with her hand. She asked if he decided to use explosive breathing again. He doesn't have to do this. Ling Shen didn't want to use it. He thought it was because of the similarity between the breathing techniques and the transformation into a human. He thought that if he released his explosive breath, it would destroy his entire territory. He must absorb it. Ling Shen directed the glowing ball back to his throat. A small flash of flame appeared from his mouth, and he hiccuped. He said he finally absorbed it. Ling Shen began to glow yellow. He was surprised and looked at his hands. He asked, what is this? He began to glow brighter and took the form of a man. He laughed joyfully and said that he swallowed the explosive breath and became a man. This seems to be the fastest way to get his body going. Last time he was busy running away from crocodiles. He needed to be saved, so he could not study his body enough. Sunset was already late. He said that running 100,000 meters or 1,000 pull-ups is not a problem. His human body is very strong. He said go ahead. Ling Shen began to run around Miss Monkey, the fire, and the animal bodies. Then he began to do pull-ups on the horizontal bar. Miss Monkey said he would soon die of hunger. Lin Shen confidently pulled himself up, using all his strength. He said he had to set a new record. In the last one he managed to hang for only 8 seconds. Everyone called him a loser because he couldn't do pull-ups. But now it's easy for him. In the morning he had already done 4,001 pull-ups, then 4,002 times. He jumped down and said that morning had finally come. He turned into a human because he wanted to perfect the progress from special training. In this way they will protect the environment. He looked at Miss Monkey and Mouse. Lin Shen asked why the two of them were still sleeping. He climbed on their heads and started kicking them. Ling Shen shouted for them to wake up. They need to stop sleeping and wake up. They need to keep training. He told the Mandarin to go get firewood. If monsters appear nearby, he should simply tell them. He screamed into Miss Monkey's ear. Lin Shen told her to become human and continue training together. She opened her eyes wide in fear. As a human being, he is capable of true energy without any experience. Ling Shen proudly pointed at himself. Miss Monkey became human and rubbed her eyes because she wanted to sleep. Lin Shen said that if she wins today, he will cook her 10 pieces of seasoned meat. She immediately perked up. As he continued to speak, he jumped up and raised his hands to strike. She fell to the ground, hit in the head by his hands. Miss Monkey said that for 10 pieces of meat she could easily beat him. He screamed that she didn't even let him finish. Miss Monkey started beating him even more. A cloud of dust rose around them. 1 week later, Ling Shen decorated her cave with a huge stone figure of herself. Lin Shen said that they had been constantly training all week. They walked in the guise of monsters. Miss Monkey was in a good mood, but he was beaten and sad. He has accumulated 600,000 evolution points. He ate a lot of food all the time. Lin Shen started counting on his fingers. He said he would keep 100,000 points and use the rest for evolution. He called up Kun and a system window with parts of his body. Ling Shen told Kun to add 500,000 points to his evolution. The system window appeared with updated information about it. Name, Lin Shen. Belongs to the Qi race, the Storm Dragon. Bloodline, Dragon Lord, but can increase. Height is 58 meters and weight is 174 tons. The attack method is tail swipe, claw and bite, but can be upgraded. Special skill, swing of the dragon's tail. He has special skills. This is an S+ level skill, absorption. Night vision, B+ monster roar. Explosive breath level S. Hot radiation beam level A. Thorny spikes level B. Dragon strike level A. Miss Monkey was surprised that it suddenly began to glow and grow larger. The system window assessed it. The blood of the ancient Lord of Dragons and Monsters, Qi, flows in his body. This is described in the classics of mountains and seas. He has passed the period of childhood and is entering a new stage. Miss Monkey asked why he got taller. He said confidently and smugly that he was still growing. He needs to eat all the time and not be picky about food. He also needs to go to bed early and stay healthy. He said it was time for them to go. Today they will check the results of her training for the week. They will do this in the reptile lair that he found in the south of the forest. Miss Monkey still didn't understand how he grew up so quickly. He told her to obey him, then everything would be fine. He will take her there. They will defeat them. Then they will put it on sticks and cook it. Miss Monkey immediately wanted to go with him. She happily said that her calling was to destroy rotten reptiles. Lin Shen thought that he had mastered the art of talking to gourmets. After some time they came to a stone cave. The entrance was half blocked by the bones of animals and monsters. Rotten reptiles were crawling everywhere. They hid behind a stone and watched. Lin Shen said that the entrance was guarded by several reptiles. They'll probably get in without any problems. He noticed that there was no one next to him. He asked where did Miss Monkey go again. Lin Shen saw that she was already running into the cave. She screamed loudly and beat her chest. He said they trained a lot. He taught her a lot, but forgot to teach her how to sneak. The reptile began to attack Miss Monkey. She defeated it with 1 blow. 2 more reptiles were crawling near the entrance. She grabbed them in both hands and slammed them hard against each other. Their heads exploded from such a blow. But then she saw that there was a whole army of rotten reptiles in the cave. Lin Shen asked if fighting them had become easier. This is because after special training, her strength, reaction, and speed increased significantly. He laughed evilly. He said that he fought with the bird and the wolf general in the past, but lost. This is a shameful defeat. Today he will prove that he is much stronger. They had been fighting the reptiles for a long time. Ling Shen laughed terribly against the background of the cloudy sky and lightning. He said there are a lot of them. If they kill them, then this will be enough for them for a whole week. They stood in the mountain of reptiles and tore them apart. They threw out their corpses and beat the reptiles against rocks. Lin Shen asked, there are many of them, but don't they often use simple tactics? They just pile on them in large numbers. This is not at all effective. He laughed wickedly and said that he enjoyed beating them. Lin Shen said that their dinner depends on Miss Monkey. If she kills a lot of reptiles, he will cook a lot of delicious meat. She imagined it and screamed, hooray! Meat. She began beating her chest and screaming. She said she wanted to eat 500 reptiles. He said it was wonderful food. These reptiles can be called delivery directly to your mouth. They are the bravest of all the opponents he has fought. They stood at the entrance to the cave and waited for a new crowd of rotten reptiles. New sharp monsters constantly appeared from the depths of the cave. Ling Shen and Miss Monkey noticed that something had changed. Lin Shen asked why they turned around and ran back. He said irritably that he had just praised them for their bravery. Even after these words, they turn around and leave, refusing his respect. Miss Monkey is angry that her meat is going away. Ling Shen was puzzled. He asked why they were leaving now. What happened in the cave? Speculation is pointless. They need to find out for themselves. Miss Monkey hit the bones and said evilly, "Meat." She ran after them furiously and told them to return her 500 pieces of meat. She will season them with luxurious spices. Ling Shen panicked and told her to wait and not run. Still, he began to follow her. They walked over a mountain of bones. It was very dark in the depths of the cave. Only the slime of the monsters glowed with a weak, green light. Ling Shen looked at the compass. He asked where the reptiles had gone. There were hundreds of them here. Now they are not even visible on the compass. They are probably trying to lure them into a trap. He told Miss Monkey that it was dangerous and they had to leave. Miss Monkey covered her nose from the terrible smell. Suddenly they saw that thousands of small, green eyes were burning above them. Rotten reptiles began to fall on them from the ceiling and attack. Lin Shen roared as his eyes began to glow blue. She and Miss Monkey began to defend themselves from the monsters. Miss Monkey threw them in different directions. Suddenly the reptiles began spitting green mucus at them. Lin imagined being bitten by many mosquitoes. He said reptile venom does little damage. But there are too many of them, so soon the poison will become very dangerous. He shouted that they were attacking from the main entrance. Ling Shen began to form energy for explosive breathing. Miss Monkey tried not to fall on the floor. Everything began to stagger and shake. Stones fell from the ceiling. Some other monster quickly ran towards them to attack. Ling Shen pushed Miss Monkey and told her to take it carefully. A monster with huge, glowing eyes ran up to them. The giant reptile monster knocked Ling Shen's head down. He flew quite high and hit the wall. Miss Monkey screamed, "Mr. Dragon." She began to look around and look for something. Around her was a sea of rotten reptiles. Ling Shen fell to the ground and began to tremble. The huge monster opened its mouth to eat him. Lin Shen grabbed its mouth with both hands and began to hold it. A green light began to appear from the monster's mouth. He was surprised and asked, "Is the monster going to vomit?" The monster spat green, bright mucus and praised Ling Shen on the ground. Ling Shen said that the monster's saliva was corroding his skin. A bleeding wound appeared on his hand. The system window reported that in front of Ling Shen was the viceroy of the Reptile King. It is a direct descendant of the King of Reptiles. He leads a vanguard group of reptiles. The monster was directly involved in the destruction of Abyss Island. Its length is 60 meters and its weight is 489 tons. Lin Shen asked in surprise, "Have they approached the Reptile King's lair?" This could be the answer to why they met his son. He thought that he needed to catch him and then blackmail the Reptile King. Then he will leave the island with all his children. Is this a good plan? The reptile monster began to form a huge amount of poisonous mucus. He spat directly at Ling Shen. Lin Shen dodged and the monster hit the wall. Ling Shen saw that the monster's poison bomb was too dangerous. It has enormous attacking power. Right now, this ball of slime has broken through the rock mountain. Ling Shen was scared. He's lucky that the attack speed is low. He should be more careful and dodge better. If he is not distracted, he will easily avoid a collision. Ling Shen saw that the monster's cheeks had become huge. They were filled with slime and glowed green. He thought, is the monster preparing a super strong blow? The reptile monster opened its mouth and began to shoot many balls of poisonous and toxic mucus. Ling Shen was shocked. He opened his mouth wide and shouted that the monster could shoot bursts. The slime balls hit Ling Shen. He didn't have time to dodge with his big body. So many of the attacks hit him. He fell to the ground. Miss Monkey screamed Mr. Dragon. She was worried about him, although she also had a lot of rotten reptiles on her. Ling Shen was injured in many places. Green steam emanated from it. The black monster was still full of toxic mucus, but he was also tired and tried to rest, breathing heavily. He looked at Ling Shen and saw that he was not moving. Miss Monkey was looking around the area. She noticed long ridges on the ceiling. She screamed and jumped high, throwing off the rotten reptiles. Miss Monkey grabbed the stone ledges and moved as if on vines. She quickly ran away from the reptiles that were sneaking down. Miss Monkey was right above the monster's head. She jumped down and blocked the path towards Ling Shen. She clenched a strong fist and swung. She hit the monster, creating a noticeable flow of wind. The reptile monster weakened after its attack and flew to the side. He then jumped high onto the wall and began to generate energy for an attack. Lin Shen shouted for Miss Monkey to be careful and duck down. She deftly dodged and the monster's attack missed her. She asked, "Is that all?" The blow is much worse than the explosive breath that Mr. Dragon uses. Ling Shen was surprised by her ability. He remembered her deft escape from his explosive breathing. He said that apparently she developed a reflex after his attacks. Miss Monkey jumped from the wall and hit the reptile monster. But it turned out that the monster's attack did not disappear, but changed its trajectory. The slime beam turned towards Miss Monkey, who was beating the monster. Ling Shen panicked and said that there was danger behind her. He himself fought with rotten reptiles. Miss Monkey didn't have time to dodge and the slime's attack hit her in the back. She began to fall forward onto the monster. He hit her hard with his head and she flew back, falling into a mountain of bones. Lin Shen shouted, "Miss Monkey." He thought, "What's going on? Why did this poisonous bomb change its direction and fly back?" Ling Shen saw an army of rotten reptiles moving towards him. They surrounded him. They hissed terribly. Ling Shen called them vile. They began to jump on his body, piling up like a mountain. He got angry and said that they were jumping on him in vain. He began to growl and concentrate energy in the spikes on his back. Its spikes were enveloped in lightning. They told everyone to leave. At this time, the monster pinned Miss Monkey to the ground. She moaned from the strong blow. The reptile monster opened its mouth to hit her right in the head with its slime. But while he was forming a ball, Ling Shen ran up and hit his mouth with his tail. From the blow of its long tail, the monster flew far away. Ling Shen noticed that the monster released poisonous attacks from its mouth towards the ceiling. There were many rotten reptiles there. They repelled the poisonous attacks with their bodies. After that, the strongest rays of toxic mucus flew towards Ling Shen and Miss Monkey. They both opened their mouths and eyes wide in shock. They asked, "What? Are they redirecting attacks?" Ling Shen pinned Miss Monkey to the ground. He took poisonous blows with his body. He said he underestimated them too much. He thought they had low ick. Ling Shen wiped his skin of the remaining mucus on his burnt skin. He would never have thought that they could work so well as a team and shoot poisonous bullets. The monster again attacked them with poisonous mucus. Ling Shen was already angry. He screamed, "Again? Can't he just calm down?" She and Miss Monkey returned easily, but it was unexpected. A beam of slime flew towards the wall, where there was already a rotten reptile in the player's cap. Ling Shen struck with his tail and the reptile fell to the side. It died quickly. Lin Shen put on his player's cap and picked up the bat. He asked the monster how he liked Ling Shen's outfit. He can attack right at it. The monster began to scream loudly and emit a green sound wave. Lin Shen began to worry. He asked what was going on. Miss Monkey clenched her teeth and growled. Lin Shen asked why there were so many catchers around them. It was as if they were on a field where each reptile had its own position. Lin Shen saw them crawling to the ceiling. He thought that the ceiling was completely filled with reptiles. He needs to get close to them and hit them. The monster again began to fill its cheeks and prepare to attack. The monster seemed to laugh at Ling Shen. Next to him were rotten reptiles. Ling Shen said that he would not let him shoot again. He uses his mental attack. Ling Shen began to scream and spread waves of pain. All the rotten reptiles and the monster felt a headache. They stopped and began to tremble. But somehow the monster was able to withstand this attack. He moved his iron, sharp limb. Poisonous bullets began to shoot from his mouth. Ling Shen realized with horror that this was very bad. His roar turned a single bullet into several. Now it will be even more difficult to dodge. Lin Shen dodged 2 poisonous bullets at once. Miss Monkey screamed and also dodged one. The rotten reptiles constantly deflected bullets and changed their direction. They deflected 3 bullets from above at once. Working together, they created a real labyrinth of the monster's poisonous attacks. Ling Shen shouted with tears in his eyes that he had almost become a eunuch. He dodged an attack that flew towards his genitals. He said, "We need to find a way to stop the monster from spitting out these poisonous attacks." At this time, the monster happily continued to shoot bullets from its mouth. Ling Shen gave him the middle finger and said that he kept adding more and more. Lin Shen gritted his teeth. He asked, "If you don't close the monster's mouth, will soon the mucus fill the space and they will drown?" He looked at the reptiles who were preparing to deflect the bullets. Ling Shen began to attack with his explosive breath. He asked if the reptiles had gathered together to catch his attack. They did it right. Ling Shen struck and immediately killed several rotten reptiles. He said it was great. Killed reptiles will no longer redirect the poison projectile. He again began to form an attack. Lin Shen said that he would take another shot. He said that poison bombs are not the most important thing. First you need to get rid of the annoying rotten reptiles. The monster began to attack him from behind. Ling Shen fell, sliding across the floor and screaming in pain. His leg was badly injured. The monster hit him with its iron claws. Ling Shen then noticed that the reptile deflected the bullet right next to him. Now the poisonous mixture is flying into his face. Miss Monkey shouted at him to be careful. She grabbed the reptile and threw it to him, telling him to catch it. The body of the rotten reptile reflected the blow of the poisonous bullet. Ling Shen was overjoyed. He said, "It's true. The poisonous bullet reflects off the rotten reptiles. This can be used. In this case, he will take the reptile." The monster was surprised and did not understand their actions. Lin Shen grabbed the reptile's tail. He said he would show the monster real ping pong. The game has begun. He told Miss Monkey to take the reptile and use it. She will be able to easily deflect retaliatory strikes from poisonous bullets. The monster began to attack them again with a burst of bullets. Ling Shen's eyes sparkled with excitement. He said, "Look at him." Ling Shen said that the monster died. But then all the bullets hit him while he was swinging the reptile. He screamed that it hurt. 3 more bullets flew towards him. Lin Shen asked irritably, "What's going on? Why does it have such poor accuracy? He does everything like athletes. He's a dragon who can't play table tennis at all." One of the poison bullets flew from above while he tried to deflect the others. He screamed in pain and said his head was on fire. Miss Monkey easily fought off 2 poisonous bullets at once. He said she'd cover for Mr. Dragon. Lin Shen was surprised. New ping pong star, Miss Monkey. He must let her protect him. More poisonous bullets began to fly out of the monster's puffed out cheeks. Miss Monkey covered Ling Shen with her body. She screamed and quickly waved her arms, deflecting all the bullets with rotten reptiles. After a few seconds, a lot of dust rose into the air. She stood with her hands raised, preparing to attack. Lin Shen asked what. His eyes sparkled with stars. He said it was the result of their special training. They were surrounded by reptiles, but Miss Monkey was ready to fight. Steam appeared from her nostrils. The monster screamed loudly. He began to scream long and loudly. The rotten reptiles were advancing towards them. Miss Monkey saw that reptiles had filled the ceiling. Lin Shen shouted that they were changing formation. She must be careful. The monster again began to spit poisonous bullets into the ceiling. Redirected attacks flew from above and below. Miss Monkey deftly parried several attacks with one blow. Poisonous bullets were flying from the ceiling again. They were also reflected from the reptiles on the wall. Miss Monkey saw that they were in serious trouble. She screamed furiously. Miss Monkey began to fight off all the poisonous bullets that were simultaneously flying from all sides of the cave with great speed. She moved so fast that a ring-shaped cloud appeared. Reflected bullets were constantly flying out of it. Lin Shen said that Miss Monkey is incredible. Could it be that their training made her a stronger player? There are no such people even in the national team. He raised his hand to his chin and thought. Miss Monkey deflects bullets, but they only get faster. If you don't stop her, everything will end badly. The monster again fired poisonous bullets. Lin Shen came up with something. He told Miss Monkey to aim all the poison bullets at the monster's head. She began to deflect the bullets and direct them back into the monster's mouth. The monster laughed. He easily deflected the blow back with his tail. Miss Monkey and Ling Shen opened their mouths in shock. Ling Shen told her to keep fighting back. Miss Monkey deflected the blows and directed them at the monster. But he sent the bullets with his tail and his body back at them. Miss Monkey got very angry. The monster clenched his teeth. He stopped to gain strength. Then he again began to spit poisonous bullets at them. At this point, Ling Shen had accumulated energy for explosive breathing. He looked at the monster menacingly. Then a huge beam of hot energy burst out from its mouth. He burned all the reptiles and poisonous bullets. The beam reached the monster, but he was able to deftly dodge with the help of his thin paws. Ling Shen hit the wall next to the monster. Although he was able to dodge, his tail and many limbs were destroyed. Miss Monkey said yes, Mr. Dragon is amazing. He looked at her smugly. She said he was cool. The monster again accumulated mucus on its cheeks and prepared to shoot. At this time, Ling Shen grabbed Miss Monkey's hand and said that they should not stand. They must run away immediately. He was worried and said that he could use explosive breathing twice a day. They need to run. The monster got angry and growled. He thought, do they want to leave? He screamed loudly and sent the reptiles after them. Lin Shen shouted and said that they were being chased. Miss Monkey and Ling Shen ran away as quickly as possible, with the reptile monster chasing after them. They were very close to the exit. Ling Shen and Miss Monkey were hiding on opposite sides of the cave exit. The monster continued to run. When he ran out of the cave, Miss Monkey stuck out her leg. The monster stumbled and flew forward, sliding along the ground. Ling Shen laughed and said happily that such tricks always work. He doesn't remember it not working. The monster got angry. Ling Shen pointed his finger at the monster and asked, did he really think that she was running away? No, it was to anger him and lure him out of the cave. It's too convenient for him to fight inside the cave. They won't let him go back there. They blocked the path to the cave. The monster growled and began to do something strange. Lin Shen and Miss Monkey saw that inside the cave, an army of rotten reptiles was hissing and looking at them with their bright eyes. Suddenly a wave of reptiles caught them. Rotten reptiles ran out of the cave, running even under their feet. They tried to brush them off, but there were too many reptiles. The reptiles ran up to the monster and began to climb on it. They enveloped his limbs. The monster turned them into slime and tried to make a new limb out of it. Now he had a new leg made of reptile slime. Lin Shen asked in shock, what? How can he regenerate so quickly? Are the bodily fluids of rotten reptiles really good medicine? Can it even revive the dead? He said that this was very unfair and smeared the mucus on his wound. The monster finally grew new legs and screamed loudly. A crowd of reptiles appeared next to him. Ling Shen and Miss Monkey watched, not knowing what to do. The monster again began to spit out many poisonous bullets. Lin Shen confidently said to let Miss Monkey repel the attack. She actively and angrily waved her arms, deflecting all the poisonous bullets. Ling Shen told the big-head monster that he had said this before. His game will not be effective in open space. All the poisonous bullets flew back to the monster. He opened his mouth and lowered it down. Reptiles began to crawl in there. He grabbed one. Ling Shen and Miss Monkey were very surprised and did not understand his actions. He asked what the monster was doing. Does he just eat his people? Doesn't he know an enemy from an ally? Ling Shen reiterated that reptiles are best at being food for their delivery. They deliver themselves into the monster's mouth. The The monster lowered its mouth again so that the reptiles could crawl in. He grabbed several pieces. Ling Shen shouted that it is not that easy. The monster came up with something. He remembered that the monster might run out of mucus in its mouth. Ling Shen said that they had to hurry. He shouldn't eat a lot of reptiles. They confidently ran to attack. Lin Shen asked, "Is she jumping high?" "He will hold them at the entrance, and she must jump straight to the son of the reptile king and stop him from eating them." She jumped and flew towards the monster's head. At this time, his cheeks were already full. The shadow of Miss Monkey appeared above the monster filled with reptilian bodies. She jumped and struck, but the monster was able to escape by jumping up. She hit the ground and reptiles scattered all over the place. The monster began to draw air into its mouth. He had formed many poisonous bullets and was now spitting them out non-stop. Miss Monkey was standing right in front of him. All these many attacks were flying at her. She swung rotten reptiles and fought off poisonous bullets. Unexpectedly for her, a poisonous bullet pierced the body of the reptile with which she repelled the blow. Then a huge poisonous mixture hit Miss Monkey. She fell to the ground. Lin Shen shouted, "Miss Monkey." He became angry and his eyes began to shine. The monster did not stop and continued to spit out poisonous bullets. Lin Shen came up with a brilliant idea. He curled up into a ring and began to dodge the poisonous bullets. He rolled all over the field, collecting rotten reptiles on his spikes. He was very worried and in a hurry. Ling Shen rolled straight towards the monster. During this time, he did not stop spitting out bullets. One of the poisonous ones hit the reptile on Ling Shen's back and it deflected the bullet. Ling Shen stopped and stood up. He laughed wickedly and asked the monster why he thought Ling Shen was rolling around him. There was a whole mountain of reptile corpses on Ling Shen's back. He said he rode for so long to make himself protective armor from rotten reptiles. He thought that the spiked armor and so many reptiles were taking too much of his strength. He must finish everything quickly. Lin Shen bared his teeth and jumped high. Ling Shen quickly approached the monster. He tried to attack Ling Shen with his poison bullets. But now they were all reflected from Ling Shen's armor. His head was reliably protected by a wig made of reptiles. The monster was already tired and was straining greatly, shooting poisonous bullets. Ling Shen turned his back to him and reflected everything. He thought that these poisonous bullets were different. They are faster and stronger. Now bullets destroy reptiles too. Ling Shen shouted angrily and irritably that he hated the monster. He should go to hell. Ling Shen turned around and ran towards the monster. He hit it with its spiked back, piercing the monster's cheeks. Ling Shen made many holes in the monster. After that, mucus began to flow out of him, like from a barrel. The monster stood up on its hind legs and screamed loudly. Lin Shen again began to drill himself into the monster, and he began to fall. Ling Shen opened his mouth and began to bite the monster's leg. Green liquid began to flow from him. The monster threw Ling Shen away, but with his foot in his mouth. Ling Shen began to concentrate energy and glow, emitting lightning. He spat out his foot and turned to the monster. Ling Shen used his explosive breath and sent a punch towards the monster. This time it hit, cutting off all of its limbs and tails. The monster fell to the ground. He was bleeding green liquid from wounds and holes. The monster screamed loudly in pain. He called upon his reptiles. They surrounded his body. The monster began to devour rotten reptiles again. Lin Shen was surprised. He thought, what? The monster has not restored its limbs, but devours rotten reptiles? Is he preparing for the final move? Ling Shen was hiding under a thick layer of reptile corpses. He thought that constantly maintaining the reptilian armor would soon leave him exhausted. He needs to hurry up and kill the monster. Lin Shen ran towards the monster, eating reptiles. He put his back and spikes forward. The monster saw him and began to open its mouth wide to take in air. Lin Shen asked, does he want to use one move on him a second time? He frowned and said that now the monster was deprived of the grip of its forelimbs. He won't be able to pin him down. They will now find out what he can do. A bright flash and a ball of energy appeared inside the monster's mouth. Bright rays emanated from this. But then a giant ball of mucus appeared in the monster's mouth. It strangely did not tear the monster's mouth. The monster spat it out of its mouth. There was almost nothing left in his cheeks. The giant ball flew straight towards Ling Shen. It absorbed other rotten reptiles. Lin Shen shouted, "What? How could he spit out something so huge?" He ran up to the ball and said he would block it. He put his back to the ball and stopped. Ling Shen tried to put his feet forward, but the ball did not stop and rolled forward, and Ling Shen left ruts in the ground. He shouted in surprise and irritation that he couldn't even move this ball of mucus. He screamed for Miss Monkey to come and help him. She confidently said that she was already on her way. She stood menacingly in front of the ball and put her shoulder forward to hit it to stop the ball. But Miss Monkey hit Ling Shen directly in the stomach. He felt pain and screamed that it would kill him. The ball stopped, and they fell in the other direction, hitting the ground. Ling Shen happily said that this is great. He thought it was impossible to move it. He said he would do something too. He formed an explosive breath in his mouth. After that, Ling Shen directed the beam at the ball. The heat ray filled the ball into the air and made a huge hole in it. The monster opened its mouth and screamed. Ling Shen's beam hit the monster's mouth and pierced its head. The monster fell and flew back, falling to the ground. Reptiles fell from Ling Shen's back. He was very tired and sat down on the ground. During this time, it seemed that he even lost weight. Lin Shen said that he was glad that the fight was over. He looked very exhausted. He also had many abrasions and burns. He said he didn't expect at all that as soon as they entered this cave, they would immediately meet a powerful monster. Everyone would envy their luck. Miss Monkey was sitting on the ground with a huge burn wound on her chest. She laughed and said that Mr. Dragon is very strong. Lin Shen noticed something on the ground. He said, "These are flowers and grass." The grass really began to grow quickly under him, and butterflies had already arrived. In a few minutes, huge thickets of grass grew around them. Miss Monkey and Ling Shen looked at the ground in surprise. She said, "Wow, it's green." Lin Shen asked how could this happen. He called the Kun and said, "Can the system explain what is happening?" Kun appeared and said that of course he could explain. He had already discovered a certain vicious force in the body of the rotten reptiles. It doesn't belong to this world. It is because of this type of energy that vital forces are suppressed. Because of it, all the vegetation died, turning into a gray mass. He wants to analyze this energy in more detail, but it will take a lot of time. This will be very difficult. Kun was flying near the monster with his laboratory. He asked if Ling Shen knew why it was so difficult. This is so because the energy in the body of rotten reptiles is very diluted. There is very little of it in their body. It's good that they dealt with the prince of reptiles. The energy in his body is very pure and harmonious. He looked at the flask with the green liquid and said that he had a guess. He thinks that this energy is passed down from Xiang Liu's bloodline. In other words, the closer the blood relationship with the king of rotten reptiles, the purer and more harmonious the energy. Lin Shen asked, if he says so, then they don't need to kill all the reptiles. Do they need to kill their king and immediate family? Then they can clear Abyss Island. Kun said that was true. He took with him many flasks with green reptile liquid. Lin Shen said happily, okay. Then he needs to select on the map the location of the most important rotten reptiles. They will come and kill them all. He said it would not only improve their fighting abilities, but it will save the environment. In addition, it will weaken the vitality of all reptiles. This sounds like a good plan, but before that they have important business to attend to. They need to eat a lot and replenish their energy levels. Lin Shen said that he would soon die of hunger. Miss Monkey sat next to him and impaled rotten reptiles on sticks. Ling Shen's stomach growled. He said that Miss Monkey is very diligent. She sparkled her eyes and told Mr. Dragon to light the fire. In her hands were 3 lizards. Lin Shen said that he would never breathe fire. He maintained the reptilian armor for a very long time and used explosive breath twice. His body has no more energy left, so he won't be able to start a fire. But they have another way. He asked why not teach Miss Monkey how to drill wood to make fire. She scratched her head and asked, Should she drill wood? Ling Shen replied, yes, that's true. He told her to apply energy and rub the long shaft with her hands back and forth. Miss Monkey diligently rubbed the stick on the logs and dry grass. She got angry because nothing was working out. She clenched her teeth and screamed. Miss Monkey began to twirl the stick very quickly. Lin Shen said that she was great. It almost worked. She needs to try harder. Finally, the dry grass caught fire under the stick. Miss Monkey looked happily at the small burning patch of grass. She put him under the fire. The fire began to flare up more and more. Miss Monkey fried 3 lizards at once and smiled. After a while, they smelled a delicious smell. Lin Shen asked if the food was ready. He will definitely die of hunger now. Miss Monkey said it's not ready yet. Ling Shen shouted with impatience. He then asked Miss Monkey if the meat was ready. He can no longer be conscious. He is dying. Miss Monkey got angry too. She threw out the reptile meat and broke the fire. She screamed angrily, "Why won't it cook?" Dai Shen saw this and asked what was going on. He picked up the reptile on a stick and said that it was too strange. Even after being under fire for such a long time, the color of the meat did not change at all. Miss Monkey stood nearby and angrily beat her chest. Kun appeared and said it's no wonder he couldn't cook this meat. The energy in the bodies of reptiles does not belong to this world. Lizards cannot catch fire from this world. But the energy of Ling Shen's explosive breath and hot rays also do not belong to this world. Therefore, with their help, he can cook reptile meat. Ling Shen said in frustration that it doesn't matter. He doesn't want to think about anything until he eats. He said that if they could not be cooked, then they would have to eat raw meat. It can't be that bad, right? Ling Shen was bitten by the reptiles. Miss Monkey looked at this and was horrified. After the first bite, the Ling Shen's face took on an unhealthy look. He began to spit out food and said that this is terrible. These lizards are poisonous. When he eats them, his mouth and stomach burn. You can't eat this. It's disgusting in its raw form. He looked carefully at the reptile again and said, still, he has no choice. He needs to eat it for evolution and energy. He has to fight with himself. He has to eat this pot of red pepper. The system window reported that he had successfully eaten the rotten reptile. For this, he receives 700 evolution points. Then the same window appeared, and then another one. Kun said that it is for this reason that monsters, weak and strong, have something in common. They cannot be defeated or killed by the inhabitants of this world. They can only be dealt with by Ling Shen's explosive breath. He said that Ling Shen is a real exception. Lin Shen thought, so even top-level monsters like Miss Monkey's parents failed. They teamed up with all the monsters, but could not defeat the rotten reptiles. They all died in vain. He looked regretfully at Miss Monkey. Then he thought, he doesn't even know what Miss Monkey will think if he talks about this. He said he ate a lot of raw meat, that should be enough. With a powerful blow, he lit the fire with a beam of his explosive breath. Miss Monkey thought, it turns out that Ling Shen can spit out flames directly from her mouth. At this time he had already fried 3 reptiles. She thought that with the help of his fire she could cook these reptiles. In other words, only he can kill them. Miss Monkey remembered that in every battle, Lin Shen used explosive breath, so he always won. Miss Monkey looked attentively at the fire. She thought that it seemed like her help wasn't very valuable. Lin Shen ate delicious meat and was satisfied. He looked at the sad Miss Monkey and thought, what's wrong with her? Why is she so sad? Even the smell of her favorite meat doesn't bring a smile to her face. Is this really his Miss Monkey? Someone was watching them from afar from the cliff. It was that strange bird. She thought she had found the 2 of them. The vulture looked at them carefully. Blue pterosaurs flew next to her. She thought that something was in front of them. Is this the place? Did they really kill all the reptiles? She remembered how she herself was in the cave and when she was attacked by an army of rotten reptiles. Then she bit off the limb of the prince of reptiles, but he used poisonous bullets. The bird was unable to dodge, and this caused it severe damage. Then a mountain of monsters almost crushed her. The prince of reptiles loomed over her menacingly. She closed her eyes and said she didn't believe it. The blue pterosaur asked, Does she want to kill them? She should take advantage of the moment while they eat. The bird said that for now they could eat and have fun in peace. Now she needs to catch a giant wolf with a sword, but she doesn't even know where he ran away. A system window appeared in front of Ling Shen, which reported that he had successfully eaten the rotten reptile prince. For this, he was given 10,000 evolution points. The second system window reported receiving 9,000 evolution points. The third system window congratulated Ling Shen. It was the first time he had absorbed the prince of the rotten reptiles. This is a high-ranking monster. Therefore, he receives the skill of explosive bombs as a reward for this. This is an A+ skill and is a weakened version of explosive breath. The duration of the skill is short, but it can be used continuously. The system window announced that it was time to show off his ping-pong skills. Ling Shen laughed. He said that the prince of rotten reptiles is good, but he didn't expect that after his death he would get a monster skill. Among all his enemies, he now respects him the most. Some time passed. Ling Shen and Miss Monkey had already had their fill, but they still continued to eat the rotten reptiles. A new system window has appeared. Ling Shen was congratulated for seeing a being from the secret realm for the first time. As a reward, he was given 2 million evolution points. He said, "Wow, they gave him 2 million points right away." The system is finally starting to be generous. Kun appeared and said that, in fact, he was always proud of him. Doesn't he remember how Kun gave him those wonderful skills and other useful things? Lin Shen said that he was just giving a compliment, but Kun began to boast so much. He asked, "By the way, what kind of creature is this from the secret kingdom?" Previously, there were no such prompts when eating creatures, including rotten reptiles. Kun said, "This is because the decomposition power in the body of ordinary dead reptiles is too weak. Therefore, he cannot analyze it normally." He obtained a sample of the rotten reptile prince's venom. Thanks to this, he was able to finally figure out something. The energy of the reptile prince comes from the secret realm. There are many dark and dangerous monsters there. Kun acts like a detective. Now he understands why rotten reptiles have so many strange abilities. In addition, the monster's compass did not react to them at all. Lin Shen asked what exactly is the secret realm. Kun said that according to legend, in ancient times, a terrible disaster occurred in this world. It led to the division of space into separate parts. Thus, a hidden space was created, something like a parallel world. It is known as the Secret Kingdom. A huge system window appeared in front of Ling Shen, showing the distance between the upper island and the lower one. He said that the powerful beings that lived in ancient times are different. Also, the powerful energy of that time is far superior to that of today, but it was preserved in the Secret Kingdom. Thus, their own ecological chains were formed there. Kun said he didn't expect this energy to be true. The unknown energy circulating in the bodies of the vile reptiles must come from a secret kingdom. They all arrived on Abyss Island from some kind of dungeon. Therefore, there is a high probability that there is an entrance to a secret kingdom under Abyss Island. Lin Shen thought about it. He said that the energy of the ancient world there is much stronger than the current one. So, are the creatures there stronger? If he entered the secret realm, he would be able to feed on many monsters. Ling Shen will gain a lot of evolution points and become even stronger. He imagined how huge and strong he could become. He said he was already looking forward to it. He told Kun that he wanted to open a system shopping center. Kun happily spread his fins to the sides. He grew larger and opened his mouth. Lin Shen asked the system, "Does he have the fruit of life that he got from devouring a huge python?" Kun said, "Ling Shen is stupid. He needs to write the name of the product in the search." Ling Shen saw the fruit of life. The system window contained a picture and information. The source is the monster's mother's kitchen. The price is 500,000 evolution points. He asked what? 500,000 evolution points? Why so expensive? Then he said it didn't matter. For the sake of Miss Monkey, he doesn't even mind 500,000. He took the fruit from Kun's drooling mouth and winced. He remembered that after the battle with the huge wolf general, she quickly recovered. But this time the regeneration process is slow. Perhaps this is due to the corrosive effect of poisonous bullets. His wounds on his body have already healed, but the wounds on Miss Monkey's body show no signs of healing. He is especially worried about her bald spot on her back. The system window reported that he had spent 500,000 evolution points. The Fruit of Life was redeemed. The Fruit of Life contains within itself the source of life. It doesn't matter how serious the wounds are. Even if someone is in a dying state, he will eat the fruit and easily recover from the injury. Ling Shen threw the fruit and told Miss Monkey that it was for her. She must eat the fruit and it will heal her wounds. By the way, he remembered about baldness. An image of a bird flashed through his head. He thought maybe the head and neck of the strange bird had also become bald because it had fought with rotten reptiles. Miss Monkey's body began to glow. After she ate the fruit, she said that the wounds on her body healed very quickly. She feels her strength returning. She asked Ling Shen if he had any other fruits. Miss Monkey asked for a few more. Lin Shen laughed and asked, "Does she think they are like cabbage that grows everywhere?" Then he thought that she had even grown in size. The effect of the Fruit of Life is truly impressive. In the future, he will need to invest more evolution points into Miss Monkey. Then he thought that he could also use the Fruit of Life to succeed in negotiations with that bald bird. Miss Monkey rubbed her hands and said that she was finally taller than him. She smiled wickedly. Lin Shen asked, "Really? Then she must watch carefully." Miss Monkey closed her eyes from the bright light. Lin Shen told the system to add the remaining 1.5 million evolution points to his height. Kun said there was no problem with that. A system window appears with information about it. The owner's name is Ling Shen. His family is Kui, Thunder Dragons. His body is still evolving. Bloodline, Dragon Lord, but can improve. Now he is 70 meters tall and weighs 230 tons. Attack methods, Claw Strike, Bite, Dragon Tail Swing. The Dragon Kui has certain main skills. It is an S+ rank Swallow, E rank Night Vision. It has E rank Illumination, B+ rank Monster Compass, S rank Explosive Breath, A rank Radiation Resistance. It also has B rank Spiked Armor, A rank Kui Dragon Fist, A rank Explosive Bomb, rank A. The system rated it. The blood of the ancient Dragon Lord flows in his body. This is described in the classics of mountains and seas. He went through a period of growing up and entered the period of adolescence. Miss Monkey was surprised and asked what? How was he able to grow up so quickly? She said that they eat the same, and she ate the Fruit of Life more times than he did. Why is she still below him? Ling Shen thought that she herself forced him to resort to such measures. He laughed and said it was time to try his skills again. Its spikes glowed blue. She asked what he decided to do. She jumped away from him because his mouth began to glow. Some kind of glowing ball of energy began to appear from his mouth. Miss Monkey said that the explosive breathing really scared her. A luminous ball flew to the cave, leaving a bright, blue trail. It jumped away from the cave and was returning to them. Miss Monkey asked what. She came back and was very scared, after which she fell to the ground. The ball flew over her. Ling Shen laughed. The glowing ball continued to fly in the air. Ling Shen was delighted and said that this is great. It seemed like he had more opportunities to destroy several strongholds of the rotten reptiles. Miss Monkey asked when he learned the big head move. At this time, the bird was flying and thought that the wolf with the sword had taken up too much of her time. She wondered what kind of sudden anxiety she felt. It seemed to her that a reptilian monster was attacking her from behind. Ling Shen's ball was flying behind her. Her subordinates noticed it. She flew up and covered herself with the body of one of the pterosaurs. The ball crashed into him and burned the monster. She asked if it was a poisonous bullet. She realized that this was Ling Shen's energy. She said it really scared her. The bird thought that the Prince of Reptiles had come to life again. The bird began to approach Ling Shen, but then flew away. By evening, Ling Shen and Miss Monkey had eaten their fill. He said they even overate. But it's time for them to go home. He told Miss Monkey that they would take all the rotten reptiles they didn't eat. They will eat them later. With this amount, they won't have to hunt for at least a few days. Miss Monkey happily agreed. 2 days later in Ling Shen Cave, he took the form of a man and was lifting a huge dumbbell. He told Miss Monkey that they would finish their training today, and after that, he will take her to another reptilian stronghold. It so happened that their supply of rotten reptiles ran out in 2 days. Lin Shen said that it was time for them to go get more reptiles. Miss Monkey was lifting huge dumbbells. She said she understood and asked when they would leave. She threw 2 huge dumbbells on the ground. Ling Shen was also holding a huge dumbbell above him. He looked into the sky and saw a blue pterodactyl. He asked why it was there. The system window showed information about this. This is a mutant pterodactyl known as a feathered pterodactyl. The monster's body length is 31 meters and its weight is 31 tons. Lin Shen asked, "What's going on? Why are they fighting each other? It seems that there is something on the neck of one of them." He asked, "What is this?" One of the pterodactyls had a werewolf on its neck. He plunged his sword into the monster, confidently grabbed the second sword and cut the air with it. So he scared away the second pterodactyl. He fought the second pterodactyl while holding the sword in the first one's neck. He then jumped again towards the sword, which was stabbed into the monster's neck. Lin Shen asked, "What exactly is this?" It seems that some kind of person is sitting astride the pterosaur's neck, and at this time he fights with a sword with the second. Ling Shen and Miss Monkey looked up at the sky in surprise. Lin Shen asked, "Are there any pterosaur riders on this island?" 2 more pterosaurs began to fly up to the werewolf. They wanted to kill him, but when they attacked him, they pierced the necks of their relatives. He jumped on the neck of another pterosaur and plunged his sword into the eye. The pterosaur monster began to swing its neck in different directions. It tried to throw off the werewolf. The werewolf jumped from the neck onto the body of the pterosaur and began to swing his sword, crippling the wings of the pterosaur. He tore one wing, and then the monster could not stay in the air and began to fall. He again jumped on the pterosaur, whose neck was pierced by his sword. They fell down together. Miss Monkey said it was coming towards them. She began to glow and turn into a gorilla. She finally transformed and began beating her chest. She grabbed a tree and threw it at the pterodactyl, hitting it in the head. It and the werewolf fell away from them. She began to throw many trees, among which the werewolf deftly dodged. He fell in front of them, raising a cloud of dust. The werewolf said that he had finally found him. He looked at the gorilla and said that she was a female ape. He brought his big head closer to Ling Shen and asked, "Is he the same dinosaur?" Lin Shen asked if they knew each other. He thought, "Is this a wolf? Is this the wolf-werewolf rider?" He asked why. "What kind of world is this? Is this a parallel world of his universe or Western fantasy?" The werewolf said that they had already met. He took the sword in his teeth and asked, "Doesn't Ling Shen remember it?" Miss Monkey opened her mouth wide and Ling Shen opened her mouth. He asked what it was, that wolf with a sword. Can he become human too? Why is every second monster he meets able to transform into a human? Isn't this some kind of privilege? Lin Shen asked, "Is it really not uncommon for a human to transform into a monster?" The wolf said they could fight again. Last time he lost to him because he was in the form of a wolf. This time he is in human form and will not lose. The werewolf took out the sword and prepared for battle. Lin Shen asked with dissatisfaction on his face, "Is he sick? Was he really just looking for him to fight?" Besides, his words sound somehow awkward. As if he was a man from the very beginning, but then turned into a wolf and was defeated by him. The werewolf suffered so much that he seized the immediate goal of his life to take revenge on him. The werewolf crouched on the ground and assumed an attack pose. Lin Shen asked with excitement, did he also eat the fruit of life by mistake? But then why is his transformation into a human not completely completed? He appears to be human, but still has a wolf's head and tail. He also stands on all fours. Maybe he ate the unripe fruit of life. Maybe Ling Shen can give him some medicine. The werewolf jumped high and began to fall down, attacking. Lin Shen was surprised and jumped back, returning. He asked, "Are the werewolves seriously doing this? He must stop this immediately." The werewolf began to run around and wait for Ling Shen to attack him. The werewolf said that he must take revenge on him. Otherwise he will be disgraced. He again began to throw many blows. Ling Shen thought this was terrible. His skin is not as rough and dense compared to his dragon form. He will not be able to withstand a single blow from the sword. Miss Monkey saw that Ling Shen was in danger. She waved her arms and screamed menacingly. She hit where the werewolf was sitting, but he managed to jump away. She continued to wave her arms, and the werewolf dodged. So, he ran around her and she couldn't hit him. He thought it was a female monkey fighting like a real monster. She opened her mouth and screamed furiously. The werewolf thought that she relied only on strength and avoided tactics. He jumped towards Ling Shen. The werewolf knew that Miss Monkey's strategy could not be defeated. Miss Monkey's fist flew after him, but he managed to jump. The monkey's fist flew straight towards Ling Shen. She hit the ground with her hand, but they both managed to jump away. Ling Shen threateningly told Miss Monkey to first watch who she hits, and then use force. The werewolf told Miss Monkey that their powers had now shifted since their first meeting. Lin Shen looked in surprise and thought, the werewolf is provoking her. Miss Monkey got really angry. The werewolf said, excuse him, but he doesn't have time for Miss Monkey right now. He needs to fight a man. Miss Monkey screamed angrily and her eyes glowed red. She hit the stone. The werewolf and Ling Shen jumped away. Ling Shen said, no, she fell for his trick. He said that she again does everything as she wants. He told her to watch where she hits. Miss Monkey tripped and fell on the rocks. At this time, the werewolf put a knife in front of Ling Shen's throat. He said that Ling Shen is similar to a human specimen. Lin Shen thought, what is this wolf talking about? Really? He smiled and said that he was afraid of disappointing the werewolf, but he preferred to remain a monster. He thought that he had not been called a man for a long time. The werewolf said that his ability to switch between forms is impressive. But doesn't he want to fight him in human form? The werewolf ran and pushed off from the tree. He told Ling Shen to be careful because he would cut the dragon's throat. It flew over and caused a small injury to Ling Shen. After this blow, Ling Shen clenched his teeth. The werewolf then touched the tree again and said that he would now hurt his face. It began to fly towards Ling Shen's head. Ling Shen got angry and asked, what is he saying? In this guise, he can crush a werewolf like a bug. Why would he take another form? In addition, he is unarmed, and the werewolf has 2 swords. He thought that he would be a real fool if he fought him in human form. The werewolf frowned and said that he didn't know how Ling Shen turned into a monster, but the dragon's body was not suitable for him. Ling Shen said that there is no benefit to the human body. He looks like a mole in that form. He cannot survive in this way on an island infested with various animals and monsters. The werewolf really turned out to be too small in relation to him. He said that a small body can be very agile. You can use this. He began to jump and attack. Lin Shen wanted to hit him with his paw, but the werewolf jumped on his hand. He said that Lin Shen raised his paws, although he could swallow him with one movement. He has the same logic and actions as a person, because under stress people constantly harm themselves. The werewolf said that the human has flexible arms. They have developed their arms to their maximum potential. But at the same time, excessive laziness is their biggest weakness. He swung his sword and began to swing in different directions. He jumped on Ling Shen's nose and wanted to thrust his sword into his eye. Ling Shen's eye began to tremble from the proximity to the blade and the pupil shrank. The werewolf said that he was really human. It worked for him. Lin Shen asked, what is the werewolf talking about? He thought that this wolf knew people from his own experience. Did he learn martial arts and swordsmanship from humans? The werewolf said that there would be no second chance to jump. A strange bird descended towards them from above. She grabbed the werewolf right from Ling Shen's nose in her huge paws. He said it was that bald bird. He shouted angrily. How dare she come to him and grab someone? She found herself in trouble. Using energy from his mouth, he attacked her with an explosive bullet. The bird turned around and said in horror, no, that thing again. She took the pterosaur in her paw again and used it as a shield. The bullet bounced off the monster and flew in the other direction. The bird asked what? Didn't it kill him? The pterosaur flew away and said that it was scared to death. The ball bounced off another pterosaur and lowered it lower. Then the explosive bullet hit the bird directly in the stomach. She coughed and rolled her eyes. She was in a lot of pain. She let go of the werewolf and began to fall down. Ling Shen happily said that this was the third time he had managed to shoot down this bird. Miss Monkey laughed and said Mr. Dragon is cool. He thought that this wolf with swords could clearly kill him, but he didn't. Did the werewolf just want to compare their powers? He seems to be familiar with the human race. If they recruited him, it would be easier to fight him. He would be a good help. And this time they wanted to kill the werewolf with their beak and eat the pterosaurs. Lin Shen said that we need to do him a favor. He asked Miss Monkey to go and save the werewolf. She smiled and said that she would do everything. Miss Monkey screamed furiously and jumped into the sky. She didn't jump high enough and fell, flailing her arms and legs. Lin Shen did not look at them and ran somewhere. He said he would see what happened to the target bird. He ran to a deserted place where the bird should have been, but there was only a footprint in the ground. He began to shake his head in different directions. He asked if she really ran away, leaving the werewolf and her subordinates. He turned and asked, "What's going on there?" He heard some sound behind the trees. Ling Shen saw that it was that girl-shaped bird. She got stuck in the vines. She was dirty, injured, and coughing. He was very surprised. Ling Shen realized that his guesses were correct. He was shocked. Lin Shen asked, "Are you serious? Is she that ugly bird? Can she also take on human form? So the girl is also a bird?" She folded her arms across her chest and looked at him displeased. He said she was much prettier in human form. She told him to shut up. He made her leave again. He's already hit her 3 or 4 times. The first time was when Miss Monkey stole her fruit and then ran away. The bird was looking for its treasure, and he shot it down. The second time he wanted to eat her fruit. She tried to stop him, but he attacked her again. Ling Shen turned away and pretended that she was not talking to him. As punishment, for the third time she wanted to eat Miss Monkey for robbing her. But he interfered with her again. She screamed angrily that she didn't even have time to take revenge on him. But the bird said that since he helped her kill the enemy, she would let him go for stealing her fruit. And if she forgives him, then he will be smart enough not to interfere with her. She looked at him displeasedly and told him not to interfere with her when she starts catching that werewolf again. Ling Shen walked over and said insidiously that he wanted to eat her first. But if she turned out to be such an arrogant and strange girl, he decided to spare her. But maybe she would like to fight with him against the reptiles. The bird girl asked displeasedly why she should work with him. Ling Shen replied, "It is because they have a common enemy. They fight with the reptiles or with their prince." Did she say prince of reptiles? She's too busy to do such things. Lin Shen asked, "Really?" But he heard from Miss Monkey that in the cave, the prince of reptiles tore out all her feathers. The bird girl blushed and screamed for him to shut up. Lin Shen said that it is normal to be bald, but he has a fruit that can help her hair grow faster. The bird was furious, but she said that his negotiation skills amazed her. She knows why he needs this. He's stalling for time for Miss Monkey to save that wolf. She pointed a finger at him and sternly told him to take a closer look. Did he really think she wasn't prepared? Ling Shen turned around and saw that there were now many other pterosaurs flying around Miss Monkey and Werewolf. They are black and orange in color. The system window reported that this was an ancient mutating pterodactyl. This one is 43 meters long and weighs 43 tons. The monster has a strong physique and high flexibility. The pterodactyl grabbed Miss Monkey by the shoulders and lifted her into the air. Then 2 pterodactyls held her high in the sky. Lin Shen shouted, "Miss Monkey." He turned to the bird and asked how dare he touch it. She doesn't understand the situation she's in? The bird girl asked, "Does he think she is in his power?" He's wrong. From the very beginning, he was not a hindrance for her. She grabbed the feather and said that this was a real treasure. At first, feathers were not for people like him. But if he continues to bother her, then she will show him the power of her feathers. She threw many feathers at him, which turned into something like daggers. Lin Shen asked, puzzled, "Horror, magic." He bent down and closed his eyes, and energy rays from the bird's feather flew next to him. Lin Shen thought that this magic was too strong. The bird looked at him, holding a burning feather in its hand. She said that if he knew how valuable it was, he would be grateful for her generosity. The bird raised its hand and created a white stream. She said, and the third. Lin Shen was sitting at the foot of the tree, and his body was cut with bleeding cuts. The bird sent a white stream forward. Large logs fell on Lin Shen's body and pinned him to the ground. The bird grinned and asked where he had gone. Lin Shen tried to get out from under the logs and thought it was terrible. He couldn't move. He wondered what if he received at least one more blow in this state. The bird interrupted his thoughts and said that she wanted the third attack to be for stealing the fruit. But since he had already bowed to the ground as a sign of respect, she would not do it. She laughed and closed her eyes and said that he realized how strong she was. The bird's body was illuminated with a bright light, and it turned back into the body of a bird. She flew through the air with her wings spread wide and said not to interfere with her next time. Lin Shen lay under a pile of logs and frowned with displeasure. He said that this terrible bird was not kind. He should not let it go while it was defenseless. Lin Shen looked after her as she was surrounded by pterodactyls, who lifted Monkey into the air. He shouted that there was no time to think about it. The monkey and the wolf would be captured now. Lin Shen said that they are so far away, he won't be able to get there. Even the terrible bird is stopping him. He thought that this could not go on any longer. Lin Shen began to rise, and a blue light began to emanate from his mouth. He can't just stand by and watch his partner get kidnapped. Lin Shen thought that since she was in the way, he loudly ordered the terrible bird to be careful. Only Yuan directed a long blue stream towards the bird. The bird turned around and asked displeasedly, "Does he think she is so stupid that a ball of light can scare her?" She threw it away with her clawed paw and shouted that she was able to throw away even 3 simultaneous attacks. Lin Shen shouted that no, 1 can do it, but 3 can't. He sent 3 blue balls towards the bird and shouted, "Let him have it." The bird looked at him and thought, is he really mocking her? She was sure that he was able to release 30, let alone 3. The bird raised its clawed paw and said loudly that it would knock it all out in one fell swoop. She turned around and screamed in displeasure that he was not even able to hit her using a multi-layered attack. At this moment, energy balls were directed towards the pterodactyls. The bird added that it's boring. Lin Shen wondered, stupid, does she really think he was aiming at her? He presented a diagram where he aims at a bird, and from it the energy spreads outwards into the pterodactyls. Lin Shen thought that he was never good at sports, but he was good at trigonometry. A blue energy ball hit the pterodactyls and blew them up a moment later. The bird looked at this, puzzled. Lin Shen smiled and thought that the distance was long, but with her help everything worked out. The remaining pterodactyl flew heavily through the sky and carried Miss Monkey with its hind legs. The monkey swung and began hitting the pterodactyl with its fists, and then climbed onto its back and knocked it to the ground. Lin Shen asked how is she? Miss Ape replied that everything was fine. She apologized and said that she could not save the wolf. Lin Shen raised his head up and said that everything was fine. He saw him fall into the forest behind him, so he was probably fine too. He suggested that we deal with this bird first. It can release powerful feather blades, so let it be careful. Lin Shen pointed his finger upward and told the monkey to try to hit it with something. The monkey picked up the pterodactyl and threw it towards the bird. Lin Shen said loudly, "Stop, don't be a pterodactyl." He said displeasedly that he had not tasted one yet. The body of a pterodactyl flew next to the bird and it grinned. Lin Shen frowned and thought that the first blow could be dodged, but what about the second? He shouted loudly that he would burn all the feathers from her head. Lin Shen opened his mouth wide and released a long stream of fire towards the bird. The bird grinned and raised its wing, thereby dodging the attack. She looked contentedly at the dissatisfied faces of the guys below. At that moment, a wolf with a sword in his hand was climbing over her body. The monkey saw this and asked, "Hey, is that a wolf there?" The wolf pushed off from her body and, swinging his swords, flew into the air. The bird looked at him with peripheral vision and saw him approaching. The wolf struck a quick blow to the bird's eye and rushed on. The bird got angry and screamed loudly, "A terrible dog! How dare he use people's knowledge against it?" She began to cry from overwhelming emotions and screamed that he was an idiot. The bird asked how dare he go against her. At that moment, the wolf interrupted her, striking her body. Feathers fell from the bird's body and it frighteningly rushed after them. The bird cried, "Precious feathers." The wolf landed on a thick tree branch, holding a long sword behind his back. Lin Shen and the monkey looked at him in surprise. The wolf stood up and looked forward from under his brows, flashing his eye. The bird directed its attack in his direction, but he calmly replied that until it understands how to fight against him, it will not survive. Lin Shen frowned in confusion and thought that the bird was capable of causing the wind with its feathers, but this wolf was calmly fighting it. He remembered how the bird carried out attacks while hanging on a tree and thought that, in other words, the wolf was more like an ideal opponent to fight it with. Lin Shen smiled and gave the wolf a thumbs up. He said that he was really not bad. Lin Shen smiled and suggested that we fight together to defeat the bird. The wolf raised his head up and, without turning to Lin Shen, asked, "What is the use of such a big and stupid monster in the dense forest?" Lin Shen thought it was terrible, but it was insulting. He put his paws together and said, "Mr. Wolf knows he's right." Lin Shen closed his eyes and said that the human body is perfect for this place. He thought with displeasure that he was right. Lin Shen asked the wolf to help him with this bird. He asked, "And then they both will take human form to fight, okay?" The wolf happily replied that only he uses his sword in battle. Lin Shen held his paws together and said, "Wolf, okay." He asked a question in fear, "But can he put on the armor then?" The bird angrily asked, "Why is he begging the loser? Stupid dragon, where is his sense of pride as a monster?" She collected black feathers with her beak and said when she mercifully spared him. He responded by sending a wolf to cut off her feathers. The bird thought that if they really united, she and the other monsters in the sky would lose. She flapped her big wings and said that vile lizard, "He is not worthy to be her rival." The bird thought that in reality this was just an excuse. Lin Shen happily thought, "This is great, she is scared." He was right that he decided to team up with the wolf. Lin Shen looked at the bird mockingly and pointed his finger. He said, "Hey, terrible bird," she missed her chance. Lin Shen said that she would get what she deserved for interrupting his fight with the wolf. The bird looked at him displeasedly and asked, "What does he want?" She screamed, "No apology." Lin Shen pointed his thumb at himself and laughed. He said that he needed power to fight his main enemy, the king of the dead. Lin Shen said that the bird could become part of his team or lose its magical feathers. He thought that she seemed to value her feathers very much. It would be a good move to threaten them. The bird looked at him and asked, "Does he want to defeat this?" She said how stupid. Besides, if she wants to fly away, they won't be able to stop her. Lin Shen folded his arms and said to try, but don't blame him for not offering. He said there are too many tall trees in this forest. Lin Shen looked at the wolf and said that the wolf knows how to climb this. He can easily cut off her wings when she tries to fly up. The bird looked displeasedly at its wings. She began to take off, when suddenly a wolf appeared in front of her and swung his sword. He struck and knocked the bird to the ground, and its feathers began to fly in different directions. The bird raised its head and screamed loudly. Pterodactyls flew across the sky, quickly reacting to the cry of the bird and flying down. The monkey grinned when he saw them and grabbed a large stick. She knocked one of the pterodactyls into the air. The bird tucked its wings and rushed forward. She thought it was terrible. She needed to try to get rid of this wolf. The bird thought that without this, it would not be able to fly into the air, and then it would be caught. Lin Shen looked after the fleeing bird and said that it was as fast as an ostrich. He rushed to run after her and shouted loudly that she could not overtake him on the ground with such small legs. Lin Shen immediately overtook the bird and turned around and struck its stomach. Saliva poured out of the bird's mouth in a strong stream. A tall yellow trail swept through the forest. Lin Shen stood over the bird and asked, "He's not as bad as she thought he was, right?" He said that he would not leave her, because together they could stop the king of the dead. Lin Shen offered to join him, the monkey and the wolf on their mission. The wolf, puzzled, asked to wait and asked where he came from in his plans. Lin Shen extended his paw to the bird and said with a smile that they needed it. The bird frowned and asked what he said. She said he wants her. The bird stood up and extended its hind-clawed foot forward. She asked if she went with them. The bird displeasedly asked the question, "What is he thinking about? Where does so much courage come from?" At that moment, the wolf crept up and struck the bird's wing. The bird asked with tears in its eyes, "What have they done?" She became angry and her eyes glowed red. The bird asked, "Do they even understand how valuable these feathers are?" She shouted with displeasure that each of this is the source of life for the monsters on this island. Lin Shen looked at her displeasedly and asked, "So is she going to absorb the wolf and monkey cores?" He knew she understood that if they couldn't be friends, they would become enemies. Lin Shen looked at the bird angrily and said that it was a threat to their lives. He began to flex his fists and said that in this case, he could not let her go. The bird began to fly up and screamed loudly that it would never leave the battlefield. She said that he had ruined so many of her hard-earned feathers, she would trade it for their lives. The bird was approaching Lin Shen and the monkey. She said that the Abyss Island was in danger of being destroyed, and it would take a powerful force to save it. The bird began to flap its wings and said that this is why the monsters of the island trusted her with their powers and lives, turning them into precious feathers. She shouted in displeasure that instead of doing everything possible for the good of these monsters, they ruined these good intentions. Lin Shen thought, good intentions. The bird began to create currents of air and screamed. He realizes that each of these had their own name. Lin Shen looked at her and said that he was afraid. They tore off 50 of her wings. He asked, "Did she seem very angry?" The bird quickly rotated its wings and became completely covered with white threads. Rocks and trees were floating everywhere. Lin Shen tried to stay on his feet. He said, "What a strong wind it is, it's hard to stand." A strong current of air blew Lin Shen away, and he hit the ground with his back several times. Suddenly, a monkey's palm appeared behind him, sticking out from the ground. The monkey screamed, "Into the hole!" Lin Shen jumped into the hole and looked around and shouted that this was too much. There was not just a breeze, but a real natural disaster. He looked at the monkey and said, "Monkey, he's glad she's okay." Lin Shen asked, "Where is the wolf?" He looked ahead questioningly and thought that the wind was weakening. Lin Shen wondered, did the bird run out of magic feathers? He and the monkey leaned out of the hole slightly and looked ahead. A bird covered with white sheets flew away to the side. Lin Shen thought, is she flying away? He stopped himself and wondered, is the wolf distracting attention to himself? Lin Shen looked out displeasedly and thought that no matter how you look at it, he is the best enemy. Why is she following him? He smiled and wondered if this was all love. Lin Shen thought that even if the wolf is agile enough, it will not be able to cope with the hurricane. Something needs to be done. He looked at the creatures flying in the sky and asked, is there a new enemy? The creature that soared in the sky was a two-toothed pterodactyl. The length of this is 5 meters and the weight is 5 tons. The two-toothed pterodactyl attacks the enemy with a jerk, has a high flight speed, sharp teeth, and a large mouth. It can quickly deal with opponents larger than this. Lin Shen looked at the toothy monsters and said, that terrible bird. This is the 3rd time something has gone wrong. Even new pterosaurs have come out. The bird turned and looked at Lin Shen and the monkey sitting in the pit. She looked at the pterodactyls and they quickly changed their flight path. Lin Shen shouted in fear that they were behind them. The monkey ran after him and told him to run faster. Lin Shen shouted that this one's teeth were sharper than a wolf blade. Toothed pterodactyls flew after them and snapped their jaws. Lin Shen stopped and said, no, they can't escape. Brother Wolf is still in danger. He turned to the monkey and said that as soon as he could, let him seize the chance and save the wolf. Lin Shen looked at the pterodactyls and said to leave these to him. He opened his mouth wide and screamed loudly, releasing purple spots. Lin Shen shouted, "Monkey, go ahead." He looked at his hand, which was grabbed by the pterodactyl's jaws. They began to attack Lin Shen, and he tried to cover his head with his paws. Lin Shen shouted that these are terrible birds. How fast, how furious. He looked at them and said that he said, "Stop biting him." Lin Shen grabbed one of the pterodactyls with his teeth and tore off a piece of skin. The system window reports that he successfully defeated the two-toothed pterodactyl and received evolution points, plus 900. The system congratulates him on his first victory over a new opponent, a special bonus plus 5,000 evolution points. Lin Shen looked at the system window and said, "Cool," he said, "so the evolution points received in battle for eating monsters can also heal wounds." The cuts on his body were covered with green liquid. At this moment, one of the pterodactyls bit Lin Shen and blood poured out of his head. He cried and screamed that only the bites still hurt. Lin Shen got angry and started biting the pterodactyls' heads. The system window reports that he successfully defeated the two-toothed pterodactyl and received 900 evolution points. Several more system windows appeared in front of Lin Shen for each creature bite. Lin Shen got angry and ordered the chicks to go there. He opened his mouth wide and offered to see who won. The bird hovered over the wolf and extended its clawed paw towards him. The wolf looked at her and thought that the gong power of the hurricane was truly incredible. The threat was serious. The bird grabbed a stone with its paw, which scattered to the sides. The wolf jumped back and thought that the speed of this was increasing, but the direction was not changing. He thought that the attack with the claws was not successful. What to do next? The bird rushed forward, and the wolf jumped and thought that of course she would try to peck him. The wolf reasoned that because the way she was preparing for an attack, it was possible to predict what the method and angle of it would be. Evading it would not be difficult. He thought that while the defense was intact, it was impossible to take the initiative to attack. The wolf thought that defeat was just a matter of time. He jumped away from the stones that were flying around and thought that all he could do now was try to lure her out while he had the strength to do so. The wolf hoped that these idiots would take the chance and escape. He held the hilts of his swords and looked at the bird rushing towards him. The wolf thought, it's a pity that he never managed to fight this guy at full strength. At this moment there was a cry, "Brother Wolf, don't panic, she will help him." The monkey stood in front of the wolf and spread his arms in different directions. The wolf screamed, "What did she forget there?" The monkey replied that it was none of his business anymore. The bird flew forward and screamed, "A stupid monkey who overestimated his strength. Let him come out and fight." A strong stream of wind rushed into the monkey's stomach, and a yellow light flew over the treetops. The wolf pushed off the ground and said that he himself ran into this bird and he would deal with it himself. The monkey frowned and said, "Brother Wolf, no need for thanks." She said that he himself said that they are partners, which means they must act together. The wolf looked at her and shouted displeasedly, "But who is going to thank her anyway? Doesn't she understand that she's bothering him?" The monkey answered him that even if they lose, she still won't leave him. The wolf froze and remembered how the master told him, "The little one, don't let him follow him. He's too big, he'll get in the way." The wolf howled in response to him, which meant that he would not interfere, he would not abandon him. Currently, the wolf looked at the monkey and thought that these guys were so cute and naive. The bird flew up to the monkey and grabbed it with its clawed paw. She said that since she was in such a hurry to die, she would be happy to help her. The wolf got angry and, squeezing the hilt of the sword, demanded to let her go. He rushed forward and thought, horror, he was blocked by the wind. The wolf took the hilt of the sword with his teeth and burst into flames from overexertion. He struck the bird, leaving a long red mark. The bird fell down and stones scattered from it. One of the boulders flew towards the wolf and he screamed in pain. The monkey grabbed it with his palm and put his finger to his lips, indicating that he needed to be quieter. At this moment, Lin Shen was sitting on the bodies of the pterodactyls. Suddenly a monkey ran out to meet him, spreading his arms in different directions. She screamed, "Brother Dragon, they're back!" Lin Shen gave the monkey a thumbs up and said that was great. He was glad that they guys managed to escape that bird. The monkey happily scratched his head and grinned. She said she distracted the bird so they could escape. The wolf held his hand on his chest and asked, "He could have died. Why didn't he leave?" He looked at Lin Shen and asked, "Does he think he can defeat someone like this monster?" Lin Shen replied, "Well, it's not that it's completely impossible." He introduced the bird and said that it only has two strengths that it relies on, its tail and its wings. Lin Shen said that if he could lure her into a narrow space with poor air circulation, he could defeat her. The wolf asked, "Guys, are they capable of something like this?" He thought they really thought they were the coolest. Lin Shen looked at him puzzled and replied that not at all. He asked, "But purely theoretically, where could one find such a place?" Lin Shen said that looking at her, he didn't think that she would immediately follow him if she beckoned him with her finger. The wolf looked at him and asked, "Does he know why this bird is chasing him?" He held his hand on his chest and looked carefully ahead. The wolf said that in fact, he always knew about her deeds. He said that she tricked the monsters into eating the fruits of transfiguration, because she needed people to extract resources. Lin Shen grinned and asked, "Then why hasn't he dealt with her yet?" The wolf said that of course for the sake of the human body. He said that if he acted as bait, she would definitely chase him. Suddenly a monkey entered their conversation and said, "Hey, brother dragon, it seems he knows a suitable place. This is a poisonous cave." She imagined a stone cave containing lizards. The monkey said that he saw how a similar bird was overcome by a rotting reptile, and it was just in a similar cave. She clenched her fists and said that Brother Wolf does not know where this cave is. The monkey asked to be given the role of bait. Lin Shen frowned and asked, how could he trust her with such a dangerous job? He said this bird would be crazy if he caught it. The monkey answered displeasedly that she knew this jungle perfectly. She couldn't catch it. At this moment, Lin Shen raised his head and saw a bird. Suddenly, the bird turned and quickly flew towards them. The wolf saw this and said, "Guys, shouldn't they make a decision quickly?" The monkey screamed, "Brother Dragon, let him, let him." She said that she also wanted to make some important contribution. Lin Shen thought that he had always treated her like a sister that he had to protect. He remembered how she fought in the cave and thought that if you think about it, before he appeared, she independently resisted all these terrible monsters. Lin Shen looked at the monkey and said, "Okay, it will be bait. He and his brother will do their best to somehow slow it down." He looked at her and said that besides, she could use Little Orange, it would be much faster and safer. Lin Shen raised his hands and shouted loudly, "Little Orange, he's finally using it." The monkey was delighted and clenched his fists. The wolf jumped into Lin Shen's mouth, to which he said, "Brother Wolf, in order for the bird's attention to switch to her, he should hide in his mouth." At this moment, Little Orange ran out of the bushes and looked at Lin Shen and squeaked. Lin Shen shouted that everything is ready, the battle begins. The monkey transformed into a human body and sat astride Little Orange. She grabbed his fur and screamed, "Little Orange, go!" Little Orange started to run forward. The monkey raised its head up and looked at the bird, which was turning its head and trying to find something. She said that this bird is still obsessed with catching the wolf's brother. The monkey grabbed the rope in the tree and screamed that no, she had to find a way to get her attention. She moved forward and told Little Orange to wait there for her. The monkey let go of the rope and jumped onto the top of the tree. She stopped and clenched her hands into fists and screamed loudly that the terrible bird, Terrible, was going to hit her. Miss Monkey's way is provocation. The monkey stood on a tree and waved its arms. At that moment, two tigers were sitting on a stone and talking. One tiger said that last time several of his cousins were eaten by a Tyrannosaurus Rex. The second tiger said that yes, it's quite obvious, only idiots. Suddenly he hesitated and said, "But this." A huge bird flew over them, and they grabbed each other. The tigers screamed, "God forgive them, they were acting like real idiots." The bird flew past them without noticing. She approached the monkey, and the stones cut down the trees. The monkey jumped down and shouted loudly, "Little Orange, let him catch him." She fell on Little Orange, and they rushed forward. The bird followed them and thought, so the monkey took on human form again. The monkey sat on Little Orange's back and pointed his finger forward. She said the bird finally paid attention to her. The monkey shouted, "Little Orange, let him go to those bushes." The bird followed her and thought that, apparently, the influence of the transfiguration fruit on her was of an unstable nature. She thought what a pity that transfiguration had caught her in the middle of a battle. Little Orange ran forward with the monkey on his back. The bird thought that as a warm-up before the wolf cub, she would use her crystal core to compensate for the spent mana, and then deal with the wolf. The bird opened its mouth and thought that following the monkey in the jungle was problematic. She would ask the pterosaur for help. She turned around and saw a pterosaur fighting with Lin Shen in the depths of the jungle. The bird thought, what a fool. She thought it was terrible. She wouldn't want it, but there was still no other choice. Little Orange ran through the forest through the thick grass. Suddenly, mutated Archaeopteryx with bird-like heads, claws, teeth, and wings appeared behind them. They are capable of flying to a height of 3 meters. Each individual weighs about 3 tons. Gray birds ran along the ground behind Little Orange, raising dust high. These were mutant dodos, plump giant birds with soft plumage and tiny wings that prevented them from flying. Each individual is about 5 meters tall and weighs about 5 tons. The monkey turned and asked, "Horror, is there a sandstorm chasing him?" Little Orange turned sharply to the side, and the monsters continued to run after him. Little Orange pushed off the ground and jumped high above the grass. Following them were the Archaeopteryx, which acted as aerial reconnaissance. Dodo mutants blocked Little Orange's path, but he was able to dodge and trick them. At that moment, Lin Shen was running through the forest and shouting, "Miss, first we need to deal with the Archaeopteryx. They are the ones who show the dodo the way." The monkey grabbed the rope in the tree and shouted, "Okay." Archaeopteryx looked at Little Orange and didn't see a monkey on it, which surprised him. A monkey appeared behind it and asked if it had lost it. She screamed, "So here she is." The monkey entangled the Archaeopteryx in the vines and rushed forward. 3 Archaeopteryx got tangled in the vines, and the monkey showed them 2 fingers and smiled. She said that Brother Dragon told her about this bird trap. Suddenly there was a scream, "Miss, let her be careful, it's right behind her." The monkey jumped forward and closed his eyes. At this moment, Lin Shen was running behind the bird and accumulating electrical energy in his body. The bird saw him and screamed, "He's a moron again, let him go to his parents." Lin Shen jumped and opened his mouth, from which blue energy began to emanate. He shouted for the bird to look there. A wolf shell. A wolf flew out of Lin Shen's mouth and grabbed the swords. The bird looked at it puzzled and asked what. The wolf flew over the bird's head, and she screamed, "Horror, he's finished." The wolf looked at her and replied that it was too early to draw conclusions. He pushed away from the blue energy. The bird screamed, "What's going on? He still wants to play." She looked at him and said that in any case, the true strength of this thing could only be determined after the 3rd hit. Blue energy hit the bird's neck. The wolf cried, "So let him work hard and count with him, you stupid head." He remembered the 1st and 2nd blow. The wolf lit up with fiery energy and struck the bird in the neck with a swing, from where blood flowed. The monkey wiped his forehead and exhaled and said that he was almost caught. She told Little Orange to run. The bird touched the wound on his neck with his wing and said that they were cunning idiots. She screamed loudly that they couldn't escape from her. A crowd of dodo mutants headed forward. Little Orange ran along a forest road near which lay the bones of dead animals. They ran forward quickly, and the bird and the dodo pursued them. The bird frowned and thought, "It seems it is heading towards the poisonous caves. What is this monkey up to?" She thought that it didn't matter, the poisonous one was already dead. The bird wondered what other trick they had come up with. Little Orange jumped into a mountain of bones that lay near the entrance to the cave. The mutant dodos suddenly stopped near the entrance and looked ahead. The monkey shouted happily, "Hooray, Little Orange, their mission accomplished." She turned around at the entrance and asked, "But why doesn't she go into the cave?" From the entrance there was a loud cry that they were pathetic idiots. The bird asked that the poisonous one had been dead for a long time, so what were they afraid of? She ordered to immediately go there and catch the monkey. The monkey frowned and thought that horror. She had completely forgotten that ordinary monsters were reluctant to cross the boundaries of the territories of poisonous caves. She wondered what to do. The monkey thought that it seemed to her that the bird knew that the owner of the cave was dead, but the others were afraid of him. She thought, I wonder if she imitates the voice of a poisonous one. Will they be very scared? Dodos and Archaeopteryxes stopped near the cave and looked ahead, puzzled. Suddenly, a loud scream began to come from the cave, which scared all the monsters. The bird said, "Horror, that voice." She looked at the monsters with displeasure and shouted that they, a bunch of idiots, couldn't they hear that it was a fake voice? Little Orange looked to the side, puzzled, as the monkey screamed loudly. The bird looked displeased at the dodos, who were frightenedly scattering in different directions. She screamed very loudly, "Bunch of idiots, get out of her way." The dodos scattered in different directions with tears in their eyes. Suddenly, a cry was heard from a high ledge. "Hey, fool!" The bird turned around and saw a wolf standing near a large stone. The wolf cut a large boulder and huge stones fell from the ledge. A large stone fell on the bird's body, and it began to fall near the entrance to the cave, but held on with its clawed paws. Suddenly, on the cliff, Lin Shen curled up and quickly rolled down the rocky slope. He quickly approached the bird's back and pulled it inside. Lin Shen fell on his back and turned into a human. He grabbed his back and said, "Ah," his lower back. Lin Shen asked a question in fear. Was the blow during the fall really so strong that he took on a human form? He looked around and asked, "Where is this arrogant bird?" At the end of the cave, a bird in human form lay on the ground. Her clothes were torn and she was holding her head. Lin Shen walked up to her and laughed. He said that's how she also regained her human form. Lin Shen smiled and asked, "Well, has she accepted her defeat?" Suddenly the bird bit his hand and Lin Shen screamed in fear, "Hey, why is she biting? Is she a dog?" He imagined the image of a wolf and shouted that even a wolf doesn't bite like that. Lin Shen pushed her away and shouted at her not to think that he wouldn't hit her just because she was a girl. He looked at her neck and said, "This scar?" Lin Shen tried to touch the bird's neck with his palm, but she threw his hand away. He asked for forgiveness in fear and said that he didn't mean to hurt her. The bird grabbed its neck and asked embarrassedly when did it manage to turn around. She began to step back, keeping one hand on her neck and the other on her dress at her hip. Suddenly Lin Shen screamed and told her not to move. A sharp sword appeared near the bird's neck. A wolf stood behind her and said that if she moved, he would cut off her head. Behind Lin Shen and the monkey stood Little Orange. Lin Shen folded his hands on his hips and asked, "So, has she accepted it or not?" He looked at the bird and asked, even if the three of them joined forces, did they really think that would be enough? The bird folded its arms across its chest and grinned. She asked if they were sure that they had seen the maximum of which she was capable. The bird screamed that they wouldn't wait. She said those feathers were so dear to her. The bird looked ahead and asked the question, did she really spend it on such pathetic chickens as them? Lin Shen smiled mockingly and said that she was still being stubborn. He imagined a bald bird and asked if it now turns back. It will be completely bald, is he right? The wolf with glowing red eyes asked, "Is she?" The bird folded her arms across her chest with displeasure and asked how dare he force her to transform again. She told Lin Shen not to be afraid, she would swallow them without batting an eyelid. Lin Shen spread his arms in different directions and smiled. He said that while they were in this cave, they should not be afraid of his transformation. Lin Shen asked a question, by the way, where did she get that scar that he saw on her neck? He remembered the red marks on the bird's neck and chest. The bird looked at him displeasedly and did not answer. She asked, he must know that it is impossible to kill a poisonous reptile, right? The bird said that no matter how badly it was injured, it could always be resurrected. She let it slip so she had to eat every single one of them. The bird imagined how it chewed the lizards and green smoke began to leak from its neck. She said, but the poison seeped through this one's body and left ugly scars on her neck. The monkey smiled and said that she had already eaten these reptiles, but they were terribly tasteless and her stomach hurt after them. She showed her thumb and introduced Lin Shen, who uses fire breath. The monkey said that for him and his brother dragon, this is not a problem. His flames fry it until they are completely charred and become soft. She stuck out her tongue and said, and if you add spices, it turns out really delicious. The bird frowned and said, okay, but taste aside. He had to admit that his flames could fight them. She said that she gives him an advantage over her and other monsters. Lin Shen spread his hands happily and asked, so she is ready to join them to fight the reptile king. The bird held her hands on her chest and asked, did they already defeat her once? Do they want to impress her? She said to Dream, her maximum in this matter is an observer. The bird displeasedly pushed the wolf's sword away and said, let him, the wolf, put away his toothpick. Lin Shen clasped his hands together and said with a smile on his face, if she doesn't mind, he would take it as tacit agreement. The bird turned and looked at him. Lin Shen asked happily, well, since they are all partners there now, he thinks they should get to know each other better. What do they think? He said that he still doesn't know anything about the two of them. Lin Shen put his hand to his chest and looked at the wolf. He thinks that there is no point in introducing Miss. They are already familiar with her. Lin Shen asked to be allowed to introduce himself first. He said his name was Lin Shen and he came from the depths of the sea. Lin Shen said that one day he accidentally discovered this island and met Miss. In the future he plans to settle there. He asked the question, well, maybe now they will tell about themselves. Lin Shen pointed his hand at the wolf and said that, for example, he is curious about where he got so many human weapons and why he uses human fighting techniques. Lin Shen looked at the bird and said that he also wanted to know something from her for quite a long time. The wolf interrupted him and answered displeasedly that he did not say that he agreed to fight with him against the king of reptiles, so he had nothing to say. The bird looked at him displeasedly and said, he hears. She would not advise him to count on this wolf with a sword. He is an ordinary coward. He is simply afraid to meet the reptile king face to face. The wolf turned and told her that there was no need to judge someone by themselves. He said that if she can sacrifice her people, then he can't. The wolf said that he has those whom he must protect. The bird grinned and told him not to pretend to be a saint. She said not to think that she doesn't know anything about him. The bird asked what? He wants to protect his pieces of iron? The wolf became angry and his eyes glowed red. He leaned towards the bird and shouted, what did it just say? At this moment, Lin Shen raised his hands up and said, okay, the two of them should calm down a little. They are partners after all. He looked at the bird and asked the question, does the bird hear? Lin Shen smiled and asked how did she discover the transfiguration fruit. He asked the question and how she knew that they could be used to trap the monster's life force in a crystalline core. The bird turned away and, covering its eyes, asked, why should she answer these questions to him? Are they friends? Lin Shen imagined that he had turned to stone and thought, God, the arrogance of these two. This is no joke to them. He opened the system yellow window and thought, well, he must show the sincerity of his intentions. Lin Shen thought that not long before, he had eaten several of her subordinates and gained a few extra points. He threw a green fruit to the bird and told him to accept it as compensation for the subordinates he had eaten. The bird caught it and examined it carefully. Lin Shen said that this is the fruit he talked about earlier. It will help her heal her deformity. The bird threw the fruit at Lin Shen's head and shouted in annoyance that he was an idiot. They were all like that. Lin Shen grabbed his head and said, okay, heal the wounds, her wounds. The monkey pointed his finger at it and said, Miss, this fruit will not only heal her wounds, but also strengthen her strength. The bird frowned and thought, where did he get this from, and how did this fruit appear out of nowhere in his hand? She thought, but judging by the monkey's face, it was true. The monkey happily asked Lin Shen, Brother Dragon, can she have one more? Lin Shen put his palm forward and told her to stand. They should treat their new comrades first. He put the fruit in the wolf's palm and said, Brother Wolf, this is for him. Lin Shen said that he was torn by curiosity. He looked at it carefully and asked why nothing happened to him after he ate the fruit. Lin Shen asked the wolf, does he remember their first meeting? He said that since Miss Ape ate a human fetus, her new body is unable to absorb the power of the crystal core. There is a possibility that she may fall into a coma, which is very dangerous. He asked what about him, does he feel anything? The wolf looked to the side and said that it seemed to him that he had previously felt some changes in his body. He said, but for a martial artist who constantly challenges himself, his capabilities, this is a completely normal state. Lin Shen patted him on the shoulder and said loudly that he was cool anyway. Suddenly the wolf fell, and Lin Shen asked in fear, "Hey, what happened to him?" He said, "Brother, if his body can't resist anymore, there's no need to hold back." The wolf leaned his hand on the ground. Lin Shen said to eat this, it will strengthen his body and help him resist the evil energy that is currently in him. He smiled and asked, "Besides, he can't turn into a monster anymore, right?" Lin Shen looked at the wolf's face and said not to worry. If he wants, he will help him. The wolf asked, "What did he just say?" He asked a question. He can change his state from a monster to a human and vice versa. How is this possible? The bird looked at Lin Shen in surprise and asked, "Wasn't it because of the unstable energy in his body that they turned into humans?" She asked the question. By the way, when exactly did they eat the fruit? Lin Shen closed his eyes and pointed his thumb at himself. He said that as long as he is there, nothing is impossible. Lin Shen said smugly that he, the patron god of herbs, for the sake of Miss Monkey and, of course, science, took the initiative to test the poison and effect of the fruit. The monkey looked at him in surprise and thought that she remembered how his brother, in a fit of joy, accidentally ate the transfiguration fruit. She thought that she didn't understand how he had the conscience to say such shameful things. The bird held a green fruit in his hand and said that this is impossible. He is not able to control it. The wolf thought, the patron god of herbs, what other hints? Lin Shen smiled and raised his finger up. He asked if she didn't believe him. Lin Shen said that he would easily prove it if she gave him the fruit. He said that he would prove that he could transform his brother wolf at will. The bird got angry and asked loudly how dare he ask her for something like that. She remembered how they met at the tree with fruits and screamed that last time it was because of him that the tree suffered. Lin Shen looked at her displeasedly and asked what. Then where did the fruit she gave to brother wolf come from? The wolf asked, "Does she, a selfish bird, take a blow well?" The bird pointed his finger at the wolf and shouted that he was a coward guarding a pile of garbage. She asked how dare he call her selfish. The bird shouted loudly that she was trying for everyone there. The wolf angrily answered her that once again she would say about the garbage, and he could not vouch for himself. Lin Shen put his hands forward and said that the two of them are generally capable of a peaceful conversation without quarrels and harm to health. The bird grabbed its head with its hand and said that okay, it hid a few fruits just in case. She waved her hand and said, "Ugly dragon, she will give him the fruit. But he must prove that what he says is true." The bird said that if he was truly able to control the fruit's energy, then she would definitely consider joining them. Lin Shen happily punched his palm and said, "Okay," they agreed. The bird folded her arms across her chest in displeasure and said, not that she wanted to say that he shouldn't go there at all. She asked the question, "Have they heard of the bone swamp?" The bird said that the transfiguration fruit was hidden there. The wolf closed his eyes and asked, "A swamp of bones?" He said she was really talented at choosing places. The bird looked at him and said thoughtfully that a guy like him, pathetically dragging his feet along the ground, would never get there. She said that only they, hovering above them all, could get there. The wolf got very angry because of the bird's arrogant statements and screamed loudly, even though he cannot fly. It seems that this did not stop him from beating her, right? The bird pointed her finger at him and screamed loudly that it was all because she was distracted by these two and he took advantage of it. She asked if he doubted it. Maybe they could go out and check. Lin Shen looked at the monkey and asked, "Miss, has she heard of this place?" The monkey looked questioningly and said no. Lin Shen looked at the bird and the wolf who were quarreling and asked why they were fighting. He asked the guys what is this place they are talking about. The bird replied that the Swamp of Bones is a cemetery for dead monsters. She imagined intertwined tree trunks on which the bodies of animals hung and said that there was not only fog that affected vision. The bird said that powerful monsters were hiding in the swamp. ready to attack their prey at any moment. There were animal bones on the ground. The bird said that even carnivorous creepy plants live there. Anyone who wanders into the swamp is doomed to death. She looked at Lin Shen and asked, "Well, does she still want to go there?" The wolf said, "Lin Shen, he shouldn't go to such a dangerous place because of him." He said that he was not going to turn into a giant wolf again. He could control himself. Lin Shen began to stretch his hands and asked curiously, "Bone swamp, carnivorous plants?" He asked the question. "It's far. How can he get there?" The wolf looked at him in fear and asked, "Stupid dragon, is he even listening to him?" The bird froze in surprise and asked, "Is he really going to go there? Go to such a place for the sake of this stupid wolf?" The wolf did not respond to her insults. Lin Shen clenched his fist and replied, "Yes, he will do this to prove the veracity of his words to her and brother wolf." The monkey clenched his fists and screamed loudly, "Yes, for the sake of brother wolf. No matter how dangerous it is, he will go." Lin Shen pointed at himself with his thumb and said not to worry, "Miss, when she gets to the swamp, he will have everything sorted out." The monkey started beating his chest and screamed loudly, "Yes, she believes in him." The wolf looked at the bird and said, "These two?" The bird asked, "This guy looks pretty smart, doesn't he?" She said that perhaps he had gone crazy from spending too much time with the monkeys. The bird frowned and said, well, since he had made his final decision, she would ask the dodo to take him there. She presented many dodos and said to accept this as compensation for the fruit he gave her. Lin Shen waved his hand and said, "No, no, this fruit is a gift that he gave her to improve her health." He happily said that he and Miss would handle everything so quickly. The wolf and the bird looked at him, puzzled. The wolf asked seriously, "Does he even know anything about the swamp and why it is called a monster cemetery?" He said that only large monsters can pass through this swamp. He and his monkey friend would never get through there. The wolf looked at the thoughtful Lin Shen and said that it was therefore better for them to go there in human form, so that the dodos would carry them there on their backs. Lin Shen asked if he was right. He said that he had considered several options, but his seemed to be the most suitable. Lin Shen looked at him and said, then he would like to thank him in advance. He smiled and asked, "By the way, why don't they eat?" The wolf and the bird looked at each other and Lin Shen asked, "Are they afraid that he will not receive the medicine?" The wolf took a bite of the fruit and frowned. The bird looked at it and took a bite of it too. She frowned and screamed loudly, "What a horror! What an abomination!" At that moment, the wolf and bird were covered in green energy. The bird thought, "Is this?" She squirmed and thought, "Wow, this feels so good." The bird touched its neck with its hand and thought that the scars itched so pleasantly. She wondered if it was really gone. The wolf and the bird began to quickly chew the fruit. The bird raised its head up and joyfully thought that it had recovered. It felt an incredible surge of strength. She wondered if the fruit's power could help her feathers grow back. The bird looked at Lin Shen enthusiastically and asked, "Does he have another fruit?" She said she could trade it to him for a transfiguration fruit. Lin Shen put his finger in his ear and asked, where did she get so much of it? He asked if she preferred this as dessert. After some time in the cave, the bird turned away displeasedly and said that he was greedy. She said that since he doesn't want to change, then she'll tell him this. She keeps countless fruits in the swamp, but he can only take one. Lin Shen smiled and told her that cheap manipulations do not work with him. He only needs one anyway. The bird put its fingers in its mouth and whistled. She patted the dodo with her palm and said, "The nasty dragon, now that they are their transport, let him not dare to eat them. They are not his dinner." Lin Shen said not to worry, he won't eat them. They are their vehicle after all. Lin Shen and the monkey were covered in yellow light and turned into monsters. Lin Shen looked at Little Orange and said, "Little Orange, he did a good job. Now he can return to the palace." Little Orange squealed loudly in response. The bird looked at them and thought that it seemed to her that it was much easier for them to transform than for her. She wondered what power allowed them to control transformations so easily. Lin Shen and the monkey moved forward and he said, "Okay, they should go." They were followed by dodo birds. After some time, a beautiful scarlet sunset rose above the rocks. The wolf approached Lin Shen and said that just beyond this mountain there was a swamp of bones. Lin Shen closed his eyes and said that he was so hungry. He asked if it would be better to have a little snack and rest first. Lin Shen said that he and Miss can only take on human form once a day. He said they would go there first thing tomorrow. The monkey touched his hands and said, "Brother Dragon, he will go hunting." Lin Shen said okay, thank her. He smiled and said that he would collect firewood for now. It was already dark outside. Lin Shen lit a fire and they fried food. He picked up a stick and began to eat dinner. A wolf was lying on the food next to him and biting it, and behind him the dodo birds were sleeping. The monkey sat next to Lin Shen and quickly chewed food. The wolf ate and thought that, of course, who can resist delicious food? He grinned and thought that the best reward for a wolf is to eat to his fill. The wolf remembered how the man threw him a piece of meat and thought that this smell was the smell of fried meat. He gnawed a piece and cried with joy. Suddenly, Lin Shen's paws reached towards a small hole. He opened the leaves and smiled and said, "Come on, let him try the poor man's chicken. He prepared it himself." Lin Shen smiled and gave a piece of the bird's leg to the monkey. He said, "Here's a piece of it." Lin Shen extended his leg to the wolf and said, "And this is for him." The wolf looked at it in surprise and took it in his paws. He thought that more than 10 years had passed since the last time he tasted such a delicious thing. Lin Shen looked at him and said, "Let him listen." He asked a question, and did his owner often treat him to something tasty? The wolf turned and looked at him. He said that he would tell him everything when the time came. The wolf thought about it and asked, "By the way, he still hopes. Will they refuse to go into the swamp of bones?" He said that they didn't have to go to such a dangerous place for him. The wolf said that his plans were not to transform into a giant wolf again. He said that while he had never set foot in the bone swamp, he had heard many horror stories about the place. The wolf imagined how a red wolf with bones sticking out of his back walked through a dark forest with many vines and glowing red eyes in the darkness. He said that besides the monsters lurking there in search of their prey, the worst thing about this place is the carnivorous plants with tentacles that sneak up on their prey. Lin Shen spat out the bone from his mouth dissatisfiedly and said that he really doesn't know what human attitude is. He said that, to be frank, he didn't know him very well. Lin Shen asked, "Does he treat his people well?" Suddenly he became enraged and said that he was terribly annoyed by his smug and arrogant face. Lin Shen asked, "Do you think he can resist the processes of transforming into a monster?" He remembered how the wolf fought with the bird and asked, "Does he think that without the power that the inner monster gives him, he could kill all sorts of creepy birds and the like?" Lin Shen looked at the wolf and said that his strength in human form is truly incredible, but this will not last long. He frowned and said that when the time comes, his body will simply be torn to pieces and it will not look very nice. Lin Shen said that he and Miss came there voluntarily. He asked, "Is he clear?" The wolf continued to eat the meat and silently listened to the indignation. Lin Shen said that he would not have to pay them back this debt in the future. He leaned lower towards the wolf and said, "His friend, he can't just watch him die." The wolf looked at him carefully and remained silent. He said that they should have a good rest, and he would watch. A bright round moon was shining in the sky. The wolf sat on a branch and thought that he didn't do anything special for him. But this guy already considers him his friend? He thought that the master once said that people are more terrible than animals, but this guy is clearly not one of them. The wolf looked at the ground where Lin Shen and the monkey were sleeping on the leaves. Lin Shen was sleeping and said that it's terrible. If he runs a little more, his legs will simply fall off. What will the old man say? The wolf smiled and said how wonderful he was. Suddenly, the wolf paid attention to what was happening ahead. He saw long green tentacles and asked, "Is the swamp monster hunting?" The wolf spoke. "This is a green glow." His long silky hair fluttered in the wind. After some time, dodo birds stood near a swamp with many vines, and monsters in the guise of people sat on them. Lin Shen laughed and said that he didn't think he would ever be able to ride them. He smiled and said that fog and swamp are no longer a problem for them. The wolf held onto the dodo and told him not to take it so lightly. He said that the further you go, the thicker the fog and the deeper the quagmire. The monkey looked to the side and said, "Brother Dragon, something strange." She said that this tree suddenly appeared there. The wolf extended his hand forward and loudly ordered not to go there and not to touch anything there. Suddenly, a huge brown mantis appeared in front of the monkey. This is a mutated tree mantis. It is 7 meters long and weighs 6.5 tons. It is excellent at camouflaging itself as dead trees to get as close to its prey as possible. The front paws of this one are sharp, like blades. The monkey looked up at it in fear. The mantis swung its huge paw. At this moment, Lin Shen shouted, "Miss, be careful." The monkey jumped and the mantis killed his dodo bird. She stepped on the ground and her feet were stuck in mud. The monkey screamed that he couldn't get his legs out. Lin Shen extended his hand and ordered him not to move. He controlled the dodo and said that he would help the monkey. The mantis swung again as Lin Shen ran past him. The wolf saw this and rushed forward. He hit the mantis's paw and thought how thick the skin was. The praying mantis got angry and raised 2 giant paws. It swung and hit the wolf's bird, from which he managed to push off. The wolf shouted at Lin Shen to quickly grab the monkey and get out of there. The wolf lit up with a yellow light and struck the mantis, cutting it into several pieces. He flew down, but Lin Shen managed to run up in time with the dodo bird. The wolf fell on the bird, holding swords in his hands and mouth. Lin Shen said happily, "Hooray, caught it." He turned to the side and asked, "Are all the insects in this swamp so gigantic?" Lin Shen said that he was not sure how many such surprises he could handle. The dodo bird stuck out its tongue to one side and was shaking with fatigue. Lin Shen said that they killed 2 of them. He asked if this would cause him problems with their bird. The wolf looked at him and said to come back before it's too late. Lin Shen frowned and firmly replied, "No, since they have already gotten there. How can they leave empty-handed?" He said the bird would laugh at them. Lin Shen said that they need these fruits. The wolf asked, "Baby, do you think he can get into the depths of the swamp?" Lin Shen turned and thoughtfully said not to interfere. Let him concentrate. He pointed to the side and said, "Brother Wolf, he will need the help of his sword to cut through all these thickets." The wolf looked up questioningly. Lin Shen said, "The monkey will climb the tree as quickly as possible and help him with these vines." The monkey replied that she understood. She jumped onto the tree trunk and began to climb. Lin Shen sat on the dodo and watched the monkey. The wolf stood behind him and looked at her. Suddenly, a giant monster's paw appeared behind them. The wolf turned around and quickly grabbed Lin Shen by the clothes. The monster killed the dodo bird by cutting off its head. Lin Shen grabbed the ledge and looked down at the killed dodo bird and the huge mantis. He shouted that this was terrible. Lin Shen asked in fear, "Another one?" He got angry and screamed, "Horror!" Their last transport was exhausted. The wolf sat next to him on a branch and held swords in his hands. He shouted, "There are 2 more of him." Huge praying mantises stood on the ground and looked at the guys. The wolf screamed, "Quickly, they need to get out of there." The monkey stood on the top of a tree and held on to the foliage with his hand. Lin Shen held onto a tree branch with one hand and said, "Yes, yes, let him climb first." The praying mantises opened their wings and flew upward. Lin Shen saw this and screamed in fear. God, how could he forget? They can fly. Water poured from his nose as he continued to climb up. The mantis stopped and surrounded the wolf with its paws. The wolf swung his swords and hit it, and green liquid flowed from the mantis' body. Lin Shen climbed up, and behind him came a mantis, which hit the tree with its huge paw. Lin Shen was thrown aside and a second mantis appeared. He frowned and screamed loudly, "Horror! Are they mocking him?" Lin Shen threatened that he would teach these people a lesson. He clenched his fists and rushed forward. Lin Shen landed on the mantis's body and became covered in blue energy. He grabbed the wing of the mantis and angrily said that he would bite this one to death. Lin Shen bit this one with his sharp teeth. He bit off a piece of the mantis's body and green liquid flowed from the wound. Lin Shen asked, "Was it thinking of killing him?" He said to dream. Suddenly, bubbles began to appear in the swamp and a huge pink tongue came out. It grabbed the body of the mantis that Lin Shen was sitting on. Lin Shen shouted, "What is this?" He touched his tongue displeasedly and said, "Ugh, slime, what a horror." Lin Shen looked down where a huge green toad with red eyes was sitting. He screamed, "Horror, this toad is simply huge." The system window reports that this is a swamp fat toad, whose body length is 20 meters and weighs 18 tons. They usually hide waiting for prey. Lin Shen shouted, "Is the praying mantis grabbing a cicada, and behind him is a toad?" He jumped off the mantis and put his hands forward. Lin Shen shouted that this was bad. A monkey flew towards him on a vine and shouted, "Brother Dragon, come on, let him catch it." Lin Shen grabbed her hand and they moved forward. They jumped onto a tree branch and Lin Shen waved his hand, ordering the monkey to climb the tree and not move. He said that toads react to movement. The toad held the mantis with its tongue and pulled it towards itself. Lin Shen, the wolf, and the monkey watched this carefully. The toad ate the mantis and looked ahead. Lin Shen hid behind a branch and said that as long as they sat still, it couldn't see them. He looked at the toad, which began to suck in air, and asked what it was doing. Lin Shen got scared and asked, "Is it going to spit at them?" The big toad spat a large ball of mud up into the air. A large mud flow headed towards the tree. The wolf was crawling along this, when suddenly the long pink tongue of the toad grabbed him. The toad began to drag the wolf towards him, when suddenly he grabbed a tree branch with his teeth. This pulled the wolf even more, when suddenly Lin Shen rushed forward, holding on to the vine. He shouted, "Brother Wolf!" The monkey held on to the same vine and shouted, "Brother Wolf!" The wolf held on to the tree branch with his teeth with his last strength. Lin Shen stretched out his hand and shouted, "Let him give him his sword, and he will cut out this tongue." The wolf let go of the hilt of the sword and, holding the branch with his teeth, shouted, "Let him catch it." Lin Shen extended his hand forward and happily said that everything is fine. No need to worry. He dropped the sword and screamed, "Horror!" He dropped it. The wolf got angry, unclenched his jaws and shouted loudly, "His sword! He's an idiot." Lin Shen looked at how the toad was attracting the wolf and shouted, "Who would speak?" He pointed forward with his hand and shouted, "Miss, quickly, let him jump there." The monkey looked carefully and said, "Good." Lin Shen grabbed the paw of the dead mantis and swung it to cut its tongue. Purple liquid gushed out from the toad's tongue. Lin Shen shouted, "Let this look at his godly sword." The remaining part of the toad's tongue loosened its grip and the wolf got out. He jumped up and hit the toad in the head with his sword. Blood sprayed from the toad's head. The wolf lit up with yellow energy and began to press the sword into the toad's head. The toad fell into the mud and its scarlet blood splashed around. Lin Shen laughed and said, "He is strong." The wolf said displeasedly, "Idiot, let him return his sword." Lin Shen straightened his hair and said to listen. He asked for forgiveness and said that he aimed poorly and therefore missed. The monkey pointed his finger to the side and said, "Guys, let them look, there is a sword." The wolf looked down and shouted joyfully. A shiny sword was stuck into the branch of a tree covered with moss. Lin Shen looked at the wolf crying with happiness and thought that he doted on his sword. The wolf held the sword to himself and asked, since they didn't have a single dodo left, what would they do next? Lin Shen held on to the vine and joyfully shouted that all these were little things, and now they would just continue collecting bark and vines. After some time, Lin Shen walked through the swamp with sheets tied to his feet. The wolf followed him, leaning on a stick, and said that this was a great idea. He asked, "But what is the use of these armfuls of vines?" There were long vines tied on the guys' backs. The wolf thought that the difference between people and monsters was that the former would use the materials around them to make various devices. He thought that even though there was something human in him, he was still far from this guy. Lin Shen turned around and said that they would use these as hooks if necessary. Suddenly there was a loud sound and the wolf screamed in fear, "Let them listen." He asked what that sound was. Lin Shen asked in fear, "The cry of a human baby." The monkey looked forward and replied that it was true that it was the cry of a human baby. Lin Shen looked at the wolf and asked, "Are there people in the swamp?" The wolf asked. The sound disappeared. Maybe he heard it? Lin Shen looked forward and said, "Crying as a baby." A huge orange mountain appeared in front of the guys. Lin Shen said, "Well, or it's a salamander." "A giant salamander?" he shouted loudly. "Let them be careful." The huge orange creature opened its mouth and screamed. The system window reports that this is a giant salamander. Its body length is 25 meters, and its weight is 27 tons. It has a ferocious temperament and has sharp teeth. Prey bitten by this will never be able to escape. The monster opened its huge mouth and aimed at the guys, but they dodged it in time. The wolf screamed loudly, "Run!" The salamander lay down on the ground and crawled after them. Lin Shen ran ahead, leaning on large sticks. He shouted loudly that there was no way they could escape from this. Lin Shen turned around and shouted, "Miss, let him throw this vine over there." He screamed loudly, "Faster!" The monkey grabbed a long vine that was behind its back and began to swing it. She hooked the vine onto a large branch and climbed up on it. Lin Shen and the wolf grabbed the vine and climbed up. The monster began to snap its toothy mouth. Wolf said it was a very original use of the vine. The monkey held onto the vine and carefully moved forward. Suddenly, Lin Shen looked down and saw another huge monster emerging from the mud. The giant salamander opened its huge mouth and Lin Shen screamed, "Horror! This one is even bigger." The wolf held onto the vine and shouted loudly, "Quickly, let them jump." Lin Shen looked forward in fear and shouted that it's too late. If it bites him, he's dead. He said that they never chew their prey, they swallow it right away. They need to jump right into its mouth in time. Lin Shen shouted that he was once swallowed by a giant python when he was in human form. Their monster forms can withstand stomach acid. He let go of the vine and jumped inside. Lin Shen said that they will find a way to get out later. The main thing is to transform. He ordered everyone to jump. The wolf sat in a yoga pose and headed inside the monster. The guys rolled down the esophagus and finally fell. The wolf looked around and said that this is a stomach, and this sticky substance is stomach acid. He asked, "Do monsters and humans have the same stomach structure?" Lin Shen closed his eyes and put his hand on his stomach. The monkey squeezed his nose with his fingers and said that it smells disgusting. Lin Shen clenched his teeth in dissatisfaction and blue energy began to emanate from his mouth. He said that's right, the stomach is used to digest the food it eats. Lin Shen thought that neither the mantis nor the toad had time to eat. He bit the stomach with his sharp teeth, causing the monkey to feel sick. The wolf looked at what was happening, puzzled, and froze. Lin Shen thought that he didn't know how to get out of there. He was upset and thought that if he had his god sword. The system window chimed and reported that he had successfully absorbed the giant salamander, plus 1,500 evolution points. The system window congratulated. Lin Shen ate a giant salamander for the first time, obtained a special ability, the cry of a giant salamander. The system window reported that the ability of the giant salamander's cry is that it emits a cry similar to a child's cry, attracting other giant salamanders to itself. The system congratulates Lin Shen, who has the opportunity to become a wolf in sheep's clothing. Lin Shen chewed a piece of stomach and asked, "The cry of a giant salamander. The system, after all, does it really give him this particular ability?" The monkey squatted down and covered his mouth with his hand. She said, "Brother, they seem to be having breakfast." The monkey asked, "It was just a while ago, so why is he so hungry?" The wolf held the hilt of the sword and asked, "Is he going to gnaw through the belly of this monster?" He said it wasn't necessary. The wolf looked at Lin Shen and said that the skin is thick, but he thinks he can cut through it. Suddenly the monkey stood up and asked in fear, "What's going on?" Lin Shen said that he thought it was going somewhere. He said that giant salamanders are ferocious by nature and kill their fellows when they are very hungry. Lin Shen raised his head up and asked, maybe it was fighting the salamander that was chasing them earlier. At this moment, a huge gray salamander was fighting with a smaller red salamander. The wolf raised his head and said that it seemed to him that the battle was over. He said that the salamander that swallowed them was much larger than the other one, so it must have won. Lin Shen looked at the wolf and said that not if it really swallowed that big guy. He said displeasedly that even if they were not eaten away by gastric juice, they would simply be crushed to death. The wolf was covered in yellow light and said not to worry, he will cut it. Suddenly, a long, bright beam shot out from the body of the large gray salamander. The body of this one was cut into 2 parts, and in the mouth was the head of a red salamander. The guys got out covered in stomach juice. The monkey jumped up happily and shouted that the air outside was much better. She said she felt like she completely stunk. The wolf shook off the mucus and said that Lin Shen was right. The other salamander was already halfway there. Lin Shen stood in a bent position. The monkey leaned towards him and asked, "Brother, they have already finished, so why is he still eating?" Lin Shen fell on his back and happily said that they don't understand. The meat of this evil spirit is so tender and fresh, very tasty. He said, he's sorry that he can't breathe fire now. The kebab would have turned out awesome. The monkey put his finger to his mouth, from which saliva was flowing, and asked, "Is it true?" She thoughtfully asked the question. Maybe she should try it too. The wolf looked ahead and replied that he did not know if there were any other individuals nearby, so they should get out of there quickly. The monkey tried the meat and said that it really tasted good. A piece of salamander was tied to her back with a vine. The wolf walked behind them, leaning on a stick, and was silent. After a while, deep in the swamp of bones, Lin Shen walked ahead and said that even though it was dirtier than at the beginning, fortunately there were tree roots there that they could walk through. He looked to the side at the branches covered in fog and said that the fog was too thick. It was hard to see anything. Lin Shen closed his eyes and said that he smelled of some kind of rot. The monkey put his hand to his forehead and said plaintively to listen. She said she felt very tired and dizzy. Lin Shen opened his eyes in surprise and looked up. He asked, "Dizzy, tired?" Lin Shen said that he also felt it. He turned and looked at the wolf and asked, "Does he also feel tired?" The wolf put his fingers on the bridge of his nose and replied that yes, there is a little. Lin Shen put his hand to his nose and said, "Maybe it's because of the fog." The monkey pointed his finger forward and said, "Hey, let him have a look." Lin Shen raised his head up and looked at the large pink flower with pink mist emanating from it. The system window reports that this is a mutated devil's tongue, the height of which is 10 meters. Huge flowers with a fetid odor of rotting corpses, poisonous to everyone except insects. Lin Shen fearfully pressed his palm to his nose and asked, "Horror, is this the tongue of the devil?" He screamed, "Baby Kun Kun." Kun appeared in front of Lin Shen and happily said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Suddenly it grabbed its stomach and screamed, "Ugh, what a stink." Lin Shen looked at it and asked, "Does it have a gas mask?" A black gas mask appeared on Kun and he asked, "Gas mask?" It said no. Kun said that if the owner needs a gas mask, he can give it 10 million evolution points and it will go shopping to other worlds. It said that Lin Shen would have the goods within 48 hours. Lin Shen became angry and said that he knew that this could not be relied upon in times of need. He said that then he had another question. Lin Shen pulled his clothes with his hand and asked, "His clothes are torn, can he fix it?" Kun in the gas mask said that yes, the clothes will be automatically restored for 1000 evolution points. Lin Shen handed the scraps of clothing to the guys and said, "Here, let them wet these rags with urine." The wolf looked at him puzzled and asked if he was going to mark his territory. Lin Shen shouted displeasedly that there was no water there, so the only thing they could do was wet rags with urine, and then cover their mouth and nose with it as a kind of filter for these poisonous fumes. He shouted loudly that the reason for their weakness and dizziness was precisely the smell of this flower. The wolf turned away and sighed heavily and said, "Oh, these human ways." The monkey was embarrassed and asked, "Oh, what should he do?" Lin Shen handed her a black damp rag and said that here, she can take it. It has a lot of urine. The monkey picked up the stinking rag and looked at it with tears in his eyes. After some time, guys with black rags on their faces were walking through the swamp. Lin Shen looked around and asked, "Is this so much?" The wolf said, carefully, he thought he heard something. Suddenly, a huge green beetle with large claws appeared in front of them. The system window reports that this is a mutated titanium beetle, 5 meters in length and 2 tons in weight. This method of intimidating the enemy is hissing. It has hard skin and powerful jaws. The wolf cried out that this plant uses the smell of corpses to attract insects for pollination. He said, the insect that was attracted to this is clearly not suitable for this. The guys jumped back when the huge beetle swung its claws. The wolf pushed off from the branch and jumped high, glowing with a yellow light. He got above the beetle's head and struck this one on the head. The beetle fell to the ground head down. The wolf took out his sharp sword from this body and green liquid sprayed out. He looked ahead and saw many more green beetles and asked, "Horror, how many more of these stinkers are there?" Lin Shen jumped onto a branch and shouted to the others, "Run!" The guys stopped on a branch and the beetles followed them. Lin Shen asked in fear, "How many of these plants are there?" They pushed off the branch and jumped forward. The green beetle walked forward and looked around, puzzled. Suddenly, a huge green plant captured a beetle in its mouth. The system window reported that this was a mutated Venus trap. This is a mutated plant that hunts mutated giant insects. It is covered with sharp thorns. If caught, it will be impossible to get out. The monkey turned around and asked in fear, "What kind of plant is this?" Lin Shen told her that it was a Venus trap. He asked a question, "Brother Wolf, is this the same carnivorous plant he was talking about?" Large green beetles are trapped in the plant. The guys ran forward and looked back. Lin Shen asked, "Brother Wolf, is this the carnivorous plant he was talking about?" Suddenly, he looked down in fear and said that things were bad. The guys stood in the mouth of a huge plant. Lin Shen shouted loudly as he rushed forward. He said, "Get out of the way." Lin Shen pushed the monkey and the wolf out, and he remained inside as the plant slammed its mouth shut. The monkey turned around and asked, Brother, is he okay?" She grabbed Lin Shen's hand and began to pull. The monkey screamed, "Brother, she will pull him out now." Lin Shen replied that it would not work. His right leg and shoulder were pierced by the thorns of this. The wolf grabbed the sword and said not to worry, he will cut it. Lin Shen shouted loudly, "Let them watch out." A huge beetle was approaching them from the side. Suddenly, the beetle tore off part of the plant's mouth with its paw and Lin Shen fell back. The monkey climbed onto the plant and grabbed his hand. Lin Shen looked at her and ordered her to leave. The monkey slipped and the guys fell into the orange liquid of the plant. Lin Shen raised his head and spat out the liquid from his mouth. The system window reports that the mutated Nepenthes is a mutated plant that hunts giant insects, the internal juices of which are capable of dissolving prey. Lin Shen read this and looked around in fear. He screamed loudly, "She failed." Lin Shen looked around and shouted, "Miss!" He dived and thought, "What the hell?" This mucus seemed to stick to the prey. Lin Shen swam holding his breath and thought that besides this being extremely caustic, the wounds on his body had already begun to hurt unbearably. He thought, "Horror, this mucus is too thick." Lin Shen saw the monkey and thought, "Horror, this mucus is too thick." He bared his teeth and thought that he could breathe underwater, but the monkey couldn't. Lin Shen looked at the monkey with his eyes closed, and it seemed to him that it would not last long. He thought that he couldn't sit idly by. He needed to transform immediately. Lin Shen grabbed the monkey and thought that they were now in the very center of the swamp. As soon as he turned into a monster, his body would immediately begin to sink. Bright rays began to leak out of the plant. Lin Shen shouted that there was nowhere to go. A huge orange image of Lin Shen in the body of a dragon appeared in the forest. He began to go under the swampy mud and shouted, "Brother Wolf, let him catch." The wolf caught the monkey and put it on a tree branch. The monkey asked, "Brother, what to do? What to do now?" The wolf said that they couldn't pull him out like this. They had to find something that could support his weight. He pointed to the side and told the monkey to look at that tree over there. The wolf and the monkey looked at the curved tree trunk. The wolf thought that the vines of this could support the weight of Lin Shen's body. The monkey lit up with a yellow light and shouted, "Brother, let him hold on." She took on the form of a monkey and jumped high, swinging her huge paw. The monkey jumped onto a tall tree and began to lower the vines. She screamed, "Come on, let him have it." Lin Shen grabbed the long vine and shouted that this is a good job, miss. He got out and said, "It's good that there was such a big tree nearby. Otherwise things would have been bad. Lin Shen squinted and said, but this tree looks kind of strange. The system window reported that this is the legendary tree cannibal. This is the most terrible creature of the bone swamp. No one can escape from it. It will strangle them and suck out all their vital juices. Lin Shen looked at the monkey who was happily standing on the tree branch and shouted, "Horror! Tree cannibal!" He shouted loudly, "Miss, let him come down quickly. It's dangerous." The monkey scratched his head and asked what he was talking about. She raised her head and saw many skulls with horns. The monkey asked in fear, "What?" At that moment, a vine began to move behind her. There was a loud scream, "Miss!" A large vine tied the monkey's body and lifted it into the air. The wolf rushed forward, holding his swords in his hands. He approached and swung his sword. The monkey screamed, "Brother Wolf!" Lin Shen became angry and began to create blue energy in his mouth. He screamed, "Wood, this has gone too far." A large blue stream headed towards the vine that was holding the monkey. The monkey freed himself and began to fall down. A long vine fell into the swamp, and Lin Shen asked displeasedly, "Horror, is it using the swamp to put out the fire?" Many vines headed into the swamp, causing Lin Shen to scream in fear. "What's going on?" He frowned and asked, "Is this trying to get the vines wet so he can't set them on fire?" Behind him, the monkey began beating its chest and screaming loudly. She landed and started gnawing on the vines. Lin Shen turned and shouted, "Let her be careful and not get excited." Long vines climbed out of the dirty swampy waters and connected with each other. The wolf looked at it and asked, "Is this a hand?" Lin Shen asked puzzledly, "Did the vines intertwine into a human hand?" He screamed, "God, what horror!" The monkey got angry and asked, "Hand?" The huge hand tied with vines clenched into a fist and headed towards the monkey. It hit close to her and knocked her back. The monkey got angry and jumped up and hit the hand made of vines. She turned around and saw another hand of this one. Lin Shen got scared and shouted, "Miss!" He became angry and began to create blue fiery energy in his mouth. Lin Shen shouted, "They will see how it handles this." Suddenly, a tree fist struck Lin Shen's stomach and sparks appeared in his eyes. From the pain, snot and tears began to flow from him, and he said that this should not indicate that he knows martial arts. At this moment, long vines were approaching him. Lin Shen said, "Terrible tree, they are not bad guys." Long vines tied the body of Lin Shen and the monkey. Lin Shen shouted, "Come on, let him go, and he can withstand another 100 rounds." The wolf grabbed the sword with his teeth and rushed forward. He shouted that he would save them. The wolf approached Lin Shen, and the tree pushed him forward. The wolf saw this and said, "Horror, this even uses the forest as a shield." Blood sprayed out from Lin Shen's body, and the wolf said that it was dangerous. He was just lucky. The wolf looked at the hand made of vines, puzzled. The tree hit the wolf and he was thrown back. Lin Shen looked at him and thought thank him for buying him some time. He opened his mouth and began to accumulate his blue energy. He mentally suggested watching him make a hole in this tree. Suddenly, the vines tied Lin Shen's mouth and he thought it was terrible. It tied his mouth. He couldn't use his explosive breath. The vines tied the wolf and Lin Shen realized that it was all over. They would all die. The vines tied his mouth even more, and he thought it hurt. How it hurt? Lin Shen asked, "Does it specifically want to strangle them all and then feast on them?" He looked down and thought that he felt like he was suffocating. Lin Shen wondered, is this really how it all ends? A wolf and a monkey hung next to him. Lin Shen thought, no matter what. He asked, "Kid, let him quickly see how many evolution points he has accumulated lately." Kun appeared next to him and said, "Well, let him have a look." It held a book in its hands and said that at the moment it had 2,100,000 evolution points. Lin Shen said, "Great, let him add all this to his height." He thought that this tree was trying to strangle him, but if his height increased quickly, he could simply tear the vine apart. Lin Shen imagined the snake strangling the white goat, but he tore it apart. Lin Shen's body was covered in yellow light and he began to grow, tearing through thick vines. The system window reports that the master, Lin Shen, his race, is the Kui clan, the Thunder Dragon clan. Lin Shen is evolving. His bloodline is that of an overlord. Height 82 meters, weight 820 tons. System assessment. The blood of the ancient beast Lord Qi flows in his body. Lin Shen has passed the stage of carefree childhood and entered the period of growing up. The wolf looked at it and asked, "Has it gotten bigger?" The monkey said in surprise, "Wow, brother has become bigger again." Lin Shen began to fall down and send out his blue energy stream. The monkey screamed loudly, "Brother!" The wolf cried, "Lin Shen!" Lin Shen fell backwards into the mud and burned a hole in the tree trunk. He frowned and asked, "What is it? Is it still not going to let them go?" Lin Shen waved his hand and said, "Okay," then let him introduce it to his lightsaber. A long blue stream flowed forward from Lin Shen's mouth along the tree trunk. Lin Shen released blue flames and surrounded the tree trunk with it. The monkey and the wolf were freed. The vines let them go. The monkey jumped down and shouted, "Brother Dragon!" She looked at him and told him to wait. The monkey shouted displeasedly that she was also going to prove herself. Lin Shen raised his head and looked at her. He shouted that no, let him leave it to him, otherwise she would fall into the clutches of it again. Lin Shen looked up from under his brows and shouted, "Dude, he knows that this understands him." He asked, "Does it want to continue?" Lin Shen got angry and said, "Let him take it into account. This time he will tear it into small pieces." The tree put its big green palms forward and screamed, "Horror, let it stop, it won't happen anymore." Lin Shen screamed in fear, "OMG, is it talking?" He asked the question, "Does it also give off a scent?" The monkey and the wolf opened their mouths wide in surprise. The tree spread its arms in different directions and said that yes, what's wrong? In fact, it was not going to kill them. It said that they were not like those stupid monsters. It just got curious and decided to test their strength. Lin Shen looked at it displeasedly and asked how could he know that it was not saying this because it was afraid. He screamed loudly that the attacks of this one were merciless. It seemed to him that it was about to strangle him. The tree leaned over and said, "Baby," it would never lose to him. It folded its arms to its sides and said that it was now deeply bogged down in the swamp. The tree asked if it started attacking. Would he be able to handle it? Lin Shen put his paw to his chin and said that he has many ways to get out of there. He folded his arms and thought that now that they were all monsters again, he had a lot of interesting options in mind. Lin Shen opened his mouth wide and screamed loudly, releasing purple supersonic waves. The tree got angry and screamed, "Hey, hey, it didn't touch him. Why is he roaring?" It asked what he was doing. The tree moved its arms to the sides and said that this one doesn't like it. Lin Shen put his paw to his ear and said happily, "Oh, here they come." He looked at the monkey and said, "Miss, let him pick up the fallen vines. They will need them later. Their old friends are coming to them." The monkey screamed loudly back at him that she understood. A large brown salamander crawled from the side. Lin Shen felt like that weak chicken that had recently eaten. He thought about it, a weak chicken, then. The monkey stood to the side and shouted, "Hey, chick chick!" The brown salamander looked at her with its red eye. The monkey held a vine in his hands and swung it like a lasso. The big brown salamander looked at her and turned around. The monkey stepped on it and asked, "Have you thought of running away? Running away?" She leaned towards it and pulled the vine. The monkey said displeasedly that his friend had just been almost eaten by his brothers. She tied the salamander and smiled as she lifted it up. Lin Shen chuckled and said that there are a couple more. He loudly ordered the monkey not to go there. After some time, the bound salamanders ran forward through the swamp. Lin Shen held onto the vines tied to their bodies and shouted, "Go ahead, let them push." He asked, "Did they eat little porridge?" Lin Shen released a stream of fire from his mouth and shouted that he would help them. "Add fire." The tired salamanders walked forward, and behind them a fire blazed. Lin Shen got out of the swamp. The wolf looked at this and happily said that people are really quite inventive. Lin Shen looked at him and said that who would have spoken, if not for him, brother, he would not have gotten out of the quagmire. The tree wiped its trunk and displeasedly asked how it could know that it could summon giant salamanders. Lin Shen pointed his finger at it and said to listen to him. He said that all this time he was wondering why it had a human face and where it learned to speak human so well. Lin Shen asked, "It didn't eat human fruit, right?" The tree pulled out a fruit from the branches on its head and asked, "Is it a human fruit?" It showed this and asked if he was talking about this by chance. Lin Shen looked at the bitten fruit and shouted loudly that yes, this is it. He looked at the tree and asked, so after it took a bite of the fruit, it had the ability to speak like a person and form human arms and legs from the vines. The tree looked at its palms and asked, did it not understand what he was talking about? Lin Shen sighed and waved his hand and said that we had passed. Let him just pretend that he understood. He asked a question. By the way, how did it get this fruit without being able to move? The tree pointed its thumb back and laughed. It asked, what does it matter to him? The tree grinned and said, anyway, this one has its own scouts. Behind the tree sat a seagull in its nest. The tree said that this morning they picked it up in a very secret cave. Lin Shen looked at it in surprise and asked, is this cave far away? He said that this must be what they are looking for. Lin Shen bent one finger and asked contentedly, brother, can it ask its scouts to take them to that cave? The tree pointed its thumb towards the path and said to just follow this road straight. They would notice it right away. It spoke, but if they desperately need this fruit, it advises them to hurry up. The tree said that it learned from its scouts that a group of crabs was stealing fruits from the cave. It said it was afraid they were too late. They had no chance. Lin Shen frowned and asked puzzledly, what, a group of crabs, a human fruit? The tree replied that it wants to believe, or not. Lin Shen looked at the monkey and said, miss, they need to hurry. He handed her the vines tied to the salamanders and said that these 4 were for her. He would show her how to control them. The tree turned around and thought that it did not expect to meet people there, capable of turning into monsters. It looked at Lin Shen and the monkey standing behind him and thought, well, they could be quite useful. After some time, the guys rode through the swamp with the help of salamanders. Lin Shen shouted, let him look. There is a cave hidden from prying eyes. It seems that they are going there. He looked ahead to where the red crabs were carrying fruit. Lin Shen turned and shouted displeasedly, horror! There really are these thieves? The crabs quickly ran out of the cave. Lin Shen said that they are too fast. They won't be able to catch up. He told the monkey to look after the salamanders. He will go look around. The monkey asked to be careful, brother. Lin Shen told her not to worry. He and the wolf went inside and sadly said, horror, these thieves didn't leave a single one. Lin Shen raised his head and said, come on, let him give him the fruit of life. He opened the mouth of the monster lying on the ground and stuffed a green fruit into it. The wolf looked at it puzzled and asked, this is such a good fruit, why is he wasting it? Lin Shen replied that it must be the birds that were supposed to guard the fruits. He needs to talk to it. He said that if this black-bellied guy tries to accuse him of anything, he will wash his hands of it. The pterodactyl's body became covered in green light. A monkey stood near the entrance to the cave and looked around. She tied the vines with the salamanders to the tree. Suddenly, a pterodactyl flew out of the cave and scared the monkey. Lin Shen shouted, miss, there is not a single fruit left. He grabbed the vines and set the salamanders' tails on fire. Lin Shen moved forward and shouted that they must catch up with these poor crab thieves. After some time, he saw red crabs carrying fruits in their claws. The system window reports that it is a controllable swamp giant crab, 6 meters long, weighing 5 tons. A distinctive feature is a pair of powerful claws. Lin Shen frowned and thought, controlled crab, what? He began to think, maybe there is someone who makes these people steal the fruit. Lin Shen frowned and imagined the image of a bird. He thought that he would not be surprised if this was that abnormal bird. One could only expect something like that from it. Lin Shen wondered, but who controls these people? He looked at the crab and thought that whoever it was, they were starting. Lin Shen grabbed the crab with his teeth and shouted that it was a sin to waste seafood of such high quality. The system window chimed and reported that he had successfully eaten the controlled swamp giant crab, gaining 2,600 evolution points. The system congratulates him. He ate a controlled swamp crab for the first time and received 10,000 evolution points. Lin Shen chewed the crab and told Kun to hold it. He gave it the fruit and said that he had just fought with the tree ogre, used up all the points, and he couldn't transform without the fruit. The monkey pointed his finger at the crabs and asked, "Brother, does he want to continue the chase?" Lin Shen shouted, "Go ahead. This stupid bird doesn't care about them. They must bring her fruit." He and the monkey moved forward with the help of wooden planks that looked like skis and salamanders. Lin Shen swung his tail and hit the crabs, causing them to drop their fruits. He grabbed the fruit with his hand and put the crab in his mouth. The monkey grabbed the crab, and the wolf stood on the crab's body and held the fruit with one hand. Suddenly, a thick green fog appeared in front of him, into which the crabs walked sideways. Lin Shen shouted loudly, "Stand, stand!" The monkey screamed and asked, "Brother, what happened?" Lin Shen said that there is some strange fog ahead. Let him take a look. He looked around and shouted that the swamp was over. Lin Shen took the board off his paw and began to stomp on the ground. He happily said that he was finally on his feet. Lin Shen looked around and squinted his eyes and asked, "Oh no, is there fog surrounding them?" Thick green fog was everywhere. The crab returned and Lin Shen, who was holding the vines tied to the salamanders in his paws, wondered why this crab came back. He thought it was somehow strange. A salamander approached the crab and bared its teeth. At that moment the crab exploded and killed the salamander. Lin Shen got scared and screamed, "What happened?" He asked the question, "Did it just go up and explode?" The salamanders that Lin Shen had kept tied began to rush forward. The crabs began to climb up Lin Shen's body, and he shouted, "Are these crabs exploding?" The crabs glowed green and exploded the next moment. Lin Shen said in fear that it was a trap. He asked a question. That's why the system wrote about them as being controlled. They deliberately stole the fruits to bring them there and then attack. Suddenly, Lin Shen was hit with green energy. Blood poured out of his stomach, and he shouted that this was really a trap. Let them be careful. Someone was sneaking up. A huge green monster appeared in front of the guys. The system window reports that this is the leader of the reptiles, poisoning the blade. He is one of the 6 sons of the reptile king. The blood of the ancient monster Xiangliu flows in this body. The monster is 50 meters long and weighs 415 tons. Lin Shen and the monkey looked at each other, puzzled. Another monster with a red body appeared on the side. The system reports that this is the leader of the reptiles, Poisonous Explosion, one of the 6 sons of the king of reptiles. The blood of the ancient monster Xiangliu flows in this body. The length of this is 42 meters and the weight is 380 tons. Lin Shen frowned and asked, "Reptile leaders, Poison Blade and Poison Blast." He shouted that they had been deceived by these pathetic reptiles. Lin Shen said that these self-exploding crabs are their doing. The ground suddenly began to shake, causing Lin Shen and the monkey to look down. A moment later, a huge monster with many snake heads appeared in front of them. The system window reports that this is the king of reptiles, Xiangliu. This body has the blood of the ancient monster Xiangliu. Its length is 150 meters and its weight is 1140 tons. Lin Shen raised his head and said, "Reptile King Xiangliu." Huge Xiangliu heads began to spread out in the green mist. Lin Shen looked around and asked, "Is this poisonous fog?" He ordered everyone to immediately hold their breath. The monkey covered his nose with his palm. Suddenly, Lin Shen remembered himself in human form, in a dirty alley on the ground. A thick green fog stretched in front of him and black silhouettes of people walked. A guy with a bat in his hands approached Lin Shen and asked mockingly, "Did he dare to tell everything to the teacher?" He shouted that they hadn't even finished what they started yet. Lin Shen put his hands in front of him and frightenedly begged him not to hit him. A guy with short black hair leaned towards him and pointed his finger and laughed loudly. He shouted that he was a coward. He only deserved beating.